British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 11:26. Look into my eyes. How dare you monitor the minister? When the head of the family came back, Pamela Mountbatten asked in surprise after hearing the story. Even if you are the Secretary General of the Joint Intelligence Committee, don't you know that it is immoral to do this? There are only right and wrong things. There is no morality or immorality. Alan Wilson was not red in the face and breathless. It was just monitoring a minister. He had killed ministers before. I must be responsible for the prosperity and stability of Britain. I can't turn a blind eye to danger, even if it's just a little bit. Born in a country, he naturally has nothing to repay and can only serve the country with passion. In his opinion, not letting the Conservatives make trouble is serving the country. The Labour Party will not really vote for the Soviet Union, and the Conservatives will really vote for the United States. Anyway, you should be cautious. I'm going to Perth. The wind tunnel has been built, and some aviation experts will go with me. You also know the conditions of the local test site. Pamela Mountbatten revealed a good news that the supporting aviation facilities will be completed in the MT Australia. The strategic transport aircraft project with France may increase some minor costs due to the distance problem. However, for the entire project, this cost increase is negligible. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Alan Wilson immediately came up and kissed her red lips to express his loyalty. It mainly depends on you to fight for it. Otherwise, with Hercules in front, it's really hard to advance. Pamela Mountbatten responded to her husband's love enthusiastically. She knew how much effort her husband had put in for her aerospace industry. As the eldest daughter was approaching school age, this was the last time she followed her mother back and forth between the two places, and the youngest son was not suitable for long distance travel. Pamela Mountbatten now traveled with her eldest son. For the children who were growing up, the two did not completely agree on the plans for their offspring. But out of the concept of not conflicting with women, Alan Wilson generally would not object. His wife wanted the children to grow up and inherit the family business. It was still early, and changes could be made imperceptibly. In theory, he was naturally the head of the family. There is such a saying, but when it comes to the issue of offspring, whether the head of the family is worthy of the name is still debatable. According to Alan Wilson's idea, the two sons would naturally become officials when they grow up, or at least one of them should be an official. This conflicted with his wife's ideas, but he was not bothered by trying to smooth things over. Mountbatten was still counting on one of the children to join the army, so it was not impossible to use the father-in-law to pressure his wife. Margaret is now clamoring to be independent and does not want to accept the constraints of the royal family. It's really hard to understand. Pamela Mountbatten said this and looked at her husband. Do you think she can succeed? How do we know what's going on inside the royal family? Alan Wilson remained calm and seemed to be indifferent to it. Doing your job well is the most important thing. That's true. Pamela Mountbatten lay in her husband's arms and whispered, take me to the bedroom. Alan Wilson felt lost when his wife left. Over the years, although Pamela Mountbatten's appearance was not particularly stunning, he had been sleeping in the same bed for many years, and he had become accustomed to having this sensible woman by his side. Although there are other ladies of the same status as his wife, it always feels strange to put on airs as the head of the family in front of others. As he grows older, the family affection that stabilizes the family occupies an increasingly important weight in Alan Wilson's heart. The depressed permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can only numb himself with work, and first of all, he has to hone his acting skills. Hepburn's independent apartment has 2 bedrooms, one of which is converted into a studio for her hobbies in her spare time. The 2 rooms are covered with tiles and wooden boards, and small brightly colored carpets are scattered all over the floor. The furniture is all white, as are the walls. When the Ballflower walked out of the kitchen with a cup of coffee, it was like a bright color walking among the furniture. She was wearing a white top, covered with black tights, and this dress outlined her beautiful curves. She sat down on one of the white sofas, leaned back and relaxed, and then sipped a mouthful of strong coffee. In the morning, Hepburn let her hair flow back into a bun behind her neck, and changed into a white coat and a white skirt. Lying on the comfortable sofa at home, close your eyes. For the first time in 12 hours, she relaxed and almost fell asleep. When the doorbell rang, she only grunted and was too lazy to get up and open the door. Of course she knew who it was, and she was very happy that the man who had lived in her heart for a long time came to visit. She also liked her job as a star, and when she told Alan Wilson that if she didn't like the job, she wouldn't do it, she meant it. She was very popular, and many people loved to see her elegance and charm, but that was only the professional side. When she faced Alan Wilson, she would not keep her life private. I thought you always minded about that matter. Hepburn put her arms around Alan Wilson's neck. I have apologized, but you still mind it, because you are petty. You took so many photos and I didn't say anything. The permanent secretary's private collection has hundreds of photos. No, it should be said that there are thousands of photos, including photos of her wearing various clothes and photos of her wearing nothing. I hadn't forgotten it, but you reminded me of it. I've never suffered such a big loss in my life. Alan Wilson pretended to be serious, but he broke it immediately. If you give me a child, I will forgive you. Do you know how selfish your request is? Hepburn hugged the man's neck and looked into his eyes and asked deeply, what identity will my child grow up with in the future? An illegitimate child? But I can't get a divorce, especially at this time. The situation in Britain is delicate. Alan Wilson sighed and said to himself, this request seems a little selfish, especially for you. The depression on his face was definitely from the heart. It's okay for others, but in his heart, Hepburn is still different from other ladies. Looking at each other in silence, Hepburn wanted to say something but stopped. If this man begged a few more times, she really couldn't guarantee that she would not agree. After all, in that difficult time, the man in front of her helped her a lot and spent a lot of effort for her to get to where she is today. Let's go and see IB. I wonder if it still remembers its father. Alan Wilson stood up with Hepburn in his arms and seemed to have forgotten the conversation just now. In Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union, a Volga car was waiting to pass. The traffic police seemed to have seen this valuable car and walked over quickly to ask if there was anything he could do to help. The young traffic police had already seen the military uniform on the driver and asked politely, "Comrade General, is there anything I can help you with?" Pinkovsky looked at the unusually young traffic police in front of him, and his heart was relieved. He shook his head and said, "I just came out for a walk. There's nothing important." What a nice car. A trace of envy flashed in Alexey's eyes. With just one glance, he had taken in the situation inside the car. Then he greeted him and let Pinkovsky pass. "Comrade General, I wish you a pleasant journey." Pinkovsky smiled friendly, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away, but he didn't notice that the young traffic police behind him had sharp eyes in an instant. Pinkovsky didn't know that he, a senior intelligence officer, had fallen into the trap set up by the fledgling kid. Alexei had just graduated, but as a son of the cultural czar, he easily got the command of this operation. Although he didn't know his mother's purpose at all, he believed that his mother would never lie to him. The whole process was under the surveillance of the Domestic Counterintelligence Bureau. Pinkovsky would never dream that his every move was one-way transparent to his colleagues. When the connection was made, the person from the Domestic Counterintelligence Bureau suddenly pointed a gun at him, which made Pinkovsky look stunned. He tried to struggle in vain with his identity as a general. Traitors have no tomorrow. When Pinkovsky heard this, he immediately recognized that the person in front of him was the young policeman he met before. Alexei was full of disgust and snatched the briefcase from the contact person. "I think Comrade General should have a lot to say. Do you know who I am? I'm on a secret mission." Pinkovsky shouted loudly, trying to scare the fledgling in front of him who didn't know the height of the sky and the earth. This shouting was met with a direct blow. Pinkovsky, who was hit in the abdomen, bent down in pain, but Alexeyev immediately grabbed his hair and lifted him up, staring at Pinkovsky fiercely. "Traitor, look into my eyes. Your family, colleagues, and friends will all pay the price for your stupid behavior. No one can save you." Then, Alexeyev handed the briefcase to others, called a car to take Pinkovsky and the contact person in, go directly to Lubyanka Square. "Alexeyev, where to go?" An officer of the same age was a little surprised. That was the headquarters of the State Security Committee, and even he had never been there. Yes, it doesn't matter. Alexeyev took off the white gloves on his hands, and his body swayed as the car started. From this moment on, Penkovsky's fate was sealed. This major case directly alarmed KGB chairman Semechesny, who personally intervened, because Penkovsky was a senior officer in the intelligence department. This made him very angry. Check all his social relationships, no matter who they are. No one can be spared. The angry echo of the KGB boss lingered in the corridors of the Lubyanka prison. The entire KGB ran at full speed because of this angry order. All this had nothing to do with Alexeyev. He returned home and saw his mother at home, opening her mouth, not knowing whether to ask. Chapter 1127 Penkovsky case. Alyosha? What's wrong? Furtseva asked her son, who was hesitant to speak. Mother. Alexeyev looked embarrassed and finally smiled bitterly. How did you know? So it was this matter? Furtseva understood and stretched out her finger to let her son sit next to her and explained. Members of the Central Committee Presidium also have their own sons. You don't need to know the whole story, but you have to know that mother will not lie to you. Everything she does is for your own good. At this time, Furtseva was no longer the cultural tsar who made the entire cultural world breathless. The mother, who was only concerned about her child's growth, said, I don't want you to enter this kind of department at all. Once you develop in the security department, the future will inevitably be accompanied by struggles, conspiracies, and bloodshed. People may be afraid of you. Why should they be afraid of a counter-revolutionary worker? Didn't they do things they shouldn't do? Alexeyev asked expressionlessly. Now that imperialism has surrounded the motherland, the unity of the entire country is even more needed. Some necessary measures are inevitable. Someone has to do this. I can't argue with you. Where did the obedient child go? Furtseva was a little annoyed, lamenting the ruthlessness of time and how her son became what he is today. If he were here, he would definitely be able to convince the child, right? That eloquent mouth can turn black into white. Furtseva had tried to stop it a long time ago, hoping that her son could graduate and work step by step, go to school when he should go to school, and go to work when he should go to work, but her son had made up his mind. As a mother, she finally compromised with her insistent son. This time, Furtseva saw that her son would inevitably become a member of the Lubyanka, so she let him join the main internal intelligence bureau and let him keep an eye on Penkovsky. With a mother like a member of the Central Presidium, it was natural for Alexeyev to capture this senior intelligence official after several months of surveillance. In a sense, Penkovsky was his predecessor. After the war, he was sent to the Soviet Military Diplomatic Academy for further studies and was absorbed into the Intelligence Bureau of the Soviet General Staff. In 1956, he was appointed as the military attaché of the Soviet embassy in Turkey. After returning from Turkey, he entered the Dzerzhinsky Artillery Engineering Academy to study new missile technologies and won the first place in the school. After that, Penkovsky was selected to do coordination work in the State Security Committee. By the time he was captured, he had been promoted to Major General. For him, who was only 42 years old, his future was bright. No one could have imagined that a senior officer with a promising future would actually do treason. However, Penkovsky was arrested on the spot, along with his contact person. The briefcase he carried with him contained a large number of Soviet military secrets. This made Semechesny extremely angry. After a preliminary investigation of his personal connections, he found that the former chairman of the State Security Committee, General Serov, Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Ministry of Defense, Marshal Volentsov, and General Pusovny, had fallen into Semechesny's sight, which had already involved the top military officials. Later, the Domestic Counterintelligence Bureau found photos of Penkovsky taken during his overseas visits in his office. He was wearing the uniforms of British and American colonels respectively. At this point, there was no need to hesitate. Semechesny left Lubyanka directly and drove to Shelepin's home to inform Shelepin that a huge spy case had occurred involving the former chairman of the KGB, the marshals and generals of the military. After hearing Semechesny's words, Shelepin was also shocked. His former chairman of the KGB, the marshals and generals of the Ministry of Defense? This is indeed not an ordinary case. It is definitely a big case. How did you catch him? It's a bit embarrassing to say. I don't know much. Semichesny shook his head and said, but that little guy's indeed a counter-espionage worker of the main Internal Intelligence Bureau. This is his photo, which was taken when Pinkovsky was escorted to Lubyanka. Shelepin took a quick look and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Shurik, what's wrong? Semichesny also took a look at the photo. Do you know this little guy? I've seen him a few times. This is the son of Catherine III. Shelepin still didn't come out of his thoughts and said Furtseva's nickname. He didn't know the term fight between gods, but the situation in front of him was obviously similar. Pinkovsky's benefactors in life include General Serov, the former chairman of the KGB, and the marshals and generals of the Ministry of Defense. If he had not been arrested, who would have thought that such a general in his early 40s, a senior military intelligence officer, would actually betray his motherland? If he continued, who knows when such a traitor would be discovered? The party that captured Pinkovsky, his father was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Soviet Union, Philippine, and his mother was even more amazing. She was a member of the Presidium of the Soviet Central Committee, the Secretary of the Central Committee, and the Minister of Culture, Furtseva. This made Shelepin think that he had seen a big scene, and he couldn't help but sigh that the backgrounds of the arrested and the arrestor were so big. Confessions are the first. Shelepin stood up and walked twice in front of Semichesny. What we want is the truth. Shurik, do you think this has something to do with politics? Semichesny frowned and asked in a speculative tone. This is unlikely. There is no reason for the Furtsevas to have conflicts with the military. If this is the case, I don't know why. Shelepin was also the chairman of the KGB. Although he has left the KGB now, his influence on the intelligence agency has been retained with the succession of Semichesny. Shelepin's suggestion is to investigate thoroughly. If this is true, it has nothing to do with the cultural Tsar and his wife and Pinkovsky's connections in the military. Just do what you need to do. He is a piece of iron, and I can make him speak. Semichesny assured. He is not very old. He is only 36 years old this year. After taking office, he directly refreshed the age limit of the head of the security department. Semichesny did not expect that he had just taken office for less than a month and encountered such a big case. The temperature in the Lubyanka prison was particularly cold that day. Pinkovsky became the latest distinguished guest. Semichesny, who was just wearing a general's uniform, had come here once. Through the iron window, he looked at this first distinguished guest who came in after he took office for a long time. 24 hours of non-stop interrogation. I want him to remember how many times he wet the bed. Semichesny stood with his hands behind his back and ordered. He is an intelligence officer with strong anti-reconnaissance experience, and he is not easy to deal with. I understand that interrogation is difficult. If normal interrogation does not produce any results, can we use truth serum? Chkalov Jorgadze asked his immediate superior. It is better not to, but if this traitor resists stubbornly, it is no big deal. Chkalov, you must consider this matter after using all means. Semichesny pondered for a long time and said, let's start. Pinkovsky was quickly taken to the interrogation room. As soon as he sat down, the searchlight facing Pinkovsky's face in the interrogation room was turned on with a snap. At first, this searchlight was no different from ordinary lights, but as time passed, it became brighter and brighter, shining on Pinkovsky's face, so that he couldn't open his eyes, and couldn't see where the interrogator in front of him was. Opposite to Pinkovsky, the interrogator under the searchlight clearly saw the whole process of Pinkovsky's facial expression changing. Under this light, Pinkovsky's face, not to mention the subtle expressions, was clearly visible, and even the injuries on his face were clearly visible. The direction of the capillaries, the acne marks on his face, and the sebum were all visible at a glance, and the light on the operating table was just for fun. The real headlights always belong to the powerful departments. As the interrogation progressed, the whole interrogation room was filled with the smell of burning, and the paint on the searchlight could not withstand this uninterrupted interrogation. In another interrogation room, Rigwell, a respected gentleman of the British Empire, mentioned the American contact person who was subsequently arrested, which made the Lubyanka internal prison today very lively. As a so-called powerful agency, Lubyanka is naturally good at using the prisoner's dilemma. Many desperate gangsters can't stand it, let alone intelligence personnel from 3 different countries. After a day and a night, the internal prison was filled with a pungent smell of burning, which lasted for a long time. Semichesny had already rushed to the Kremlin with the interrogation records. A mere major general was not in Semichesny's eyes, but he had to continue the thorough investigation and take measures against people like marshals, generals, and former presidents. Of course, this was within Lubyanka's power, but it still required Khrushchev's approval. The world will be shocked by this. Khrushchev was clenching his fists and shouting in front of Kozlov, "I can guarantee that, as long as the experiment is successful, no one will dare to say no to the Soviet Union." When Semichesny came in, he happened to see the first secretary of the Soviet Union intoxicated with himself. After hesitating for a while, he chose to tell the truth. "First Secretary, I have something to report, and I may need your approval." A few minutes later, Khrushchev's angry voice rang out in the office, "Investigate for me, whether it is a marshal or a general. We must dig out the imperialist spies lurking in the motherland and the cancer for me." Khrushchev's hard-earned good mood disappeared after seeing the interrogation record of this spy case. The first secretary's attitude was clear, and the anti-counter-revolutionary workers of the main internal intelligence bureau immediately set out from Lubyanka to the Ministry of Defense, along with Marshal Valinov and others, and their families. "Prepare a car, I want to visit Comrade Ekaterina," Semichesny ordered with the microphone. "Many years ago, I also saw someone looking directly into this searchlight." Chapter 11:28. The Tsar also has a son. Furtsever was still very surprised by Semichesny's visit, but the cultural Tsar immediately enthusiastically let one of the most powerful people in the current Soviet Union in, and asked about his purpose. The KGB is of a special nature, with many internal departments. It is not only an intelligence department, but also responsible for military, transportation, defense industry, scientific research and technology, communication facilities, and even the protection of the Kremlin, as well as hundreds of thousands of border guards. For members of the Central Committee at the same level, Semichesny is almost a transcendent existence. Not to mention that Semichesny has Shelepin behind him, as well as a series of powerful friends including Yegorbachev, the first secretary of the Moscow Municipal Party Committee, Karazov, the second secretary of Lithuania, Turkunov, the minister of the Ministry of Oil Industry, Mishatsev, the president of TASS, Kachemisov, the first secretary of Azerbaijan, Galyunov, the chairman of the Soviet Radio, and Torskakov, the first secretary of the Leningrad Municipal Party Committee. These powerful people promoted by Shelepin formed a powerful group with him as the center. Comrade Furtsever, this visit may be a little sudden. Semichesny was gentle. He was not afraid of some groundless rumors about the cultural Tsar, but respected the position of the Soviet Central Committee Presidium and the Central Committee Secretary. "Look at what you said, what kind of words are you talking about?" Furtsever asked very gently. "We are all comrades, just tell me what the problem is." "In fact, I have heard some of it. After all, it was her son who did it." Furtsever couldn't say that she didn't know Alyosha got into trouble. On the contrary, he has a huge contribution. Semichesny shook his head and said, "I believe that he will become a very outstanding anti-counter-revolutionary worker in the future. Maybe in a while, the Lubyanka will award him a medal." Then I didn't think about it. He just started working, and he is so young. Just ensure your own safety. In fact, I have always opposed him to work in the security department, but he is interested in this aspect. I, the Minister of Education, can't even educate my own son. Although it was many years ago that Furtsever became the Minister of Education, she still felt very emotional when she thought about it. Part of Furtsever's words implied concerns about the nature of the KGB's work, which Semichesny fully understood. However, he did not agree with the other part about age, and directly expressed his different opinion. "Age is not a big problem in our country. Many young cadres are contributing to the country. When I was 24 years old, I was already the first secretary of the Provincial Party Committee in Ukraine. Ukraine is the most important republic of the Soviet Union. It is both an agricultural base and an industrial base. Its importance in the Soviet Union is second only to Russia, and even exceeds it in some aspects. Ukraine is the largest republic of the Soviet Union besides Russia, and Russia itself has no party organization. While the leaders of the Soviet Union are vigilant against the expansion of local areas, they generally do not forget to keep an eye on Russia. Because of Khrushchev, Ukraine has formed a huge political group, and Podgorny and Brezhnev are both important members of it. Semichyrsny has a brilliant resume. Later, he became the second secretary of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Because Azerbaijan is located on the border, he personally carried out many of the work against Iran. At the age of 36, Semichyrsny became the chairman of the KGB, the head of the most powerful department in the Soviet Union. Along the way, his steps are unrepeatable, even better than Shelepin. For someone as young as Semichyrsny, who is in a high position, Furtseva said that the age issue is obviously inappropriate. However, the cultural Tsar was talking about his own son, and Semichyrsny could not argue about this issue, but he still had high hopes for this child who had just joined the KGB and solved a major case, and was a good kid, and he expected him to shine. Furtseva can also be said to be a smooth sailing cadre, but she still has a lot more administrative experience than Semichyrsny. In response to Semichyrsny's questions, Furtseva answered without leaking a drop of water. The man once asked her to follow Brezhnev closely, and Furtseva dared not deviate from the track in this work, and he could see that Brezhnev was actually not interested in people like Shelepin. Brezhnev believed that most of Shelepin's group were cadres with high aspirations but low skills, and there was no need to worry. What a coincidence. Shelepin's friends also thought so. Yegorbachev, who succeeded Furtseva as the first secretary of the Moscow Municipal Party Committee, believed that most of the people who followed Brezhnev were vegetative people who were just waiting to die. Both sides had a very average evaluation of each other. Semichyrsny came in person and expressed his optimism about Furtseva's son, which would make Alexeyev's future path smoother by many times. Furtseva knew this. He did not neglect the KGB chairman who came to his door, and would not respond coldly, just because the other party did not enter the Central Presidium. If it was an ordinary Central Committee member, even if Furtseva did not have the original intention of crushing people with a high rank, the other party would not come to the door as directly as Semichyrsny. Semichyrsny left soon. In any case, Furtseva's son caught such a big spy, and this contribution was immeasurable. He should come to the Mountain Gate in person. Now he has to continue to pay attention to the progress of the Pinkovsky case. People who defect to the enemy because of disillusionment or trauma caused by ideological loss may develop slowly, sometimes over many years. Such intelligence officers who serve their own country no longer trust their own government. They believe that they have been harmed by the system and hate the superiors who ruined their careers. This is the case with Pinkovsky. Most of the traitors in the Soviet Union are often not lured by money and threats, but because the country did not meet their expectations, and they turned to serve the United States without asking for anything in return. Such spies are often very rare, but the damage caused by each one is particularly great. Semichyrsny could not understand how Pinkovsky was so desperate that he had to become a spy for the British and Americans when he had a good life. This was something he could not understand. As a colonel in the GRU, he should not know much about the Soviet Union's espionage activities in the West, even if he was well aware of it, but he knew almost everything. The most sophisticated core materials provided by the Soviet Union were all originals, not photocopies, which shows how much effort Pinkovsky put in. But one thing is certain, the case of Pinkovsky's treason is a done deal, and the commendation and handling must be carried out simultaneously. Under the personal attention of the first secretary Khrushchev, the nobleman in Pinkovsky's life, Deputy Chief of the General Staff Volentsov, who was directly responsible for the case, was stripped of his rank of marshal. Serov was stripped of his post as director of the General Investigation Bureau of the Soviet General Staff, and General Pusovny was ordered to retire directly. Pinkovsky's treason case caused a huge earthquake in the military and intelligence departments. After the punishment was completed, the commendation order should also be issued. As the department that caught the traitor, The KGB should have received a commendation, especially Lieutenant General Sadayuko, director of the Domestic Counterintelligence Bureau, who was awarded the medal. The person who awarded the medal for this treason case is the current chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev. If Alan Wilson were here, he would have no hesitation in thinking that Brezhnev would like to award himself the medal. Sadayuko was very excited to receive such a great achievement, and naturally he was refreshed. After returning to the headquarters of the main intelligence bureau, he immediately picked up the phone and called Alexeyev over. The director of the General Intelligence Bureau accepted the award, so naturally he would not monopolize all the credit. Moreover, he was the son of the cultural Tsar, so he would not, and had no ability, to take the credit for himself. He was also happy to commend this well-deserved achievement. You have such working ability right after graduation. Both I and Lubyanka are very much looking forward to your future. While praising him, Lieutenant General Sadayuko took out a bottle of vodka and asked, "You are already a man, so you should be able to drink, right?" "Of course, no problem, Director." Alexeyev's eyebrows moved, and his face became serious. Lieutenant General Sadayuko took out a cup, filled it with vodka, and then put the Order of the Red Banner in the cup, and handed it to the other party. "Do you want to drink it first, or read the commendation letter first?" Alexeyev shook the Order of the Red Banner in the glass, took it out, and put it on, then drank the vodka in one gulp, and then made a wine sieve. This is an unwritten rule for receiving the Order of the Red Banner. It originated from the first recipient of the Order of the Red Banner, Marshal Galen. When he was awarded the medal, he accidentally dropped the Order of the Red Banner into the glass. He took out the medal, and drank the vodka in the glass. He didn't expect that this accidental incident would become a rule. Anyone who received the Order of the Red Banner would soak the medal in a glass filled with vodka, and then drink the wine in it. Alexeyev was very excited at this time, and his face was flushed, because of the vodka. Obviously, for his age, national honor means something extraordinary. This is not as good as Alan Wilson. Although he is a British and a spokesperson for imperialism, he even has the Order of Victory, which he bought from the last Romanian King Michael I. It is known all over the world. In this respect, he is on par with Zhukov. Lieutenant General Sadayuko handed the certificate directly to Alexeyev and said, "I'm proud that the Dzerzhinsky Higher Military Academy has such an outstanding student like you." Also issued was a certificate of rank, which awarded a newly graduated member the rank of captain. If it weren't for Alexeyev's age, it could have been higher. Furtseva has been walking with the wind these days, smiling at everyone she sees. The sound of her high heels makes everyone in the Kremlin know that the cultural Tsar is in a good mood recently. Kozlov and others also know that Furtseva's good mood comes from her son's meritorious performance. Everyone is very tolerant of her, the only female member of the Central Presidium. Some compliments make Furtseva radiant. Chapter 1129's a nuclear bomb. The case of Pinkovsky will continue to be tried. The current Kremlin is under a cloud of gloom because of this case. Life still has to go on. Khrushchev confirmed that the original plan will remain unchanged in response to the hostility of imperialism to the Soviet Union in recent times. Other members of the Soviet Central Presidium agreed that there was nothing to say to the enemy. They only knew fists, so the Soviet Union would give them a fist as big as a casserole. "I see." Alan Wilson nodded with the microphone clamped around his neck, and put down the phone and couldn't help but angrily denounced bureaucracy. "What's wrong?" Hepburn saw the man's face turn from sunny to cloudy, and asked cautiously. "Some unimportant things. At least compared to my Tiffany, it's not particularly important." Alan Wilson's face eased a little, and he answered calmly, "I will convene an intelligence meeting of Me5, Me6 and other departments. I remember that the government seems to have never acknowledged the existence of these departments." Hepburn couldn't help but smile, telling the hypocrisy of the British government's deception. There is such a saying, and it is unlikely that it will be acknowledged for quite a long time in the future. Alan Wilson shrugged. It was nothing. Each country has its own choices. Can you say what the specific responsibilities of a certain big country are? You don't know at all. You can only call it Chaoang masses in general. It's the same reason. Just now, he was still talking to Hepburn about whether the new car of the Ballflower should be a Bentley or a Rolls-Royce, and which one is more suitable for Hepburn's temperament. Now he has to stop the discussion and be busy with some unimportant trivial matters. If there are too many such things, it is easy for the permanent deputy minister to feel guilty. Fortunately, Hepburn was still very sensible and urged the man of the same status as her husband to do the business. After kissing goodbye and watching the other party leave, this made the man who was addicted to the ballflower remember the national burden on his shoulders. Several heads of intelligence departments showed their true colors and came to the conference room of the headquarters building of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At this time, Alan Wilson was bored and dazed at Wolfberries. Philby, the head of Me5, Richard White, the head of Me6, and Guy Little, the director of GCHQ, entered the conference room and looked at each other. After they sat down, they exchanged glances. They didn't know whether they would face a volcanic eruption or the anger of this layman. Which should be bigger? Because the three of them saw that on the table in front of Alan Wilson, there was enough information to be 2 feet thick. These laymen often like to use detailed information to dress themselves up as experts. I suspect that there is a British spy lurking among the comrades. This has caused great damage to the party organization. As for the imperialist conspiracy, we must continue to work hard to bankrupt it. When these intelligence chiefs looked at each other, Alan Wilson began to narrate word by word. A Soviet spy lurking? Guy Little asked in confusion. He was not sure whether his boss was joking. There are spies lurking in the UK. Alan Wilson did not change his words, and then he leaned back tactically and said, otherwise I can't explain why such a thing happened. Only this assumption can be logically consistent. At this point, Alan Wilson drank a mouthful of wolfberry to replenish his energy. He was going to let these intelligence directors experience what bureaucracy is, and complete this meeting in 6 to 8 hours. Otherwise, it is hard to guarantee that it will not appear again. When the players are smiling, they will be interrupted by trivial matters. Talk about your views on this major loss. Almost at the same time, the Tu-95B strategic bomber had taken off from the Zhukovsky military base, turned to Murmansk, and flew to Novaya Zemlya. Novaya Zemlya is very solid, because most of the place is covered with granite. It is already October here. The temperature that day is -15 degrees Celsius. The tender buds left over from the short summer have already withered and yellowed. In fact, the summer temperature here is around 0 degrees. Because of the latitude, there is no change of seasons here. At this time, the Tu-95B strategic bomber of the Zhukovsky military base has left there and went to Murmansk with the assembled Big Ivan. Soon after, over the Novaya Zemlya test site, a Tu-95B strategic bomber appeared on the radar station of Novaya Zemlya with the Big Ivan under its belly. Marshal Nedolin, the chief commander of the test, contacted the radio and confirmed that there was no abnormality. He gave the order, start. Received. With an unstable rustling sound, Yasnikov's voice came through the radio at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the Big Ivan fixed on the belly of the Tu-95B strategic bomber was thrown out. First came a half-meter long parachute, followed by the second one, about 5.5 square meters in size, and then the third one was 40 square meters in size. Finally, the main parachute opened, with an area of 1,600 square meters, and a hydrogen bomb fell smoothly with the parachute. Yasnikov, wearing sunglasses, quickly drove the Tu-95B strategic bomber away like a sword from a string, escaping at full speed from the attack range of the Big Ivan that was about to explode. 15 minutes later, at an altitude of 4,000 meters above the Novaya Zemlya archipelago, the most powerful explosion in human history occurred. A dazzling flash appeared in the sky, lasting nearly 70 seconds. Although it was obscured by thick clouds, it could still be seen hundreds of kilometers away. The fireball that followed covered the sky and earth, and lasted for a long time. Finally, a huge, gray-black mushroom cloud rose into the sky, its top reaching the stratosphere, and its height was tens of kilometers. The mushroom cloud produced by the explosion was nearly 40 kilometers wide, and about 64 kilometers high, which was more than 7 times the altitude of Mount Everest. The hot wind produced by the explosion could even cause third-degree burns to people 50 kilometers away, and the flash of the explosion could cause severe pain and burns to the eyes of people 40 kilometers away, and even cause cataracts and blindness. When the explosion occurred, the crew had been more than 100 kilometers away from the center of the explosion, avoiding the strong flash. However, even the thick smoke discharged from the tail hatch to block the light did not completely protect them. The heat wave rushed into the cabin, and when the shock wave passed through the aircraft, the indications of all instruments and equipment rose rapidly, and the pointers jumped back and forth. Then, various instruments that tested the intensity of the explosion bore the unbearable weight of life. All the ground radar stations that were still in operation were burned, and all external communication signals were interrupted. In Finland, people heard the sound of broken glass in their houses without knowing it, and they all expressed confusion. No matter what, this is a huge failure. Now we must rescue the captured British legal citizens, and cannot allow Moscow to humiliate them. At this moment, Alan Wilson was still in the headquarters of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, giving a long speech to implement bureaucracy to the end. Suddenly, there were chaotic footsteps outside, and many people's conversations were heard in the conference room. Alan Wilson couldn't help but get angry and shouted outside, "What happened? Permanent Undersecretary, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs communications have been strongly interfered with, and we are looking for the cause. We are also contacting other departments to ask other colleagues whether their departments are the same." Chief Private Secretary Wick immediately appeared and explained the current situation. "You must stay calm at all times, otherwise people will think that Britain is only at this level." Alan Wilson frowned, as if to say, "Don't always be in the front, otherwise people will think you are the boss." What a good opportunity today is to speak out against the heads of several intelligence agencies blatantly, but this kind of thing happened. When the permanent undersecretary was ready to overcome all difficulties and add a few more sentences, Philby spoke first. "Sir Wilson, if there is signal interference in the whole of London, it will be a big deal for the country. It is better for us to find out the situation immediately, otherwise Whitehall may also be blamed. Is that so?" Alan Wilson, who has been taking remedial lessons with the football player recently, asked back in a completely layman's tone. "Nothing is more important than the well-being of the citizens of London." Guy Little also reacted immediately and chimed in, "And once the government communications are interrupted, it will affect quite a few aspects. I must go back immediately." Richard White also nodded, indicating that he now stands together with his two colleagues and has the same opinion. "Okay." Alan Wilson looked a little embarrassed, as if he was still a little reluctant to meet the meeting. With the word "okay," several intelligence chiefs stood up almost immediately, and while packing up their things, they promised Alan Wilson that they must dig out the British spies, the Soviet spies inside. This meeting is still meaningful and there is no need to hold a second one. In the following hours, the Soviet TASS news agency announced the news that the Soviet Union had conducted a nuclear test on Novaya Zemlya, letting the world know where a series of influences came from. Only then did people know that the Soviet Union had conducted an unprecedented nuclear test, which was powerful enough to affect the world. A day later, the Soviet Union sent high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft to photograph the Novaya Zemlya nuclear test site to assess the impact of this nuclear test. In the photos taken, the more than 2-meter deep layer of ice and snow permafrost has disappeared, and the entire ground is covered with things that look like glass fragments. The dust and sand have become crystals due to the high temperature. There were piles of blind seagulls on the ground. They fell down due to nuclear radiation in the sky. All around the island were corpses of deer and bears, all scorched by the energy of light radiation. All living things were gone. After a short silence, the world's public opinion was in an uproar, and all kinds of exaggerated reports emerged one after another. Some newspapers even said that the Soviets were ready to blow up the earth, and public opinion was boiling. In ancient times, Guangdong read the spring and autumn annals, and now Sir Wilson is paying attention to the sun. Alan Wilson was calm, put down the sun, and prepared to go to the Foreign Secretary to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 11:30 World Peace. "Alan, you're here." When Rab Butler saw Alan Wilson push the door open, he immediately nodded and said, "You've heard about it. What do you think?" "What did you hear?" Alan Wilson asked a rhetorical question after sitting down, which confused Rab Butler. As the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he didn't even know what happened. The Soviet Union conducted a nuclear test on Novaya Zemlya. It's just a small matter. Alan Wilson nodded, and then there was no more. This reaction puzzled Rab Butler, the most powerful nuclear bomb in the world. Don't you have anything to say? No. Alan Wilson answered straightforwardly, without giving the foreign minister any way out. The equivalent is so large, I have nothing to comment on. What does the minister want me to say? What about the countermeasures? You don't have an opinion. Rab Butler didn't understand why Alan Wilson was so cold, which was very different from usual. My opinion is irrelevant. Britain is no match for the Soviet Union anyway. Alan Wilson shrugged. Britain has nuclear bombs of 5 million equivalent. It's the same whether the Soviet Union launches them against Britain or Britain launches them against the Soviet Union. If the war breaks out, the result will be the same. If the minister thinks Britain should do something, I don't know which aspect it is. Can you give me some hints? Be cautious or radical? Alan Wilson took the initiative to ask, and then waited for the answer. He was so busy. He was doing counterintelligence work recently, and talked about biological evolution with the president of the Biological Association. Dr. Reich also talked about the conclusions drawn by scholars from other countries on the Ediacaran period. Of course, the above work is not important. The more important thing is of course the issue of the next generation. The discussion between him and Vivienne Leigh during their son's growth is more important. Another more important thing is whether the Bullflower should buy a Bentley or a Rolls-Royce. Compared with these things, is the Soviet Union's nuclear bomb important? It may be important in the eyes of some people, but he definitely doesn't think so. The reason is just as he said, Britain can't beat the Soviet Union, so why pay attention to these? What's a more cautious suggestion? Rab Butler asked, to see what the permanent undersecretary could suggest. We should probably do something, but it's too late. Alan Wilson answered calmly. What about something more radical? Rab Butler shook his head directly. This was obviously not the answer he wanted. Minister, you are very courageous. Alan Wilson looked at the minister deeply, thinking and saying, in fact, that Tsar bomb has not reached its maximum power. Even for the Soviet Union, it is not easy to find a place with vast land and sparse population to increase the power of the nuclear bomb to the maximum, but there are such sites in the free world. In theory, the power of thermonuclear weapons is unlimited. It depends on whether you dare to increase the power. If you take a radical response, first we have to find a test site with vast land and sparse population. For example, Australia? Rab Butler asked back, not knowing if Alan Wilson meant this. For example, no, it's a Commonwealth country. Alan Wilson almost bit off his tongue. His wife lives in Australia. Is this minister reliable? Could he be a spy planted by the Soviet Union and the British Empire? We should check it out. The 7 million square kilometers of the Sahara Desert is a good testing ground. If France doesn't mind, we can work with France to make a more powerful nuclear bomb. The Soviet Union makes 50 million tons, and we make 100 million tons. No matter how much the Soviet Union increases the equivalent, we can make a nuclear bomb twice as large. The locals will be dissatisfied. Rab Butler took a breath of cold air. Does the other party know what he is talking about? Want to compete with the Soviets in equivalent? The test results this time have reached 60 million tons. Doesn't the UK have to respond with an equivalent of 120 million tons? The dissatisfaction of the locals is actually irrelevant. People are not equal, just like the uneven temperature of the earth. Alan Wilson muttered lightly, many factors may interfere with this idea becoming a reality, but the dissatisfaction of the locals is really not a reason. According to the inequality of public opinion heat in Alan Wilson's mind, the value of the British and the value of the African blacks should be converted to about 1:50,000. 100 people died in the UK, which is roughly equivalent to the death of 5 million Africans. Rab Butler still didn't agree with this suggestion. It's too radical. Is there any other way? Ask the Americans how to respond, and whether there is any place where the UK needs to cooperate. Alan Wilson's eyes flashed with an unexpected look. If the United States has no intention of responding, why should the UK respond? Just pretend that this matter does not exist. As long as we have the heart to be an ostrich, no one can make us stick our heads out again. Isn't this too unexpected? Rab Butler couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt that he was really behind the times. What are the young people thinking now? Now people all over the world are watching the reaction of the United States. Alan Wilson looked very confident in the United States. Of course, he didn't know where this confidence came from. According to his memory, that's a nuclear bomb was the world's largest nuclear weapon, and the United States did not give any response at all. However, Britain can use public opinion to look forward to the reaction of the United States. As a diplomat, how could he not maintain a friendly relationship with the media? It's just that Alan Wilson never borrowed government pressure or used personal relationships to kidnap. His way to get along with the media is very simple: give money. Now the whole world is waiting for the response of the United States. The method of adding money has always been effective. After a short silence, the Allies, mainly the United Kingdom, placed the hope of the free world on the United States. All countries believe that the United States will never let the Soviet Union coerce, threaten, demonstrate, or embarrass the free world. Now the United States has become the hope of the entire free world. I don't know what the United States thinks of this moral kidnapping. Anyway, Alan Wilson just sits and watches. The top leaders of the Pentagon are extremely indignant about this kidnapping. Of course, this indignation is limited to the Pentagon. These allies are really watching the excitement and don't mind the big things. Let the United States respond. How will the United States respond? Where can we find such a large test site to respond? Anyway, the United States does not have such a place. Will it be placed in Alaska? This also needs to take into account the Canadians' ideas. Even the most reliable ally, Australia, did not dare to agree to let the United States build a big bomb that is more powerful than the Soviet Union's nuclear bomb and test it on its own land. The Pentagon's first response was to build new defense facilities to ensure that the top US officials would not be wiped out in the face of such a powerful nuclear bomb attack in a nuclear war. Previously, Charles, the assistant to the US Secretary of Defense, submitted a plan to the Secretary of Defense Robert to build a super underground command center. According to the content of this plan, this command center is mainly used to defend against non-warning nuclear strikes. However, after the Soviet Union tested the Tsar bomb, the US military changed the plan and finally decided to build a super underground command center. This super command center was built near the Pentagon. When a nuclear bomb strikes, the top US military officials in the Pentagon will have time to enter it and avoid being beheaded by Soviet nuclear missiles. This underground command center is 3,000 feet from the surface. That is, a command center is built 1,000 meters underground, and it can prevent nuclear weapons with a total equivalent of 200 million to 300 million tons. What a joke. Kennedy said directly to Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara in the face of the proposal. What's the point of this plan? A super command center 1,000 meters underground? And it has to be next to the Pentagon? What will this make voters think? Citizens will think that the military has lost confidence in the United States. But we can't just do nothing. Robert McNamara was also embarrassed. The Secretary of Defense was not a soldier, and he had to be careful when dealing with those military high-ranking officials in the Pentagon. You tell the Pentagon directly that this is meaningless, and it can't be kept secret. It's very expensive, and it's completely a fantasy plan. The president has rejected it. Kennedy replied with displeasure, either we don't respond at all, or we don't respond in this way. Anyway, Kennedy felt that it would be better not to respond than to respond in this way, which would have a completely negative effect. Compared with the silence of the United States, Khrushchev was Versailles. When evaluating the power of that Tsar nuclear bomb, he commented very painfully, we could have tested a larger hydrogen bomb, but we didn't want to shatter our own windows. The United States was determined not to respond on the equivalent, so the public opinion in Europe naturally couldn't keep holding on to it. Instead, it began to call for peace, and called on the United States and the Soviet Union not to let the world fall into a nuclear war. After that, it seemed that everything was normal and nothing changed. Alan Wilson accompanied Hepburn to the opera house to listen to operas, accompanied her to concerts, and participated in literary evenings. Women have their own busyness, buying items and customizing new clothes. How can the Mir nuclear bomb compare with Hepburn's mood? Alan Wilson tried his best to prove that his love for Hepburn was the happiest, sweetest, noblest and most beautiful feeling in the world. It's just that I'm so easily deceived by you. Hepburn looked like she was inexperienced and was deceived by a man. That's not the case. For you, I can be fearless. Even if the Soviets' nuclear bomb falls on my head, I can remain calm. Alan Wilson swore, and then added, I'm not an American who looks strong, but is cowardly at heart. Audrey, you have to remember this. Chapter 1131. Kennedy wants to talk. Kennedy is going to visit West Germany? Upon hearing this news, Alan Wilson couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Was this a response to the Soviet Union's test of the Tsar bomb? Kennedy wanted to reach the front line of the Cold War to show America's fearlessness. This is a low-cost move. It doesn't cost much and can establish the image of a Cold War warrior. It looks dangerous, but it's actually not dangerous. West Berlin, surrounded by Soviet troops, is safer than the United States in a sense. At least if it were Alan Wilson, he would definitely dare to laugh in a convertible. However, unlike in history, West Berlin is not empty now, but it is almost like a large barracks. The Berlin Wall has been built for some years. Compared with the area of West Berlin, the existing population naturally cannot afford the daily maintenance of half an international metropolis. The weeds are overgrown, and the whole West Berlin is bleak, just like the appearance of a resource-based city after it has been exhausted. With such a city appearance, can Kennedy still shout that he is a Berliner? It's difficult to find a large audience, right? In fact, many people in the Federal Republic of Germany no longer consider West Berlin as part of their country. In history, after the construction of the Berlin Wall, the Federal Republic of Germany could no longer absorb the labor force of the Democratic Republic of Germany from Berlin, and the federal German government had the idea of exchanging West Berlin for some border territories of the Democratic Republic of Germany. However, this move was not in the interests of the United Kingdom, the United States and France. The operation of West Berlin was borne by the Federal Republic of Germany, but this stronghold deep in the territory of the Democratic Republic of Germany had great strategic significance for the free world. The Federal Republic of Germany wanted to give up West Berlin in exchange for some borderlands of the Democratic Republic of Germany, which would naturally not be agreed to. Now, this idea has reappeared in the Federal Republic of Germany. Faced with the increasingly dilapidated West Berlin with less than 100,000 citizens, the Federal Republic of Germany does not want to continue to make blood transfusions. Rab Butler asked the Prime Minister what he thought of Kennedy's trip to Europe. Eden did not comment. Are there any difficulties in the recent work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? No difficulties. Everything is in order. Rab Butler answered simply. Did the officials in Whitehall express any opinions? Eden asked with a smile, seeming to be satisfied with this answer. Alan, I've been very busy lately, exchanging intelligence with the Five Eyes Alliance, checking the progress of ship support, and working on overseas asset assessments. Rabbo Butler shrugged and sighed. Very busy. Isn't it very busy? Alan Wilson, who was in Glasgow, expressed his enthusiasm for the British shipbuilding industry. Thanks to Hepburn's support for his work, she drove him over in a newly bought Bentley. This is a contract sent by the Administrative Bureau officials in Hong Kong. Arriving at the shipbuilding center in Scotland, Alan Wilson didn't want to take a ride for free, so he took out a stack of documents and handed them to Hepburn. What is this? Hepburn was puzzled and asked a man of the same status as her husband. A piece of land, a factory building to be built, producing medicines from East Asia, and the one you applied there last time was one of them. Alan Wilson pushed it into Hepburn's hand. All the procedures have been completed. It's too expensive. I can't take it. Hepburn's face flushed, and she shook her head. She knew the weight of this document very well. Take it. The value of colonial industry is simply a matter of our words. We say that Hong Kong land is worth every inch of gold, and it is worth every inch of gold. We say that it is not worth a penny, and it is not worth a penny. Alan Wilson replied expressionlessly, what the specific value is just a word from us. Just like the area of Hong Kong can fully accommodate the existing population, but the British Hong Kong authorities will not promote cheap housing to cover all the population, in order to maximize their interests and generate more income. This is just a selective question, not a question with only one correct answer. Only reform measures that do not involve the basic structure of the Hong Kong British political system can be implemented to a certain extent. Any reform measures that touch the basic structure of the Hong Kong British political system, no matter how much controversy it caused at the time, and how much impact it caused, will be denied by the British government. Taking a piece of land from Hong Kong and making some tested medicines is completely within Alan Wilson's face-swiping ability. If he only considers a Chinese market, he will give this document to Zhao Meng. But considering that the mainstream group of British citizens has the common problem of rough skin of white people, he thinks that these ointment products should be able to enter the British market, so it is more appropriate to give them to Hepburn. As for the benefits of Zhao Meng, he will think of other things later. Anyway, he will not treat her badly. This place is actually not bad. Alan Wilson pointed to Glasgow outside the car window. The sea breeze is very harmful to the skin. There are thousands of interns working now. Considering the water and soil problems, it is very normal for him, the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the former local emperor of Malaya, to come and care about them. Bringing some ointment suitable for Chinese people is even more normal. You can win goodwill without paying anything. These interns are very hard working. Just this seriousness is impressive. A shipyard owner praised the interns assigned to him, and even wanted to ask if there was any intention for the next batch. We have to consider the impact on local employment. Although I'm not the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of the Interior, I cannot ignore this issue. Alan Wilson interrupted the shipyard owner's fantasy directly. The internship period is 2 years, which is equivalent to a migrant worker. They will leave after 2 years. These skilled workers who have been trained will not have suitable jobs when they return. I think it can be extended. The Ministry of the Interior will have a view that takes care of the interests of all parties. Alan Wilson thought to himself that you are dreaming. Do you really think you can use a labor force that only earns 1/3 of the salary in the UK for a long time? If the economy is okay, everyone will be fine. Once the economic development is in trouble, these people are often scapegoats. Too many precedents prove this point. Even the British shipbuilding industry depends on whether it can compete with Japan in the local area before considering whether it is necessary to keep it. How are the odd orders in the Middle East being completed? Alan Wilson asked about the completion of some orders. These were orders in exchange for his wife returning the oil distribution to those sheikhs. From this point of view, these shipyard owners should thank his wife and himself. Pamela Mountbatten returned the oil share and established a solid network of contacts with the local upper class. Based on this, he won a large number of yacht orders. The British shipbuilding industry must win with fine products, taking into account luxury and seaworthiness. I believe there is no problem. Our ships can adapt to the North Atlantic and any sea surface. The North Atlantic is nicknamed the Storm Ocean. Facing this environment, the seaworthiness of ships has always been a priority for Britain. As for the Pacific Ocean, you can tell from the name what European sailors think of the Pacific Ocean. What is this? When seeing a large box of unknown ointment, these shipyard owners had to ask. The ointment used by the Chinese is very effective for the skin on the body, especially hemorrhoids. Alan Wilson said nonsense. Jack Ma hemorrhoid ointment. Help me distribute it to the interns. The Scottish region is of great significance to Hepburn and Alan Wilson. It is the beginning of their relationship. The weather was warm, and the cloudless sky had a peculiar pale blue which gave the Scottish sea and sky a brightness not seen in more favourable latitudes. The air was fresh and pleasant, and the sun shone with an extraordinary radiance, lighting up the changing colors of the forest, as if it were richly and beautifully painted with 1,000 bright and vivid colors. The great river, driven by a strong breeze, glittered and rushed forward, and its rapid waves were topped with white foam as they rose. If there were no more attractive scenery than this magnificent river, its breadth, its depth, its crystal clear water, and its importance to Scotland, would be enough to attract attention, and deserve the admiration of every thinking person. Alan Wilson gave Hepburn a heartfelt praise, which was not sure whether it was directed at nature or at the bull. After so many years, when I recall every past event that has aroused my surprise, every bend and turn is beautiful, so touching that I can't help but feel grateful and worshipful to the omnipotent creator. What are you talking about? Hepburn, who was enveloped by such a gaze, couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart, but still pretended to be ignorant and asked, "Are you praising the scenery of Scotland, or both? We have many good memories here." Alan Wilson grabbed Hepburn's hand and placed it on his chest, whispering affectionately, "Everything before our eyes is like a noble goddess full of vitality, accepting the worship of all pilgrims. The sorrows and joys of the world are not the same." Kennedy still arrived in West Berlin and delivered a speech called "I'm a Berliner." Although there were not many audiences, this did not pose a problem for Kennedy, the leader of the free world. He attributed the desolation of West Berlin to the fact that the Soviet bloc did not dare to compete with the free world directly. This is only part of the truth. Anyway, Alan Wilson is not prepared to compete with the Eastern Europeans. The Soviet Union's construction over the years is not without effect. The quality of the population in Eastern Europe is incomparable to that before World War II. If the competition is really released, Eastern Europe will be under the control of the Soviet Union, and Britain will not have to consider the competition from Japan. Eastern European countries will quickly replace Japan and compete with Western European countries. After delivering an impassioned speech, Kennedy began to visit Europe, to unite the free world, to deal with the threat of the Soviet Union. This unity refers to the free world united with the United States as the core. London is the last stop of Kennedy's European trip. Alan Wilson had to be offended by the itinerary designated by this unpleasant American president and returned to London to see what they were going to talk about. Hepburn was unwilling to do so. She had not stayed in Scotland enough. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 11:30 to Kennedy's visit to England. The upcoming visit of the US President to the UK is a grand event in the free world, which is the general evaluation of the British. The UK also arranged a grand itinerary for Kennedy. In addition to meeting with Prime Minister Eden, he will also meet with the current Queen Elizabeth II. Most of the major newspapers are looking forward to Kennedy's arrival. Of course, Alan Wilson is an exception. He always feels that this American president who does not know what fear is must have ulterior motives. Although they are separated by 2 places, he often keeps in touch with his wife. Faced with the rising price of American silver, Pamela Mountbatten obviously wants to take advantage of the rising trend to sell it. Alan Wilson said that he could wait and see. The Cuban Missile Crisis has become an impression of a time unit for him, used as a reference for a time scale. At least before this crisis, silver is still very stable and there is no possibility of a sharp drop. So far, he has been ready to use the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis to rush to India's aid. If Nehru does not mind the British Army, the colonial master of India, setting foot on Indian soil again and refusing to leave, he should be unwilling to ask Britain for help. This was just right. Alan Wilson was not really going to save India. India was a powerful country that did not need the rescue of Britain. It could solve all problems on its own. At the same time, the Lubumbashi region should have a result. Grace was eager to try and could hardly hold back. There was also the matter of Sukarno in Indonesia. In short, Alan Wilson had planned quite a lot before and after the Cuban Missile Crisis. When returning to London, Kennedy had not yet finished his visit to Paris. Kennedy also attached great importance to Charles de Gaulle, a leader who had not been on good terms with the United States in the past 2 years. Alan Wilson, who had nothing to do, naturally went to talk to his father-in-law. He also talked about the purpose of the US president who was about to arrive in London. What is your impression of Kennedy? Mountbatten was very curious about his son-in-law's opinion. He came from a wealthy family and had a smooth career. According to the evaluation in the United States up to now, he was a weak president. But I don't think so. Kennedy's weakness is only a superficial phenomenon. Alan Wilson thought and said, I don't have any special opinion of him. If you ask the Malay and Chinese about their opinions, they are really not very good. Why? Marshal Mountbatten was confused. How could an American president be related to Malaya? He is of Irish descent. The main ethnic group that is anti-Chinese in the United States is the Irish. Alan Wilson explained calmly, there is a saying in the East that history is a mirror. As a selfless British High Commissioner, I naturally did not hide it at the time, and wrote the behaviour of the Irish into the history textbooks. Who made the Irish have a low status before World War I? As a low-level person with a similar status, the Irish also faced employment competition from the Chinese. Employment competition is fine. The Chinese workers were mainly men. The most stressful thing for the Irish was the marriage problem between Chinese and Irish women. At that time, most Chinese Americans could not find wives. If they could find wives other than Chinese women, not to say 100%, 90% of them would be Irish women. Although the Irish, as the main force of anti-Chinese sentiment, have various reasons, Alan Wilson feels that they are not the main reasons. This is the only reason that can make Irish men feel the pain. Marshal Mountbatten retreated tactically, with a tone that is worthy of you. I really doubt that you have the idea of using the Chinese to deal with the Irish. I hope I'm wrong. I have had such an idea, Alan Wilson admitted straightforwardly, and told his father-in-law that he was not wrong, but the current political status of Malaya is still a little short. It is just an idea at present, and there is no possibility of implementation. I hope it doesn't have to go to that step. The Irish Republican Army was at a low ebb in the 1960s, and has little influence now. However, Alan Wilson will not let down his guard. If he remembers correctly, Mountbatten was killed by the Irish Republican Army. At present, my father-in-law does not need to know about this matter. He even thinks that Mountbatten will retire and find a way to let his wife take Mountbatten to Perth to live directly. Mountbatten doesn't know at this moment that his life after retirement has been clearly arranged. When the Kennedys were in Paris, the British side was also paying attention to the movements of the United States and France. One was a suspicious ally supporting the independence of the colonies, and the other was a rebellious son who had surpassed Britain step by step from the colonies. Of course, they should get enough attention. Kennedy's wife Jacqueline studied in France and spoke fluent French, which made the French people in all walks of life feel good about her. To a certain extent, it covered up Kennedy's disadvantage of being of Irish descent. The French people and President Charles de Gaulle had a good impression of her. On the last day in Paris, Kennedy told reporters at a press conference held at the Palais de Chaillot, "I think there is nothing wrong with introducing myself to everyone here. I'm the man who accompanied Jacqueline to Paris, and I feel very honored for this." Although the French people in all walks of life praised the Kennedys, this proved nothing. There are things like political coldness and economic heat, which cannot hinder the judgment of the British Foreign Office, especially since Alan Wilson is still there. Let the Paris embassy pay attention to the communiques of the two countries. The warm welcome and the ladies' line are all bullshit. Alan Wilson was not moved by the so-called propaganda rhetoric. Secretary, the US-France joint communique is out. Chief Private Secretary Wick handed the freshly released content of the joint communique to his immediate superior. Alan Wilson immediately read it at a glance to see what results Kennedy's visit to France had. What was in it? The main issues related to the relationship between the United States and France in the current international situation and the policies of the two countries around the world, the positions of the two countries on the Soviet camp and the activities of the two countries in Africa, Asia and Latin America, including aid to underdeveloped countries and ways to strengthen the Atlantic Alliance. All of them are worthless, Alan Wilson commented while holding the telegram. Except for confirming that both sides agree on the obligations and responsibilities assumed by Berlin, there is almost no substantive issue. De Gaulle wants the United States to share the leadership of the North Atlantic Treaty. No. France asked the United States to provide atomic technology, Southeast Asia, Africa, and especially Algeria. The United States did not respond to these questions. It can be confirmed that Kennedy's visit to France and the communique of his talks with de Gaulle show that the deep contradictions between the United States and France have not been resolved, which cannot be covered up by the French public opinion's pursuit of Jacqueline. Informed the conclusion to the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister. This American president who has not achieved much will arrive in London soon. Picking up the phone to inform number 70 in Whitehall, Alan Wilson called the Prime Minister's Chief Private Secretary Dixon to let Prime Minister Eden and Foreign Secretary Rab Butler know the latest situation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately held a meeting and finally came up with the entire process of dealing with the Kennedys' visit. The next day, the US Air Force One Boeing VC-137 landed at London International Airport. On the aircraft's livery, the font for writing United States of America is the same as the font for the US Declaration of Independence. At the same time, the emblem of the President of the United States is painted on both sides near the nose of the aircraft, and a large-scale American flag is sprayed on the tail. Kennedy and his wife Jacqueline walked down from Air Force One and started their official visit to the UK. Kennedy shook hands with Eden with great respect and said, "Dear Prime Minister, your persistence and courage in World War II are known to the whole world. Today, under your leadership, Britain still plays an important role in the world. Mr. President, thank you for your compliment." Eden responded politely to the American president, who was much younger than him. The leadership role of the United States in the world can be seen by all countries. Welcome to London, Mr. President. The hypocrisy of both sides is incredible. Alan Wilson came with Rabo Butler. Among the people present, he was naturally the inconspicuous one, and was not noticed. But being in the free world, he couldn't comment on two hypocritical people, one old and one young. Anyway, the Kennedys' visit to the UK has begun. The two countries will discuss a series of issues around the core of the special relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States. On the surface, it is still very pleasant. Kennedy, who made no progress in France, seemed not to repeat the same mistakes in the UK. However, he did not know that before coming. The UK had already analyzed the diplomatic achievements of the United States and was waiting for the weak president in their eyes to come. The most urgent task is naturally that's a nuclear bomb that had just been completed. This most powerful nuclear bomb in the history of the Soviet Union is indeed a very threatening weapon, especially for Europe. Alan Wilson disagreed with this conclusion. The Tsar bomb is not just a threat to Europe. The advent of such a powerful nuclear bomb has affected the whole world, including the United States. Alan, I heard Joseph and Robert mention you. Kennedy was not annoyed by being interrupted, and asked gently, the powerful United States Air Force will not let such a nuclear bomb approach the United States. If Your Excellency the President assumes that Yellowstone Park does not exist. Yes. Alan Wilson said expressionlessly, Yellowstone Park is the weak point of the United States. What if it is attacked by a nuclear bomb and causes an earthquake? Of course this is just a possibility. Maybe nothing will happen. We don't want anything to happen, but there is this possibility. Chapter 1133 The Queen and the First Lady. Of course, I'm only saying that there is a possibility. The UK will not have such an idea, but the Soviet Union may not. The UK still believes that we should be careful of misunderstandings in this regard. The Soviet Union's nuclear weapons are not only a threat to Europe. This idea is very wishful thinking. Whether there is such a probability or not is actually not important at all. Who has the courage to really take a nuclear bomb to test it? In theory, Alan Wilson also knows that there is probably nothing to do today, but this thing is as powerful as a torpedo. No one knows what the result will be until the moment it hits. The result of a try may very likely lead to a death result. No one is sure whether there is something to do or not. The explosion of a nuclear bomb in a stable place on the Earth's crust is completely different from the explosion at a weak point. The latter is likely to cause an earthquake, which has also been proven. Alan Wilson believes that the continent with the most stable crust in the world is undoubtedly Australia. Looking at the Earth from outer space, even the color on it is completely different from other continents, as if a continent from an alien galaxy was attached to the Earth. In fact, as a continent that has never sunk for billions of years, Australia is indeed like a dead land. If Australia was not a Commonwealth country and wanted to break through the limits and create nuclear weapons more powerful than the Tsar bomb, Australia would indeed be the best testing ground. Alan Wilson also explained that he was giving the United States a friendly reminder and was not mixed with personal prejudice. If he had not been facing Kennedy, he could have not made such an assumption. Who in London didn't know that he and McCarthy were very close? It was completely a walking special relationship between Britain and the United States. Mrs. Jacqueline is still so charming. She perfectly embodies the charm of the First Lady. The lady has already caused a trend in Paris. It is not easy for the French to admire her. Alan Wilson changed the subject and began to praise Mrs. Jacqueline's charm. In a trance, he seemed to see Jacqueline wearing a black veil, looking like a widow. Robert and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Thinking about it carefully, although my work experience in the United States was short, it also left me with good memories. Now I think about it with nostalgia. Alan Wilson spoke with a tone of social arrogance. In just a few words, he had taken care of several people who knew the Kennedy family. His praise for Jacqueline was the most sincere and there was no falsehood. Alan is such a person. Having such a dynamic permanent undersecretary for diplomatic work has also added a touch of color to our work. Rabo Butler said, the special relationship between Britain and the United States is actually like the relationship between Alan and his American friends. Of course, British-American cooperation is the foundation of the free world. Kennedy immediately replied with a smile. Alan Wilson had finished the warm-up activities and stopped talking. He just secretly looked at the First Lady of the United States. To be honest, compared with Marilyn Monroe, although there doesn't seem to be much difference in dress, he is Kennedy and can't control himself from making mistakes. He had already given his assessment of Kennedy, which was also the general understanding of people from all countries before the Cuban Missile Crisis, that Kennedy was a weak president to the cabinet. Although Alan Wilson knew in his heart that this was not the truth and complained to Mountbatten, he still provided a wrong assessment against his conscience. This was also to make Eden more confident. Kennedy got nothing in France, but he wanted this and that in Britain. Isn't this too obvious a contrast? Britain's concessions must not be more than France's, even now, especially now. Does Britain have any help from the United States? After getting rid of the situation of economic hostage, other aspects should not exist. The Anglo-American summit opened with France's maverick and disobedient status quo. Then Alan Wilson retreated to a secondary role and arranged the itinerary of the First Lady Jacqueline. The cabinet ministers went to receive the US president. Originally, he didn't need to come forward for this matter, but in some aspects, Jacqueline didn't like Her Majesty the Queen very much. The two sides determined the list of guests for the dinner in advance. Unexpectedly, after reading the list of people, Her Majesty the Queen made a big reduction in the number of people without saying a word. Why? It turned out that Jacqueline's sister and brother-in-law were on the list of people. The Queen investigated the two people and found that Jacqueline's sister was not only divorced, but also divorced twice. This was a big event in the British royal family. According to the royal family regulations at the time, divorced people could not attend state-level banquets. This was a British tradition and the conservatism of the royal family. The royal family was unwilling to come forward directly and suddenly thought of asking Ms. Pamela's husband, who claimed to have a special relationship between Britain and the United States, to communicate with Jacqueline, which was very shameless. I want to meet Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret. As soon as she met Jacqueline, Ellen Wilson heard this sentence. The First Lady asked mysteriously, I heard that Her Royal Highness wants to leave the royal family? The First Lady still cares about this kind of thing. Ellen Wilson looked disgusted. The government has no right to ask about the affairs of the royal family, and of course I'm the same. I'm looking for the schedule of the wife's sister and her husband. What? Jacqueline asked back with some dissatisfaction. It is a royal tradition that divorced people cannot attend the state banquet, let alone divorced twice. Alan Wilson said, I hope the United States can also face up to the British tradition instead of making unreasonable demands. Jacqueline was angry all of a sudden. Why are you British so old-fashioned? The era of the royal family has long passed. I will convey your words to the King of Egypt, the King of Libya, the Kingdom of Iraq, and even the King of Iran and the King of Thailand. Forget about Japan, the Japanese emperor has long been a puppet. In front of Jacqueline, Alan Wilson took out the garbled code that he carried with him, and only he could understand, and solemnly made a note. He gestured and said, on this important visit of unity, the First Lady always gets entangled in trivial matters, which is a little disappointing. On the issue of right and wrong, he naturally stood on the side of Her Majesty the Queen. In the foreseeable future, the Queen will still be the Queen, and in the future, that he can see, Jacqueline may not be able to be the First Lady for a long time. Jacqueline was speechless for a moment. This was very different from her popularity in France. At least in France, she was praised wherever she went. Does the First Lady have any other requests? Alan Wilson put his notebook in his pocket and asked in a business-like tone, "I'm willing to provide all support, except for help, within the scope of my ability and without excessive demands." Alan Wilson has been thinking that Kennedy met Charles de Gaulle, which filled the gap left by this happy president who offended France. Now it seems that Britain's part is not over yet. Reaching out from Wick's hand, Alan Wilson took out the evaluation of Kennedy's diplomatic achievements during his visit to France, which was just released a few days ago, and handed it to Jacqueline to read. "First Lady, you should hope that Mr. President can achieve some diplomatic results, right?" He felt a little disgusted when he said this. Why did it sound like the tone of threatening the wife in some Japanese movies? Sometimes diplomatic work should avoid telling the truth. But if it is not straightforward, Jacqueline really thinks that the popularity of public opinion is all that is gained from an important visit? Of course, I still hope that these harmless issues will not cause even the slightest obstacle to this visit. First Lady, let's talk about the issue of Princess Margaret now. I'm willing to communicate with Her Royal Highness on this issue and have an informal meeting. You can also bring your sister and brother-in-law, which will be reasonable. Alan Wilson's voice came into Jacqueline's ears. "I think the First Lady should not refuse. I heard that you have a good relationship with Senator McCarthy. You are the same kind of people." Jacqueline sighed and secretly sneered. "The same stubbornness. If you were in the Republican Party, you might also shine. Eternity is power." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows, which was also to tell Jacqueline why he would firmly support Her Majesty the Queen and not compromise on this matter. The result of the communication was still good. Alan Wilson went to Buckingham Palace and informed the court minister of the results of the negotiation. At the same time, he also agreed to Jacqueline's request to meet Princess Margaret. Of course, after he left, Jacqueline also secretly complained that the Queen was just a mediocre, boring middle-aged woman with an old-fashioned hairstyle and clothes, and the palace she lived in was like a shabby country hotel. The permanent undersecretary naturally could not hear these words. After Kennedy finished his schedule for the day, Jacqueline did not forget to complain to her husband about Britain's neglect. He is a conservative in the field of British diplomacy. Kennedy smiled. "How is your relationship with him?" Jacqueline asked. "It seems that he knows your brother." "Well, the relationship is not bad. At that time, Robert worked for McCarthy." Kennedy nodded and said, "The British Prime Minister and I have decided to find a time to hold a British and American summit in a third party." MI6 received a new instruction from the Secretary General. From the past news reports, they dug out the same clothes that Jacqueline and Marilyn Monroe wore and determined whether the First Lady of the United States was suspected of following the trend. Secretary General, if others find out, they may think that Britain is still in a monarchy period. Richard White was a little amused. "Oh, what's wrong?" Alan Wilson was surprised. "Isn't Britain a kingdom? Just do it. The intelligence department must get to the bottom of the matter and let the public see the facts. Moreover, this is a matter of right and wrong. Let Richard White leave. He still has to write a report about the Anglo-American summit and some demands that the United States may put forward." Chapter 1134. Talked but not completely. Kennedy's suggestion made it hard for him not to think of the Nassau Agreement in history. Although Alan Wilson was told rationally that the two were not the same, compared with the Britain in his memory, which was deeply in debt, looking back and forth, and looking for the future direction, the current Britain was much stronger, and had no embarrassment in his memory. But he was not sure whether Kennedy felt good about himself. If the second generation power was as confident as the domestic issues of the United States, and treated international issues with the same attitude, he might still have the idea of forcing Britain to submit. And now Britain still submits honestly. How much of a dilemma would it be? Alan Wilson, from the perspective of the US president, elaborated on several opinions that it would be best for Britain to hand over its nuclear power to the command of the United States, give up all its colonies, and dismantle the Sterling Zone. The report was completed and sent directly to Norman Brooke, who asked the cabinet secretary to give it to Prime Minister Eden for reference. It seems that next year's border war will have to be performed hard. Alan Wilson held his chin with his hand. It was time to perform the most sublimated British Empire in front of Nehru. The benefit of doing so is that it can create an image that Britain is still an influential player in the world. It is impossible for Britain to be so successful in Asia and then kneel down in front of the United States and obediently hand over its nuclear power. Even British citizens cannot accept this contrast. After submitting the report, Alan Wilson set off to find Princess Margaret to explain the itinerary and express how much the First Lady of the United States admired the jewel of the royal family. "Is the First Lady of the United States beautiful?" Princess Margaret asked, while sitting on her brother-in-law's lap, like a koala, not wanting to leave Alan Wilson's body. To be fair, she is just an ordinary woman. The so-called self-cultivation and demeanor can only be cultivated after birth, far less natural than the Queen and Her Royal Highness. What is she? She is just the title of the First Lady. One day when Kennedy is no longer the president, she will naturally be nothing. She is just a woman who can be manipulated by men at will. Alan Wilson twitched his mouth, never cold to such so-called public praise. In the current public opinion, Kennedy is a weak president, not like he was praised to the sky after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Even the president can be shaped by the media, not to mention a president's wife. If she is so noble, how could she fall directly into an ass's arms? But she is indeed the wife of the President of the United States now, sister. I mean, Her Majesty the Queen doesn't like her, but she can't say anything. Princess Margaret's growth period seems to have come a little late. She would never say these words a few years ago, and she didn't even want to think about it. Alan Wilson stretched out his thumb and index finger, gently twisted the earlobe of his sister-in-law, and sighed. "It's so unexpected. I thought your mind was empty except for love. But this is also the truth. In today's world, whether now or in the next few decades, there is no country that can shake the confidence of Americans in their own country. The Soviet Union can't do it, and China can't do it, but Britain can. But on this premise, Britain cannot be far behind the United States. The Soviet Union once made American citizens doubt their own country before and after the Vietnam War. As for China, it has just begun. At most, it can be regarded as the Soviet Union during the Khrushchev period. Competition at this level is far from enough to shake the Americans' deep-rooted belief that the United States is an exception and a city on a hill. In fact, both Britain and France have cultural advantages that make Americans suspicious of them. What they lack is that their hard power cannot be compared with that of China and the Soviet Union, let alone the United States. France is the beginning of the modern republic, and the United States has no institutional confidence in front of France. What's more, the French army was the main contributor to the American War of Independence. As for Britain, the United States was a British colony in the past. It is precisely because of this that the United States did not forget to lay mines for Britain and France when dealing with stronger opponents in the hostile camp. Now there is no need to worry about France. After the establishment of the Fifth Republic, Charles de Gaulle will not give the United States loopholes. By absorbing Algeria, France may change the balance in Europe. The pressure is now all on Britain. If Britain can still maintain a certain strength, it is not impossible to balance the influence of the United States in the free world. At present, Alan Wilson still wants to protect himself. If Britain has the military strength of the Soviet Union, even if it is only half, the third-party force that Britain tried after the war can be said to have taken shape. Britain will no longer have to worry about being strangled by the United States. Don't worry. Seeing her brother-in-law was silent, Princess Margaret shook his neck and comforted him softly. In fact, you don't have to worry about these things. With your wealth, you can live well without being busy with national affairs. Your understanding is really naive, my princess. There is no such thing as this or that. It's just a question of which comes first, power or wealth. But both are indispensable. Once Britain does not have the national strength to cover its current interests, it is mainly manifested in military strength. Do you think British citizens will not get into trouble? Americans will definitely leave the easiest and most profitable industries to themselves. Otherwise, why can't the Comet airliner enter the US market so many years earlier than Boeing? Isn't it the US government that is setting up obstacles? The pound is still so widely circulated now. If the industry declines, won't the pound depreciate? Will wealth not be diluted? These are all major issues involving 50 million British citizens. Alan Wilson, who unconsciously kneaded his sister-in-law's buttocks with his other hand, didn't think that being a rich man would be safe. Capital has no borders, which means that it generally flows to the strongest country. The strongest refers to capitalist countries. The enemy camp does not have this ability. The enemy camp can brag about the timely settlement of wages. Only brainless people would think that the business environment in countries that often suppress wages will be stronger than that in the free world. After an in-depth communication with his sister-in-law, Alan Wilson dragged his tired body and managed to meet with the First Lady of the United States. He paid too much for Britain. The state banquet at Buckingham Palace had nothing to do with Alan Wilson. He went to Norman Brooks' office at 70 Whitehall. The cabinet secretary informed his promising junior that he had handed over the almost alarmist report to the Prime Minister. But there is some truth to it. It's no secret that the United States wants to use a platform to unify the command of the use of nuclear weapons. I just didn't expect that the Americans have been insisting on such a shameless claim. Alan Wilson said very unhappily, Sir Norman, maybe the military is not as indispensable as the Soviet Union thinks, but military power does determine many things. I can't imagine how we can protect Malaya's industrial base, the energy security of the Middle East, and Africa's raw material production areas without military factors. If none of them can be protected, an important wing of the sterling area will be abandoned, and the sterling area will naturally exist in name only, and the pound will continue to depreciate. Britain will also become a second-rate country. I think at that time, we can wholeheartedly be the United States' little follower. Perhaps in the European community, we have to express a gesture of being in step with France, otherwise Britain may not have a say in the European community. This prospect is indeed very scary. Norman Brooke also nodded solemnly, so the Prime Minister also avoided the discussion about the command of nuclear weapons, but it can be seen that Kennedy has not given up. Let's use the old method. Let's delay. At least one thing is certain, the United States will not use force against us. Apart from this, it seems that there is nothing to worry about. Soon, around this point, Alan Wilson had reached a consensus with the Cabinet Secretary, the core of the British Civil Service, the supreme authority, Sir Norman Brooke. Of course, on the surface, Britain still supports the United States as the speaker of the free world, because the United States has brains, temperament, and is ruthless enough, and most importantly, it has money. I don't know what our joint communique will say, Alan Wilson said to himself with a sense of relief. Whatever the French say, Britain says. Norman Brooke said with a smile, Alan, we are all people who firmly implement the concept of Greater Europe. Of course, my dear Lord. Alan Wilson understood. I think Charles de Gaulle is actually watching the British reaction. Every time I think of it, I sigh that some things have not changed in the past 800 years. The Anglo-American communique is almost another version of the American-French communique. What France did not agree to, Britain would not agree to, and Eden would not allow a weak president to take away Britain's nuclear weapons command. Of course, this is not a bad breakup. After all, France was first. After the Anglo-American communique was issued, Paris loudly praised the unity of the free world and the general recognition of Britain's leadership by European countries. After the Kennedys left Britain, Marilyn Monroe's popularity in Britain rose rapidly. The rumor that Jacqueline imitated Marilyn Monroe's dress was talked about by British readers. It's not terrible to wear the same clothes. Whoever is ugly will be embarrassed. What temperament is just a trick to fool people, just an excuse for your ugly appearance. If we change to another field, Valieva was definitely framed by the United States. There is no reason. She is beautiful and strong. There is no doubt that Malmedy is a black figure skater. If you are a black figure skater, then you are undoubtedly taking medicine. The work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is still the same. The twice-a-year European Community Foreign Ministers meeting is coming again with a vigorous pace. Near the end of the year, the United European Community member states will continue to practice the concept of Greater Europe. For Alan Wilson, the Joint Research Fighter Project is what he cares most about. Chapter 1135 Reliable Minister of Defense. The TSR-2 attack aircraft jointly developed with Sweden, the Belfast strategic transport aircraft jointly promoted with France, and the joint fighter that unites Europe. In his opinion, now is the right time to give full play to the aviation advantages accumulated by Britain during World War II. As for the gap between Germany and Italy and Britain and the aviation industry, it is not a little bit. Taking the initiative to show goodwill can get the greatest voice. Britain will feel financially exhausted if it promotes so many projects alone, even if the current British economy is not a problem. The weapons are becoming more and more sophisticated. For a country of Britain's size, it is no longer realistic to follow up on all of them. What's more, Britain now has more projects promoted than the Britain in Alan Wilson's memory. Isn't an aircraft carrier a big project? Nuclear submarines are also big projects. This is not a technology imitation obtained from the United States by giving up benefits. It is all researched by itself, and these costs are borne by Britain itself. Marshal Mountbatten came out with his son-in-law and watched the last few sealed colossi being unsealed. They would undergo necessary maintenance and improvements, and then become big toys for the royal families of the Middle Eastern Emirates. He felt quite sentimental. The last trace of the strongest royal navy in the world has disappeared. The old does not go, the new does not come, my Marshal. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and comforted him without looking away. In fact, there is nothing to be sentimental about. It is better to turn it into the royal casino or water world of the emirate than to dismantle it. In fact, I believe the Navy is very clear that the colossi are really useless in any aspect, and the centaurs can be used for low intensity tasks. I even sold them several islands in Malacca. Only in this way can we bind these small countries with rich resources, but unable to survive alone in the world. He was not only good to these small countries. For many years, he had done his best to convince the British government that the Kingdom of Egypt would never become a real power. Even if the Aswan Dam was completed, and Egypt completed its initial electrification, it would end up like this. Your diplomacy is to constantly look for communities of interest in monarchical countries to bind them together. Marshal Mountbatten paused and had to admit, but it seems to be very useful. Thank you. Pamela also helped a lot. Alan Wilson said modestly, I'm lucky to have such a partner. Every time I think of it, I feel that God has treated me well. I can only devote myself to the supreme authority and die for the British Empire. Mountbatten did not comment. The submarine-launched version of the evil missile was being assembled. Once its reliability was proven, Britain would speed up the construction of nuclear submarines. The hull has never been a problem for a shipbuilding power like Britain. The problems are all new weapons. There is another question. What exactly is the document you asked me to give to the Secretary of Defense? Mountbatten did not know the reason why John Profumo changed his attitude. Reason told him that it would be better not to be curious, but Mountbatten, a marshal who was going smoothly, really couldn't help it. Some private life investigation reports, some clarification of groundless rumors. Of course, as a defense minister, this matter is still quite important. I will solve this matter immediately. Alan Wilson did not want to betray the rising star of the Conservative Party. It is right to describe John Profumo as a rising star. This defense minister was born in 1915. Look at the ages of other giants of the current Conservative Party. Eden in 1897, Macmillan in 1894, Hom in 1903, and Labour Butler in 1902. You can know what position John Profumo, who was one of the 4 major ministers of state in 1915, holds in the Conservative Party. In comparison, Harold Wilson of the Labour Party is the Labour Prime Minister who was in power for a long time in the 1960s and 1970s in his memory. He was born in 1916. In terms of nominal correspondence, the current defense minister should be the leader of the party with Harold Wilson in the future. Even if he cannot become Prime Minister, he is still a stable conservative giant and will shine in the British political arena in the next decade. It is a pity for such a person to be involved in the Soviet spy case. He should have played a greater role. So when John Profumo was open to increasing military investment and was willing to reach an understanding with the military, this gentleman should not be treated harshly. Of course, the Soviet spy case will continue to be investigated, but the results will not be announced after sufficient consideration. Alan Wilson is also preparing to use the captured Soviet spies to exchange the British diplomats who were arrested because of the Pinkovsky case, but he will cut off the connection with John Profumo to protect this rising star. Even at present, there are many benefits to having such a minister who is concerned about the vital safety of British defense. Isn't the number of new aircraft carriers increased by 1? The number of aircraft carriers has increased, and nuclear submarines and a series of military projects can be done step by step. Besides, isn't Alan Wilson trying his best to win over European countries to save costs? If the UK pushes forward on its own, it may cost £100. If Germany and Italy are involved, the total cost may soar to £200, but the money that belongs to the UK is still less. At this time, the UK has plenty of time to wait for the European joint fighter to enter service. The Iranian oil crisis has come to an end, and the Federal Republic of Germany has obtained the benefits it wants. At this time, the German government urgently needs to repair relations with the UK. The cold relationship between the two countries is not conducive to the unity of Europe. As for Italy, the last time Alan Wilson went to North Africa, the talks were quite good. He was happy to see Italy help Britain and maintain its influence in Libya, an important oil-producing country in Africa. Italy will not change the plight of pauper imperialism with the First World War. The situation in Italy is somewhat similar to that of Japan. There is almost nothing on the mainland. Back then, it claimed to be one of the 6 major powers in Europe, but even the Qing dynasty could not fool me, which shows its own embarrassment. Britain is willing to work with Italy to balance France's influence on North African interests, which is also what Italy is happy to see. At the end of the year, the foreign ministers of various countries gathered in Brussels. According to convention, the meeting was divided into 2 parts, the overseas part and the European part. The former paid more attention to the legitimate interests of various countries overseas, mainly the countries with colonies, while the latter was Europe's own business. Feeling that it was not easy for Hepburn to grow up in the Netherlands, Alan Wilson had a good impression of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and took the opportunity to communicate with the Dutch side about the possibility that the dogskin plasters in Dutch Guiana might not want independence, and handed over the local public opinion survey before and after the independence of British Guiana to the Dutch side. It was London that saw the opportunity quickly, otherwise those people would almost rely on Britain. France also has this problem. If you don't believe it, your French intelligence department should check it out, right? For such a worthless colony, even if Venezuela is annexed, it is better than lying on us and sucking blood. While Alan Wilson and diplomats from various countries were privately communicating, treating colonies with an open attitude, Rabbo Butler was delivering an enthusiastic speech at the European Community Foreign Ministers meeting, loudly calling for European unity. Once a common goal is determined, European countries will cooperate in the most efficient way. The leaders of Britain and France will jointly deal with the crisis through communication and cooperation. Britain and France have the same goal, which is the unity and development of Europe and the restoration of the vitality and economic status of European countries before the war. Europe can only be strong if it is united. This is not just a matter for Britain and France, but also involves the vital interests of Germany, Italy, and all European countries. When Rabbo Butler spoke, the foreign ministers of various countries nodded to show that you are right. There is no problem with the big framework, but the overlap of industries and the specific steps of mutual cooperation will definitely not be as smooth as the big framework. However, cooperation in the military field is often easier than in other fields. Alan Wilson's promotion of European defense autonomy is actually paying for the development of the British aviation industry with the economies of other European countries. It has been more than 1 or 2 days. He has been preparing for this matter for the past 2 years. Finally, at this EC meeting, the foreign ministers of Britain, Germany, and Italy jointly announced that they would take a united attitude and cooperate to develop a new fighter to replace the F-4, F-104, Canberra, Predator and other fighters. The United Kingdom and Sweden also signed an agreement to support Sweden in developing attack aircraft in the face of large-scale armored clusters from foreign countries, and jointly developed to deal with this threat. The United Kingdom will use the prototype of the TSR to attack aircraft as technical support and jointly develop with Sweden As for France, the United Kingdom and France also agreed to continue to promote the Belfast Strategic Transport Aircraft project with a more united attitude. Dassault and Aeronautica will represent France and the United Kingdom in docking. At the same time, France has also won over Germany's MBB and United Aircraft Technologies Fokker to join in the development. The United Kingdom is naturally responsible for the most critical engine part. As for France's requirements, they are roughly the same as those of the United Kingdom. It has a large capacity cargo hold, a rear access ramp at the rising tail, and uses a straight wing and a turboprop engine. It performs cargo and troop transport tasks, operates directly from the front line, and evacuates casualties. During flight, the cargo area is pressurized and kept at a constant temperature by an integrated air conditioning system. Britain, France, and Germany finalized the demand and made clear the intention to order a total of 270 aircraft, with Britain and Germany ordering 100 each and France ordering 70. Although France and Britain have a common demand for strategic transport aircraft, Germany, which also needs to supply West Berlin, obviously needs a larger number. There are voices in the Federal Republic of Germany that want to give up West Berlin in exchange for some land with the Democratic Republic of Germany, but there are only such voices, and such voices will never be taken seriously. The Federal Republic of Germany also hopes to cooperate in the field of Air Force and make up for the differences caused by the Iranian oil crisis with Britain. Chapter 1136 European Defense Milestone. Are you happy that strategic transport aircraft is your wife's property? With the current strength of the aviation group, many interests are related to her company. Anna, who rushed to Brussels to meet with Alan Wilson privately, held the man's face with both hands and whispered, "But I don't know what Washington thinks. I can't care so much now." Alan Wilson, who was rubbed on the face honestly, answered with a weird face, "A person has two legs. One leg can't be too strong. It needs balance. In order to protect ourselves, we can only stand with France. If you ask the British people if they are willing, they are definitely not willing, but there is no other way. Since the completion of the agricultural revolution in Britain in the 15th century, the level has exceeded that of any country in the world. After the Industrial Revolution, although there are many European powers, the living standards of the British are far higher than those of Germany and France, not to mention countries like Imperial Russia. If compared with the world in the 21st century, Britain is undoubtedly declining. It is at the same level as Germany and France, isn't it declining? In the past 300 years, when has Britain fallen to the level of being compared with Germany and France? Even France, which is half an agricultural empire, lags far behind Britain in per capita nutrition. You hide it very well. I guess your colleagues haven't seen your true thoughts. Many people think that you are a staunch pro-American representative. Anna gestured exaggeratedly, but now you choose to unite Europe. That's the offer of the United States. I will never be satisfied. I don't want Britain to be manipulated by other countries, but Alan Wilson stared into the eyes of the little dragoon and said sincerely, on the issue of the Soviet Union, the consensus between the Americans and I is far greater than the differences, but the reality forces me to try my best to prevent Britain from being deceived by the United States. It's really a headache. Bismarck is not as tired as you." Anna turned around and lay in Alan Wilson's arms, blinking her big eyes. "Are you dissatisfied with the offer of the United States? It's as if you know the US strategy." "I don't know, but I can guess it." Alan Wilson lowered his head and kissed Anna's red lips. "But, given that you betrayed me in the past, I certainly can't tell you." Judging from Alan Wilson's prediction of the evolution of the next few decades, the United States may not have had any grand strategy for planning the global order during the Cold War, and everything was based on defeating the Soviet Union. But after the victory of the Cold War, the United States could not control its greed, and it seemed that it wanted to turn the whole world into a large India. This may be a strategy summed up from the experience of the British Empire in building a global empire based on British India. However, it is obvious that the United States' intentions are much greater. The United States itself is a Brahmin and takes care of some of the duties of the Kshatriya, and the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and Western Europe are the Kshatriyas. If possible, Russia should be a Shudra, and if not, Vaishyas can also be accepted. As for the vast third world countries including China, India, and Arab countries, of course, they are the lowest Shudra. This plan is good. If Alan Wilson were an American, he would also like to see such a world. However, there are two difficulties in this world. Several countries that think they are capable of resisting will definitely not accept it. The first to bear the brunt are the Soviet Union and later Russia. Although Russia cannot be compared with the Soviet Union, after more than 10 years of strict and comprehensive sanctions, its economic output is almost the same as that of the hometown of Cantonese cuisine. If it were an ordinary country, it could be said that it would have been dead long ago, but Russia can still cause trouble from time to time. If the comprehensive blockade of sanctions is slightly loosened, Russia can revive at any time. The sanctions against this Cold War enemy are not to be underestimated. The Russian stock market is a world-famous depression. Any foreign capital cannot bypass the US monitoring. This has led to strange imaginations in the Russian stock market. Many companies with high price-earnings ratios have stock values that are almost lower than their price-earnings ratios. Russia's situation is equivalent to a certain big country in a period of self-sufficiency. However, Russia can really achieve self-sufficiency. The only country that thinks it can resist is a certain big country. However, Alan Wilson does not think that the threat posed by a certain big country is greater than that of the Soviet Union. The resource shortage is extremely serious. Once the input of raw materials is cut off, it is still a question how much of the powerful industrial production capacity can be left. The industrial production capacity of the Soviet Union is actually supported by its own resources. Obviously, the two opponents in different periods are still more threatening to the Soviet Union. Normally speaking, if the United States in the future has succeeded, Alan Wilson will naturally surrender his gun honestly and concentrate on being a follower of the United States. After all, he has never had any ideals or pursuits to overthrow such a beautiful world. The problem is that the United States in his memory did not succeed. Even if it did not succeed, it regarded Britain as a balancing base. Britain has been balancing offshore for hundreds of years, and there will be a day when it will be used by others for offshore balancing. When other countries are used as sacrifices, it is completely different from when you become a sacrifice yourself. Moreover, offshore balancing is not a very clever trick. If it is used for a long time, it is hard to guarantee that it will not be guarded against. Isn't Charles de Gaulle an obvious example? If it weren't for Sir Wilson, Britain would not even be able to enter the door of the European community and would be humiliated by its defeated opponents in the past 300 years. In Europe, if it weren't for the United States that performed offshore balancing in the 21st century, Britain would have been driven to death by Germany and France by itself. Germany and France can't confront the United States, but it doesn't mean they can't do anything to Britain. In Europe, Britain can't handle Germany and France after decades and needs the help of the United States. But in the world, there are countries that the United States can't handle. If it doesn't take action itself, it forces Britain to sacrifice its own interests and take the lead. Doesn't this happen? Will the United States compensate Britain for its losses in Hong Kong? The United States is stronger than Britain, and the problems of the old empire are more serious than Britain. He is not interested in serving a rebellious son. My man, do you know that you are very contradictory? Anna is a senior psychology student at the Secret Service school. She can see the man's hesitation and hesitation. Is it like this for all diplomatic workers, doing things against their conscience all the time? If the United States and the Soviet Union did not exist in this world, I believe I would be very happy. Alan Wilson sighed heavily, not hiding his dissatisfaction with these two countries that do not follow the moral code of war. If it were not for the United States and the Soviet Union, Britain would not have to worry about today. Although he tried to delay it as much as possible, Britain has lost 6 to 7 million square kilometers of colonies since the war. What did the Soviet Union do to you? Anna muttered in a low voice, feeling wronged for the country she was born in. The Soviet Union has made an indelible contribution to the serious involution of the world. Alan Wilson said this almost with gnashing teeth. If the Soviet Union had not existed, there would not be many things today. What I hate most about the Soviet Union's policy is that it talks about reducing the cost of a large amount of knowledge to a level that everyone can learn and spreading it to the whole world. And to this day, the Soviet Union is still doing this. If you don't believe it, look at the price of books in other countries and then look at the price of books in the Soviet Union that are almost free. It's not you. In many countries in the world, their people are just like Indians, confused and don't even know they are alive. Naturally, they don't think too much, but because of you, countless countries are imitating you. Your nationalization in the Soviet Union has caused huge losses to European countries. Countless important assets have been confiscated by countries that imitated the Soviet Union. Shouldn't I be hostile to the Soviet Union? Some things don't need to be said so clearly. In Alan Wilson's view, this is the original sin of the Soviet Union. As long as this country exists, it can't wash away the hostility of the free world towards it. This is simply a shameless accusation. Anna muttered, "Can't we coexist peacefully? Unless the Soviet Union becomes the Russian Empire again," Alan Wilson said firmly, "and Europe strengthens the suppression of other nations and returns to the world before World War I. Otherwise it is impossible. It is definitely bullshit to say that Europe does not recognize the Russian Empire as Europe. Does Nicholas II have no relatives with the British royal family? Why doesn't Britain marry the Ottoman Empire? Why doesn't it marry Iran, but the Russian Empire?" Sometimes, being too patriotic will lead to a series of problems, especially in the matter of transnational de facto marriage. The permanent deputy minister was just talking freely, and he really said it too clearly, and the little dragoon was unhappy again. In the following hours, he heard at least 5 warnings about having children. "I'll take you to Paris. The aviation cooperation contract must be signed in Paris." Alan Wilson decided to trade space for time and make up for the hidden dangers of talking nonsense on the same trip to Paris. The Charles de Gaulle government in Paris expressed great enthusiasm for being able to formulate this European autonomous defense. A taste of anti-Soviet, but more of a defense against the United States. But Britain and France still have common interests in these two things. At the European Foreign Ministers meeting, France, based on the status of Algeria's overseas department, demanded that the local economy and trade be connected to the framework of the European community. Normally, Britain should oppose it, but the problem is that Britain played this trick earlier than France. Malaya has enjoyed this treatment for many years. Now that France wants to follow suit, it is really difficult for Abbo Butler to object. Finally, before signing the contract on behalf of the Mountbatten Aviation Group and the aviation companies of Germany and France, Anna finally forgave his previous gaffe after Alan Wilson's hard work. "That's why I will accommodate you like this. If my sister comes this time, you won't be able to get through so easily." Anna, who was tightly attached to the man's body, uttered a comfortable dream. "I forgive you this time." French public opinion believes that this is a big step forward for European unity and is of milestone significance. The French don't know that Alan Wilson has long practiced Anglo-German friendship. Facing numerous questions from the media, Alan Wilson, who had used public resources for personal gain and signed the contract on behalf of his wife, remained serious and used all kinds of diplomatic rhetoric. He had not forgotten that his personality was the special relationship between Britain and the United States, so he had to act helpless, or at least not look too happy. Chapter 1137 David's Christmas. It is undeniable that the milestone of European defense has many benefits, such as being able to use it to ask the United States for a price. Alan Wilson told his wife about the progress in aviation cooperation in an enthusiastic tone. This is a great thing for the already extremely involuted airlines in the UK, and even more so for the Mountbatten Group, which is determined to follow the Lockheed route. The Windsor Castle Hotel in Paris is located opposite the Woodpecker Pictures. This location helps Alan Wilson express his loyalty to the British Empire. Objectively speaking, this place is also quite good. It is the first choice for many movie stars and the dream place for many boys and girls. What is least lacking here is the dream chasers who want to become famous overnight. Although in Alan Wilson's view, no matter what industry there are, once there are many sweeters, it is inevitable to be involuted. This is not because of the film industry. Otherwise, the embarrassment of Hong Kong films in the 21st century would not have appeared. The faces of 20 years ago and 20 years later are almost the same, but people will age, and their looks will collapse. A few stars who struggle to stay in the first line cannot save the decline of the film industry. Fortunately, there will be no such result in Europe. As a European film power, France is still quite attractive. Are you attracted to that little star? In the interval of riding the rocket, Hedy Lamarr asked sourly whether a man of the same status as her husband had any signs of changing his heart. How could it be? Do you think I'm still a young man? Dear, don't think too much. Alan Wilson explained calmly. If it weren't for the name Hedy Lamarr, he wouldn't know who Bridget Bardot was. Although there is no difference in age, Alan Wilson feels that he and Bridget Bardot are almost 2 generations apart. This star, who is widely acclaimed in France and has almost the same status as Taylor and Hepburn in the UK, did not cause any waves in his heart. Hedy Lamarr must have misunderstood. He was just enjoying his eyes when he passed by. He definitely had no improper thoughts. Who knows if what you said is true or not? You men all like young people. Hedy Lamarr muttered in a low voice, which was also a kind of moral kidnapping. Even if she tried her best to maintain her condition, Hedy Lamarr could still feel that she was really not young. She no longer had the charm of Hedy Lamarr's kiss and raised $25 million. As soon as the voice fell, the first vase in history, who was worried about gains and losses, was picked up by a pair of hands. The permanent deputy minister was about to taste the taste of $25 million. I have paid too much for the British Empire. Before parting, Alan Wilson faced the 2 female presidents of Woodpecker Pictures and lamented his hard work. If possible, he would like to stay for Christmas, but the responsibilities he shoulders must make him return to London to take care of his wife's mood. Marshal Mountbatten also expressed his gratitude to his son-in-law for his tossing and turning and his work in the cracks to survive. Although he was born in the Navy, as the full-time commander of the 3 armed forces of the United Kingdom, he must also treat all services equally and take care of the needs of each branch of the military. He cannot think that it has nothing to do with him just because of the requirements of the Air Force. Fortunately, his son-in-law has been working hard for this. With the advancement of aerospace technology, the status of missiles is rising. Even the Air Force, which has been looked at differently after the war, has felt the pressure of competition. Military expenditures are never enough for the military, and the government will not allow military expenditures to rise indefinitely. If a pressure relief valve can be found, the military will naturally be thanked. I'm unprecedentedly picky about such a son-in-law. Mountbatten recalled that during the British Indian period, he prevented his daughter from dating Alan Wilson, and his words were not without regret. Respected Marshal, if it were me, I might have the same reaction as you. My own daughter is always different. Alan Wilson replied with a smile, but now it seems that the result is good. Marshal Mountbatten nodded and changed the subject. The pressure on military spending is real. In this era, no matter how much money is invested, it is far from enough for the development of military equipment. After this round of investment, I believe it will be much easier in the future. Alan Wilson smiled and comforted. At least compared with the United States, it is definitely easier. No matter what, Britain will not plunge into the deep pit of Vietnam. Britain is still quite restrained on the issue of war. Although there is a quagmire like the Boer War, in terms of gold reserves, Britain's choice cannot be said to be wrong. Can other countries remain indifferent? He doesn't think so. But a place like Vietnam cannot have such value in the eyes of Britain. Even if it is chosen 100 times, Britain will not make a big fuss in such a place 100 times. The rebellious son of the United States is still not as calm as Britain in looking at the problem. When the gold standard was still stable, this round of British armaments was smoothly updated, and the US armaments replacement cycle was coming soon. Of course, the US could choose to retain the current huge armaments. However, it is not necessarily less expensive to retain the old platform. This is definitely a dilemma. It depends on how the US chooses. Retaining 8 million tons of naval tonnage, the maintenance is also an astronomical figure. Marshal Mountbatten nodded and agreed with his son-in-law's statement about the armament replacement cycle. The whereabouts of the US military expenditure is indeed quite suspicious, but we can't ask. That's right. Alan Wilson replied with a smile. It's not very difficult for Britain to maintain a relatively transcendent position. Besides, isn't France rushing in the front? Although France has always been annoying for 800 years, at this time, Britain needs a headstrong child like France to help Britain attract American firepower. Otherwise, relying on Britain itself, this environment is indeed very difficult. There is hope, and Alan Wilson is willing to keep working hard for this hope. Early in the morning of Christmas, just after dawn, David was the first to wake up. He was disappointed to see that there were no socks hanging by the fireplace. He had been disappointed many years ago when his little socks fell to the ground because they were stuffed too full with candy. Later, he remembered his mother's promise and quietly reached under his pillow. Sure enough, he took out a book with a scarlet cover. She was very familiar with this book because it recorded the classic stories of the most outstanding people in history. Vivian Leigh felt that this was exactly the guidebook that old pilgrims who embarked on a long journey needed. She woke her son up with a Merry Christmas and asked him to see what was under his pillow. David took out a book with a green cover and the same illustrations. His parents wrote a message on it, making this gift even more precious. After a while, David went downstairs and saw his parents sitting and watching TV. They were discussing while watching. Before they knew it, the east was already red and a new day had begun. "You're awake, my child." Vivian Leigh was a little embarrassed and tried to struggle out of Alan Wilson's arms, but she failed and glared at the man shyly. "Merry Christmas, Mother. Thank you for the book you gave me. I read a little bit and will read every day in the future." David ignored his parents' nagging and replied in a well-behaved manner. "Merry Christmas, child. I'm so glad that you will start studying right away, but you must stick to it. But before you sit down, I want to say a few words. Not far from here lies a poor woman and a newborn baby. In order to avoid freezing, the 6 children are huddled in one bed because they have no fire to keep warm. There is no food there, and the oldest child came to tell me that they are cold and hungry. Child, if you see them, would you like to give them breakfast as a Christmas present?" Vivian Leigh blurted out, "I'm so glad that you are so obedient, and I don't have to worry about you." Woo woo. Vivian Leigh, who was educating her son on the 3 views as a mother, was so excited that she covered the big British treasure's mouth with one hand. Alan Wilson nodded at her son. "Don't listen to your mother." Then he said to Vivian Leigh with a helpless expression, "I don't mind using white lies to cultivate children's ambition, but dear, can you be closer to reality when you lie? The living conditions you described are very similar to those in Britain before World War I. If you can't lie, don't tell it." Alan Wilson couldn't stand this kind of lie. He could see that Vivian Leigh's white lie didn't even fool his son. "There's an event at school today," David said at this time. "There are some programs to prepare. I still have to go back. There's something else." Alan Wilson looked at his son's expression and asked, "Just say it directly if you have anything to say." "The school hopes that parents can attend, but I have refused." David's tone was very light. "Vivian, let's go together." After hearing this, Alan Wilson said directly to Vivian Leigh. Vivian Leigh was startled. Her eyes suddenly moistened, and she hugged the man tightly, kissing Alan Wilson's cheek continuously. The private school spent a lot of time on the charity activities and celebrations in the morning, and the rest of the time was used to prepare for the evening celebrations. The school required students to make props by themselves, so they gave full play to their talents. Necessity is the mother of invention. Whatever they needed, they did. Some of the creations were quite ingenious: guitars made from cardboard, antique lamps made from old butter bottles wrapped in tin foil, brightly colored robes made from old cotton, with tiny tin pieces from a pickle factory glittering on the surface, and armor with the same tiny diamond-shaped pieces of tin that were left over from canning. It was with these handmade props that everyone opened the Christmas party, performing for the parents who came. Chapter 1138. It was with these handmade props that everyone started the Christmas party and performed for the parents who came. It turns out that elite education is similar in all countries. Seeing the students who made their own food and clothing, Alan Wilson couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Fortunately, Anna is not in the UK, otherwise the little dragoon would have heard the British Permanent Secretary express his tearful accusation against the Soviet Union." The Bolsheviks suppressed the education system to a cost that everyone could accept and made an indelible contribution to the internal circulation of the world. This is an unforgivable crime of the Soviet Union. Look at our free world. Not only are books expensive, but there is not much content in them. One book and half an illustration are the essence of mass education, which is not like the crooked way of the Soviet Union. Real education is like these students in front of us. Only families who can afford it are worthy of receiving it. Blah blah. How do you feel? The tenderness in Vivian Leigh's eyes was so strong that she was grateful to this man for being able to accompany her. Very good. David's growth is satisfactory. Alan Wilson answered in a low voice with confidence. Compared to 90% of British people, he has already won at the starting line. If Alan Wilson wants, he can go one step further and let his son stand directly at the finish line. The only difference between this Christmas party and the Soviet system countries is that the latter is often performed for leaders, while this one is performed for parents. Alan Wilson has little education and doesn't know which book this small opera is adapted from, but it doesn't matter anyway. He is not even familiar with Shakespeare. France is a country that has produced many talented writers, and the level of British literature is probably just like this. The curtain opened, and several potted shrubs, green thick woolen cloth on the floor, and a cave in the distance, formed the gloomy forest on the program. The cave used a clothes drying rack as a cave ceiling and a wardrobe as the wall. There was a small stove burning inside, and an old witch was leaning over a black pot on the stove. The stage was gloomy and dark, and the blazing fire created a good stage effect. The witch opened the lid of the pot, and steam came out of it, which was amazing. The knight strode up. He had a black beard on his mouth, a hat tilted on his head, long boots on his feet, a mysterious coat on his body, and a clanging sword on his waist. He walked back and forth anxiously for a few steps, suddenly slapped his forehead, and sang loudly. An hour later, the opera ended, and thunderous applause rang out in the venue. The parents showed visible satisfaction. After the Christmas party, Vivian Leigh took her son out of the school, and she praised him generously on the way. Well done. Alan Wilson, who had gone ahead and was waiting in the car, also praised cautiously. Thank you. David's face flashed a hint of joy, but he immediately pretended to thank him seriously. Can't you be more sincere when you praise? Vivian Leigh muttered unsatisfiedly. What I just said is more sincere than a businessman saying he likes Monopoly. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly. His role is different from that of a national treasure. Vivian Leigh can show her motherly love, but he has to take on more severe roles. In the last few days of 1961, Alan Wilson was dealing with several ladies of the same status as his wife. He did not forget to go to Glasgow in person, to send greeting cards to the trainees in the shipbuilding industry, to commend these trainees from Malaya for their contributions to the British shipbuilding industry. He could not improve their treatment, so he could only work hard on these details. Similarly, after completing her trip to Scotland, Hepburn watched Alan Wilson prepare his speech with her own eyes. This kind of writing looks difficult. Seeing the dense Chinese characters, Hepburn felt a little overwhelmed, but I can see that you are still very concerned about them. A large part of Britain's international status is supported by Malaya. Alan Wilson folded the New Year's speech and said leisurely, and I understand them. If I absorb them, I can turn them into help for Britain. What aspect? Hepburn was not interested in politics, but she was still very interested in the characteristics of different cultures. A major characteristic of the Chinese is that they often bind themselves to a sense of honor. Alan Wilson answered with a proud face. This sense of honor can come from traditional culture, historical heritage, national honor, etc. It is very complicated. If the transformation can be completed, you will find that the Chinese under Malaya are more reliable to Britain than any other ethnic group when it does not involve China. Alan Wilson's tone was full of certainty. The source of this sense of honor is so complicated, and it is not without disadvantages from a personal level. It is estimated that, if all Chinese are given a chance to be emperor, they will probably be better than Qianlong. If you offend the source of honor for someone who is too smart, he will think you are making insinuations about him. If you offend his sense of honor, On the first day of 1962, Alan Wilson gave a passionate speech in front of the interns in Glasgow, wishing everyone to climb to the top together, and that the permanent secretary would marry you a beautiful girl next year, and everyone would be happy together. After gaining a wave of favour, Alan Wilson continued to live a life of two people in Scotland with Hepburn. In this critical year, the permanent secretary was destined to be busy, and it was not an exaggeration to try to relax as much as possible at the beginning of the year. After just a few days of leisure, he had to continue to be busy. As the Secretary General of the Joint Intelligence Committee, he had to attend the meeting of the Five Eyes Alliance to discuss various issues on how to deal with the international situation. Alan Wilson, who was on the plane, was full of emotion, not thinking about how to communicate with the United States. Instead, he was thinking about how to make Britain profit around the Cuban Missile Crisis this year. To be honest, he was a little impatient now. This was an important milestone in the Cold War, and the benefits to Britain were huge. Before the Cuban Missile Crisis, although the United States regarded the Soviet Union as an imaginary enemy, when formulating strategies, there was often a flavor of anti-Soviet, but more defensive against Britain. It was also the Cuban Missile Crisis that made the United States officially clear that the Soviet Union was a mortal enemy. At the same time, it also admitted that the Soviet Union was indeed a superpower and an opponent that the United States should do its utmost to contain. Now that the time for this landmark event is getting closer and closer, it is hard for Alan Wilson not to be excited. It is time for Britain to take a breath. With the Soviet Union outside and France inside, the situation in Britain is very good. There is so much to do. When arriving in Washington, the CIA agents who came to pick up the plane were all surprised by Alan Wilson's smile. "Sir Wilson, this trip seems to make you very happy." "Of course, my friend, you may not believe it. Every time I come to the United States, I feel like I'm back home. Tonight we are all Americans." Alan Wilson smiled very happily and followed the other party into the Cadillac. Alan Wilson is very much looking forward to the meeting of the Five Eyes Alliance. For example, it can be used to mislead the United States. It is not that Britain has never done this before, but it often does it. One of the main functions of the Five Eyes Alliance is to give the United States a false sense of security or a false illusion that it has done something important. American bureaucrats can use some of the progress made in the Five Eyes Alliance to deal with their own anxiety and delay truly important decisions. There are also benefits for Alan Wilson. The existence of the Five Eyes Alliance can expand the authority of the Intelligence Department. He is now the Secretary General of the Joint Intelligence Committee and a complete vested interest. This platform that binds the United States must be used well. Of course, Alan Wilson has made psychological preparations. Maybe this meeting may not be so harmonious at the beginning, but he doesn't care. In the Five Eyes Alliance, the voice of the United Kingdom is not much worse than that of the United States. Sure enough, Dulles, who was already waiting in Fort Meade, expressed his dissatisfaction with some of the British propositions that were similar to Charles de Gaulle as soon as he met Alan Wilson. Then what should we do? We need to communicate slowly to deal with the French issue. Otherwise, if France and the Soviet Union stand together, we will all be waiting to be hung by the Soviets. Alan Wilson also said with a helpless expression, speaking of this issue, why didn't the United States force France to let Algeria become independent? Why did it take the attitude of taking in the opposition to seduce France, but not taking any practical actions, making the French hated and getting nothing? This was almost accusing the United States of being hesitant. Dulles retorted with a cold face, Britain didn't do anything either, didn't it? You even blocked the intervention of external forces. Britain has a greater responsibility. So, both of our countries made a mistake in judgment. Everyone is responsible. Alan Wilson changed the subject and expressed the idea that everyone is responsible, which means that no one is responsible. The debate between the British and American intelligence leaders forced other countries to smooth things over. If they wanted to criticize France, they should just criticize France and not blame each other and hurt their harmony. Soon, the two also said that this suggestion made sense, so they began to discuss whether there could be any remedial measures or pretend to remedy them. It's definitely not a good idea to be tough. Let's use Algeria's change in the ethnic ratio of France To create some public opinion, Alan Wilson suggested to Dulles, the Germans have used this trick before, a very famous propaganda picture. Anyway, it's just pretending to make up for it. There's no need to put in too much effort, and you can get some propaganda funds, so why not do it? Each country has its own interests. Australia also explained its achievements in the field of Indonesian intelligence. Alan Wilson couldn't help but prick up his ears. This is closely related to the interests of the United Kingdom. He is also preparing to strike a heavy blow against Indonesia. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1139 Soviet Union and France. The situation in Indonesia is closely related to Australia. Strictly speaking, whether it was during the Sukarno period or the Suharto period, Australia and Indonesia did not have any close relationship. There was no difference between publicly declared enemies and enemies that could not be publicly declared. Director Donald of the Australian Secret Intelligence Service naturally could not take the situation in Indonesia lightly. Alan Wilson could understand the other party's urgency very well. This understanding was based on both the consideration of blood being thicker than water and practical reasons. For example, many middle-level officials of the Australian Secret Intelligence Service were immigrants who had worked in the British MI6. This was nothing to be surprised about. Australia was such an imperial loyal dog. It had almost unconditional trust in immigrants from other English-speaking countries. A nation triangular axis has been formed. The director of the Australian Secret Intelligence Service said worriedly, "We must crack the current bad situation and use all means." Triangular axis? Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. There was indeed such a saying about China, North Korea and Indonesia. In his memory, during the first half of the 1960s, Jakarta was indeed striding forward and sprinting towards the Soviet camp. The Indonesian Communist Party was known as the third in the world, and its development trend was extremely fierce. Otherwise, Suharto's coup was the most exciting action of the CIA during the Cold War, and it could be said to be the representative of the CIA's pinnacle. Syria and Ukraine were all small fights, and could not be compared with Indonesia's actions. In fact, it can't be said to be imminent. Of course, I also think that we should indeed start to curb Sukarno's Jakarta government, but this requires long-term planning. Donald. After listening to this, Alan Wilson said, first suppressing and then praising, we can't give up even a slight opportunity to win over Indonesia, otherwise we will have to feel ashamed of the consequences caused by the Bay of Pigs operation. Dulles pushed his glasses. The British guy's words were really unpleasant to hear. The director of the CIA now hates being mentioned about the Bay of Pigs landing the most. The consequences are still being borne by the United States. To know what Dulles was thinking, Alan Wilson thought, this is just the beginning. You haven't seen the consequences yet. This year you will see what the consequences of the Bay of Pigs landing will be. The fragile naval forces of the socialist countries in Asia are not enough to provide any support to Indonesia. The Soviet Union does have this capability to a certain extent. But for the time being, there is no sign of the Soviet Red Navy strengthening its power in the Pacific. Alan Wilson continued to chatter. Of course, Britain agrees with Australia on one point, that the Indonesian issue must be resolved, and there cannot be such a powerful person as Sukarno in Asia. Thank you, Sir Wilson. Donald received the support of Britain, and answered with gratitude, then looked at Dulles eagerly, hoping that the United States could have the same attitude as Australia. We partially agree with Britain's views, Dulles said with difficulty. Britain also said that it cannot give up the possibility of winning over Indonesia. The United States has not fallen behind in providing assistance to the Indonesian military every year. A Bay of Pigs landing made Americans so humble now. Alan Wilson thought it was funny, but it was normal to think about it. Even an optimistic person would not imagine that there would be a chance to wipe out the 3 million members of the Indonesian Communist Party. This kind of victory has become too illusory and unrealistic. Looking at the Soviet Union's actions in Congo, it was really exciting, and supported the Lumumba regime at once. The current Lumumba government in Congo has clearly announced that it will follow the Soviet route. An African socialist country of more than 2 million square kilometers is almost ready to emerge. In contrast, the CIA is even more embarrassed, almost forming a sharp contrast with its Soviet counterparts. But Alan Wilson is not modest. He also has a little credit here. When it comes to awarding medals, Philby will be awarded the title of general, Burgess will be awarded the title of general, and he, Wilson, should be a marshal with a big gold star on his shoulder. Last year's incident in Congo caught us off guard. In my opinion, we should have killed Lumumba when he came to the United States, otherwise we wouldn't have the trouble today. Alan Wilson's eyes were on dolls, and he tapped the table with one finger. With the consequences today, no matter how we deal with it, it's troublesome, and we are unwilling to make any choice. Why do you say that? Widna asked. Canada and Africa have little relationship, but the Intelligence Department was established with the authorization of the Governor General of Canada. Seeing Alan Wilson's frown, he naturally expressed his concern. Congo is the center of Africa, and now it has become a pro-Soviet country. If we respond toughly, we may need France's help. Of course, Canada doesn't have this problem. Doesn't the current Governor General of Canada speak French? Alan Wilson couldn't help but smile bitterly. The current Governor General George Phileas Vanier is the first Governor General to speak French. Half of Africa speaks French. If we accept France's extraordinary influence on Africa, it may be a problem in the future. But if we don't cooperate with France, the Soviet Union will also be in trouble. Alan Wilson spread his hands and explained helplessly, temporarily putting away the bright red scarf. This is an important meeting of the Five Eyes Alliance. We must oppose the Soviet Union and prevent France from becoming stronger. This is not conducive to balance, especially the current president Charles de Gaulle, who seems to be a little unfriendly to us. I think Britain and France are still very close at the European Community meeting. Dulles said sarcastically. Why don't you Americans accept France's suggestion and nod to the suggestion of rotating the NATO commander-in-chief? Only Britain has the responsibility, but you Americans have no responsibility? Is it Britain's responsibility to lose Congo? Whose responsibility is it for Cuba? Alan Wilson also asked back with a sarcastic tone. In fact, we all understand that we can't let the French take the leadership. The Soviet Union is a threat, but it doesn't mean that France is not a threat. In recent years, the changes in France can be seen by anyone with eyes. In African affairs, Britain still retains many colonies and has the confidence to talk to the United States like this. Alan Wilson did not just follow Dulles's reputation. With the Bay of Pigs operation in the past, he was very considerate of the other party's face by not hitting Dulles hard. Seeing that Britain and the United States were about to accuse each other again, the other three eyes immediately said that unity was the top priority. Canada, Australia, and New Zealand were originally pulled into the Five Eyes alliance by Britain because it was afraid that it would be alone in the face of the United States. For Britain, it hopes that these three countries can play such a role in such an occasion. Alan Wilson is not making trouble, but has his own purpose. His main purpose is to establish a priority direction. Britain believes that Congo is more important than Indonesia because there are not only Soviet forces, but also French forces in the area. If it is not handled properly, it may cause a series of consequences. And what about the Indonesian direction? A triangular axis? Do you think China and North Korea look like a maritime power? Do you come to support Indonesia in a bathtub? In order to discuss these two issues, a more important region needs to be involved. This region is the Middle East. After the United States redivided the interests that originally belonged to Britain, how to eliminate the Soviet forces in northern Iran? These are all big problems. However, when talking about Iran, the two had a disagreement. The United States Middle East strategy is based on Iran and Israel, and Britain's traditional sphere of influence is in the Arab territory. And this is almost impossible to urinate in the same pot. Americans are willing to treat Israel as their father, but Britain has no such interest. Britain's tradition is to use Jews, but never worship Jews. Arab countries generally regard Israel as an enemy. There is no name of Israel in these countries, but it is called the Zionist organization. Britain does not particularly like Arabs, but if Britain and the United States take the same attitude, Who will fill the vacuum left by Britain? The Soviet Union? Facing Alan Wilson's questioning, Dulles actually wanted to start from the position of strength and let Britain and the United States take the same attitude, but Iran was so hard to bite off, so this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Although the meeting process cannot be called harmonious, it still has results. The Middle East is of course the top priority. Both Britain and the United States agree on this, but there are differences in strategy. Africa was discussed because the Soviet Union personally participated in it. It was also placed before Indonesia to deal with it. As for the Asian Triangle axis, although it is somewhat dangerous, it is temporarily put behind the threats visible in the Middle East and Africa. Although everyone's perspective on the problem cannot be said to be completely consistent in the face of the Soviet threat, unity is the basis for defeating this enemy. Alan Wilson, who achieved his goal, sang the praises of unity and did not forget to appease Australia and New Zealand. Britain and the United States attach great importance to Indonesia. Once Britain and the United States eliminate the threats from the Middle East and Africa, the Indonesian issue will be resolved. Dulles also agreed that this priority is actually reasonable. Isn't there a 5-nation defense in Southeast Asia? The United States also believes that Australia actually exaggerates the threat of Indonesia. Sir Wilson, you have impressed me deeply, Dulles said with a hint of meaning. In fact, I still like to communicate with Mr. Guy Little. I'm a higher official than him, so it is the same if you communicate with me. Alan Wilson responded with a smile. In the final analysis, we still want to work together to rule the world. We cannot let many countries make irresponsible and rash decisions to establish their own countries using the Soviet system. It may be a bit inhumane, but such people should be physically eliminated, Dulles said with deep conviction. He wanted to kill Castro right now, but unfortunately he never succeeded. If Alan Wilson knew that Dulles thought so, he would definitely advise him not to waste his energy, because Castro has lived much longer than you. Chapter 1140 New Year's Wish. It should have been done a long time ago. Alan Wilson agreed sinisterly. Eliminating a small number of people who are not good for the free world will save the hegemony of the English-speaking world. In fact, who cares about the excuse that the world is becoming a better place? What we are pursuing is an indestructible pyramid model. The vast majority of people in the world are destined to become the vast masses. Some people actually want to resist, which is intolerable. Dulles took a deep look at his British counterpart. Although he agreed with this, he would never say it so bluntly. It was a bit too direct. Can't the British package the words, "Fight for free people"? That's right. Alan Wilson nodded tacitly. In this real world, we should unite. The hypocritical rhetoric ended here. Dulles asked Alan Wilson if he wanted to travel around during his trip to the United States. That was not the case, but Alan Wilson expressed his desire for a signed photo of Monroe. The permanent undersecretary is actually chasing stars? I can't help you with that, Dulles said with a wry smile. Good luck to you. Although Monroe had a scandal with the current president in some rumors, Dulles didn't care about it. The reason he didn't want to mention Monroe was that she had a pro-Soviet tendency and had been tried for it. Alan Wilson didn't care. One of the main reasons for the trial of Monroe was McCarthy, and his relationship with McCarthy was no secret at all, at least in the eyes of some people in Britain and the United States. Alan Wilson certainly didn't come to the United States to chase stars, but had to meet McCarthy. At this time, McCarthy had already established the image of an anti-Soviet fighter in the United States. However, from the increasingly sparse hair of this anti-Soviet fighter, Alan Wilson could see that McCarthy might not be able to be president in terms of image. Joseph, if necessary, you can actually control the alcohol, Alan Wilson said with great sincerity. Although the other party was of Irish descent, since he was his friend, the Irish descent was just a small problem. The situation is very complicated, and the Republican Party is also looking for a new direction. McCarthy answered very sadly. Nixon's defeat to Kennedy has once again impacted the Republican Party, and the Republican Party is looking for a solution. There will be a way. Alan Wilson opened his mouth. It seems that the base of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party is going to change. Simply put, the Democratic Party is going to change from a white party to a pluralistic party. The Republican Party is just the opposite, getting closer to white conservative voters. In fact, the Republican Party took advantage of the change at the beginning, but it was only decades later that the white left thought was rampant and the Republican Party's base continued to lose, which caused the Republican Party to become more extreme. The remaining conservative forces within the Democratic Party in later generations are called Blue Dogs. The Democratic Party's base was originally in the South, and the gradual leftward shift of the Democratic Party in the 1960s was mainly because the liberals in the North forced the Democratic Party to turn blue. Secondly, when the Democratic Party was the only one in the South, there was a popular metaphor that the Democratic Party can win, even if it ties a yellow dog to the election. The two reasons go hand in hand, and Blue Dog has become synonymous with the conservative Democratic Party. For this reason, Blue Dog members often support the Republican Party's plan on some issues. However, as time went by, the influence of these conservatives in the Democratic Party became less and less. Obviously, the transformation between the Republicans and the Democratic Party has begun, but this is an internal affair of the United States. Alan Wilson cannot give advice to McCarthy. This matter still needs to be solved by the Americans themselves. He believes in the wisdom of Americans. Because he has to go to Australia, Alan Wilson will not choose to return home via the Atlantic route. The permanent undersecretary who pays attention to family must visit his wife on the way. Mrs. McCarthy had a good impression of Alan Wilson and asked her husband's friend to stay. After a little consideration, he decided to stay for one more day, just as a drunken party with friends. Mrs. McCarthy is a shy little woman, about 5 feet tall, with a pair of gentle blue eyes. Her face is rosy, and her voice is the gentlest and sweetest in the world. As for her courage, a medium-sized turkey only needs to call, and her mental defense will collapse completely. A fat guard dog, even if it is ordinary, will conquer her by the dog's teeth. Her husband is her whole world. Even at home, she often ruled her husband through pleading and persuasion rather than through command or argument. The next morning, Alan Wilson packed his things and expressed his gratitude to Mrs. McCarthy. "Thank you for your hospitality this time, madam. Goodbye." He boarded the plane and rushed to Los Angeles. Alan Wilson found Monroe openly and got a signed photo as a gift for his daughter. "I can't believe you're such a good father." Marilyn Monroe looked like she saw Aquaman, with a hint of sarcasm in her mouth, as if mocking Alan Wilson's hypocrisy. It's the same for politicians. Those who are not good at acting go to Hollywood. Alan Wilson calmly looked at the sexy goddess for a moment and suddenly said, "There are crow's feet at the corners of your eyes. You still need to pay more attention to maintenance." I'm not very familiar with other stars, but I can be sure that Hedy Lamarr was in much better shape than you when she was your age. He was speaking the truth. Hedy Lamarr's beauty is absolutely well deserved. There are indeed people in the world who can stop time, at least temporarily. The skin will age, but the bones will not age so quickly. You talk so annoyingly. Marilyn Monroe rolled her eyes at the uninvited guest and was slightly angry. She could indeed feel that she was gradually becoming outdated and was not as widely praised as she was a few years ago. "It seems that I was right. I'm sorry." Alan Wilson had just received the autographed photo and was very polite to Marilyn Monroe. Many years before Marilyn Monroe felt the crisis, Paulette Goddard, Joan Crawford, and Bette Davis had already felt it. This scene was not the first time Alan Wilson had seen it. Hollywood is not short of beauties. Like Hedy Lamarr, Monroe has no heavyweight awards. Once her beauty declines, her situation is indeed not optimistic. "Okay, if you need help, you can keep in touch." Alan Wilson said goodbye to Monroe with the photo in his hand. If Monroe needs help one day, he will definitely appear. A British senior official knows how to indulge in flowers every day. Marilyn Monroe was obviously still angry and muttered, "Of course I have my own things to do, but it's not good for you to know too much about politics. This is just you. I wouldn't say this to others." Alan Wilson was in a good mood, and Marilyn Monroe was indeed a very compassionate and kind person, so he gave some hints. If Monroe felt dangerous in the future and remembered what he said today, for the sake of history, he would definitely find a way to help, although he might not succeed. In the final analysis, Alan Wilson still wanted to show his talent as a prime minister and was ready to help Marilyn Monroe and Jacqueline out of the shadows as a friend after Kennedy's death. More than 10 hours later, Alan Wilson had crossed the Pacific Ocean and was lying in the Mountbatten building in Perth, relieving himself from the fatigue of the journey. Pamela Mountbatten was very considerate of her husband and kept running around like a virtuous wife, asking what the meeting was about. Australians, they really sleep with one eye on Jakarta. Hearing this question, Alan Wilson couldn't help but laugh, but Britain and the United States have already discussed the result. The Middle East and Africa are more dangerous. For Indonesia, we need to come up with a mature and reliable plan. I heard that the Indonesian Communist Party is the strongest party besides China and the Soviet Union, with nearly 3 million members. What can you do? Pamela Mountbatten was very worried. Indonesia is not a small country, at least not in terms of population. 3 million people. Actually, it's not a lot. If it's more efficient, it will disappear within a year. Alan Wilson replied calmly, and the allies that Jakarta is counting on can still help on land. At sea, Britain and the United States still have the final say in this world. Therefore, we must think of a solution with the Soviet Union for Indonesia's affairs. East Asia can't help in this regard because it doesn't have national strength. In the previous meeting, Alan Wilson said that he put Indonesia's affairs after the Middle East and Africa, but in his heart he put it as the first priority. What he said before was just to mislead the Americans. The most noteworthy event this year is Indonesia. For the Congo in Africa, Britain has northern Rhodesia as an intervention point, which can be implemented at any time. The Middle East is currently safe and sound. Taking advantage of the Cuban Missile Crisis to rush to India's aid? That is not something Britain can control, so it will just have to adapt to the situation at that time. Only the affairs of Indonesia are worth careful planning. Pamela Mountbatten's cooling heart began to warm up with the arrival of her husband. When Alan Wilson recovered a little, the female astronaut couldn't wait. Want to ride a rocket again? Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows with a smirk and said complacently, "My amazing charm." Before his boss returned to London, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had begun to adjust its work priorities and focus on Southeast Asia. When passing by Goa, Alan Wilson also expressed his intention to organize negotiations between Portugal and India and temporarily give Goa a shot of prevention and must ensure Goa's safety before dawn. I said, "Time, you go faster." Alan Wilson's mood at this time was like the sleeping king who was eagerly looking forward to the fight in Ukraine, full of excitement and anxiety, and couldn't wait to start tomorrow. Chapter 1141 Internal Solution. In fact, it was almost the same. Alan Wilson wanted to announce on behalf of the United States that Russia would invade on the 16th. He was more enthusiastic about the outbreak of the Cuban Missile Crisis than the current US President Kennedy, but he had to summarize the data and make some strategic adjustments to prevent being caught off guard. So the civil servants of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs saw their boss wandering around the headquarters of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs like a ghost, holding a novel called Journey to the North. India's Nehru, Indonesia's Sukarno, Cuba's Castro, and other famous politicians in the world appeared in his mind one by one. Alan Wilson is now trying to shake the seemingly rock-solid bipolar structure of the Cold War. If it can't be shaken, it doesn't matter. He can find another opportunity to shake it next time. Permanent Undersecretary? What's the book you're holding? Dixon couldn't help asking when he came to report on the work of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It doesn't matter what it is. It's part of professional image management. It shows that I'm professional. Alan Wilson answered with a novel about the Zenwu Emperor. Anyway, no one else could understand it. Alan Wilson didn't have to answer such trivial questions. He answered because he was in a good mood. He asked, "Have the statistics of Malaya and Hong Kong been sent back?" "Not yet. How about I urge them?" Dixon pondered for a moment, asking for instructions. Then he saw his boss nod, and he breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. "Please pay more attention. I will hand over a comprehensive report to Whitehall in the next few days. I need to mix the data of overseas assets to annotate the necessity of diplomatic strategy." Alan Wilson expressed his gratitude. As a Whitehall official, you must not lie in front of politicians. You must use data as support to make it clear that you have to do so. Otherwise, you can't solve all problems by always using rhetoric to build an information cocoon. If you need to get involved now, for example, the ownership of Goa, you must ensure that India will not invade Goa before the Cuban Missile Crisis. This requires the efforts of Britain in diplomacy. The closer the time is, the more cautious you should be. You can't fall in the darkness before dawn, otherwise everything will be in vain. Alan Wilson hoped to conduct an armed mediation within a few months to facilitate Portugal and India to talk. Whether there is a result or not is not important, as long as there is a good start. The Cuban Missile Crisis and the border war are linked. The friction on both sides of the Himalayas has not been for 1 or 2 years. For a certain big country, it finally seized the opportunity when the United States and the Soviet Union were both busy. So as long as the Cuban Missile Crisis occurs, the war will definitely start. First, suppress the possibility of conflict in Goa, and leave the rest to fate. 2 days later, the economic data of Malaya and Hong Kong were finally sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Alan Wilson opened this comprehensive foreign policy report, which was indeed comprehensive enough, and it also included the role of Japan. As for the paragraph involving India, Alan Wilson evaluated the forward policy as the Assistant Commissioner of British India, with typical Indian self-confidence. It may be that after India's independence, various countries were still tolerant and courteous, which gave Nehru a big illusion, or he was blinded by the Indian military and actually formulated such a hot-headed policy. But Alan Wilson was only in the perspective of the former colonial power, and he had no solution. How to stop it? Tell the Indians to stop. There are police outside. Typical Indians have the following characteristics: mysterious self-confidence and distrust of outsiders. Maybe nothing will happen. If nothing happens, Indians may think that this is a British conspiracy to try to contain a powerful country. Pretending to be prescient, Alan Wilson said that this is just a possibility, a guess, and there is no guarantee that anything will really happen. This paragraph about India is full of scradingas. If something happens, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is far-sighted and worthy of being the Oriental expert of the British Empire. If it doesn't happen, no one will think of it. At 70 Whitehall, Norman Brooke was looking at a part of the colony with great attention. Malaya's revenue has increased by another $50 million compared to last year. There is revenue from oil sold to Japan, and the docking fees at the transit station in Singapore have increased a bit. This is part of the comprehensive stranglehold on Japan's development. Singapore plays a pivotal role in the Malacca route. With this geographical advantage, it should not be excessive for us to charge a little toll for the Japanese fleet. Alan Wilson gave a detailed explanation. These revenues must naturally be handed over to London. In order to prevent Malaya from falling into the quagmire of the resource trap and maintain a certain sense of tension, Malaya's finances are best to be in a range of tension and not tension, so that we can adjust them at any time. When a goose passes by, it leaves its name behind. When a person passes by, he leaves his voice behind. No, it's the chicken that plucks its feathers. Japan is developing so rapidly now. What's wrong with collecting a little toll? Tolls are just one of them. The price of iron ore also has income, and once Japan's statistical data comes out next year, it will continue to rise according to Japan's economic growth rate. It's just 100 million people. I don't believe that the so-called demographic dividend cannot be suppressed. If the Japanese are diligent enough and change the working time to 25 hours a day, I will admit defeat. Alan Wilson looked very confident. If the mainland is not enough, add colonies. One country is not enough. There are so many countries in Europe. Japan can't compete with Europe. The determination to safeguard British interests is commendable. Norman Brooke praised Alan Wilson encouragingly. In view of the extra income of $50 million, the permanent undersecretary's loyalty to the British Empire is absolutely evident to the world. Will Salazar agree to armed mediation? He can disagree, but it should not be excessive for us to ask Salazar to negotiate. We are not forcing Salazar to give Goa to the Indians. It is normal that the negotiation fails. Alan Wilson said enthusiastically, on the issue of African colonies, Britain and Portugal still have broad room for cooperation. It is not excessive to ask Portugal for a favor. Since it is an armed mediation, some military forces must be mobilized. Of course, I know it will be no problem for you, with Marshal Mountbatten. Norman Brooke did not object. How many troops are appropriate? 2 Centaur aircraft carrier battle groups drawn from the Royal Pacific Fleet are enough. Alan Wilson obviously had a plan in mind, which was enough to suppress the Indian Navy's Giant class. If it was not enough, the Eagle class aircraft carrier near the Persian Gulf could also go there. Portugal is not without battleships and submarines, and it is not a role that can be manipulated. Of course, this is also thanks to his tireless salesmanship for many years, and then raising the price of Britain's old aircraft carriers to clear inventory. Norman Brooke left a report, and suddenly said before Alan Wilson left, "Alan, work hard." Alan Wilson didn't understand, nodded confusedly, and went straight to the Ministry of Defense. He now has a grand blueprint to discuss with his father-in-law. Inevitably, Mountbatten knew that his son-in-law had circled the world again this time, and asked about his daughter's situation. "Is Pamela fine now?" Alan Wilson laughed to reassure Marshal Mountbatten. What Marshal Mountbatten can be told is that Pamela Mountbatten is trying to make a full sprint on the Lockheed Road. Australia is vast and sparsely populated, so it is easy to get a large piece of land as a test site. Of course, there are things that cannot be told. Silver has been rising in the United States for more than a year. Pamela Mountbatten has a large amount of silver in stock. Now she faces 2 choices. One is to follow the market and sell it as the silver price rises, to recover the cost first, so that she can at least not lose money. Moreover, long-term operations can dilute risks over time, so it is safe to do so. Another option requires a great profit, to speculate that silver will rise to the highest point and sell it. Unless Alan Wilson remembers when silver will reach the highest point, this method is too risky, and it is easy to be discovered by the vested interests in the United States, which may cause different capitals to strangle. Considering the risks, Pamela Mountbatten wants to ensure that she does not lose money first, so she tends to choose the first method. After thinking about it, Alan Wilson also expressed his agreement. After all, he was not a real great prophet, and his understanding of history could not be as detailed as a certain day. Marshal Mountbatten nodded with satisfaction. Her business is getting bigger and bigger. Just to make efforts in the military industry is enough to make Mountbatten proud. Mountbatten also expressed his willingness to help his son-in-law who wanted to promote negotiations between Portugal and India. "I believe that Lab Butler will like this credit. We humble social tools always have to build a platform to realize the minister's grand blueprint." Alan Wilson replied with a double meaning. This not only requires diplomatic efforts, but also military support is inevitable. Success or failure is twofold. It is better not to succeed. India does not have much time left. If it successfully drags on this year, Nehru will have to be busy with his own domestic affairs for several years. Just as Alan Wilson was building a platform for the Foreign Secretary to realize his grand blueprint, Guy Little arrived at the Permanent Undersecretary's office and said, "We have found a Soviet spy who is connected to Christine Kohler." Oh my god. Alan Wilson frowned slightly and began to attack Guy Little indirectly. "Guy, she is just an 18-year-old girl. From a personal moral perspective, this must be kept secret. Although we are doing this for the country, we cannot ruin the girl's life. So this matter must be kept strictly confidential. You have to know that once this kind of thing is related to sex, irresponsible media people will always make up stories." Chapter 1140 to the tamed Minister of Defense. Holding the photo of the person involved, Alan Wilson couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Christine Kohler had just turned 18, and our respected Defense Secretary John Profumo was already 37 years old this year. Among politicians, the sage is certainly considered young and promising, a political star with unlimited prospects. But can he match Christine Kohler, a young girl? When the two had a relationship, it is very likely that the other party was not yet an adult. If Alan Wilson had this fact in his hands, even if he could treat the Defense Secretary as unrelated to the espionage case, relying on the underage girl, John Profumo would lose face and directly withdraw from politics and don't even think about standing in the spotlight. But it was precisely because of this that Alan Wilson decided to save the Defense Secretary. As Guy Little's boss, the UK has more than one intelligence department, so Alan Wilson can naturally use different people to conduct a very limited investigation, and then piece together the truth himself. The fundamental reason was that Alan Wilson was a higher official than Guy Little, so he was able to hide the truth from this professional intelligence officer. The Secretary General of the Joint Intelligence Committee at this time reasoned with him and moved him emotionally, saying that the life of a young girl should not be ruined. The bad guy was a Soviet spy. What did Christine Kohler do wrong as a young girl? She was just deceived by sweet words, which was forgivable. It was a contradiction among the people, not a contradiction between the enemy and us. Guy Little saw that his boss's kindness burst out, and he kept talking about a young girl. In the end, he nodded and agreed to Alan Wilson's suggestion to deal with it internally. Guy, the Soviets have captured a legal British citizen. Although the Soviets claim that Groenland is a spy, we will never admit it. However, we cannot give up the life and safety of a legal British citizen and let the Soviet Union conduct a one-sided, extreme and irresponsible trial. Alan Wilson began to chant at length, so we will set the tone, secretly capture Yevgeny Ivanov, and then exchange him for a legal British citizen. This will give an explanation to Groenland's family. The permanent deputy minister was absolutely dedicated to the public at this time, without any distractions. The British citizens implicated in the Pinkovsky case must return home. This is the bottom line. In fact, after Groenland was arrested, Alan Wilson had already protested at the diplomatic level, hoping that Groenland could be released. As for what would happen to Pinkovsky, that was the Soviets' own business, and the other party was not British. In the end, the two reached a consensus that, after capturing Yevgeny Ivanov, they should not make it public, so as to contact the Soviets and rescue the detained legal British citizens. I understand. Permanent Undersecretary Guy Little was also grateful to Alan Wilson for taking the overall situation into consideration and not forgetting to rescue British citizens at this time, and directly said that he would go back to make arrangements immediately. After Guy Little left, the phone on the table rang, and Alan Wilson answered it directly. "This is Alan. Permanent Undersecretary, the minister wants to discuss with you about the mediation between India and Portugal." Dixon's voice came from the microphone. "It's mainly the attitude of Portugal, which is not clear at present. I'll be there right away." Alan Wilson put down the phone directly after saying that Britain can't leave him for a day. At the beginning of 1962, it was a day of victory and glory for the British counterintelligence department. Yevgeny Ivanov, a senior military attaché of the Soviet embassy, was arrested on the spot by Scotland Yard. The news of this incident was quickly blocked. It was only circulated within the senior government. From this time on, the young and promising Defense Secretary John Profumo became absent-minded. The work status is also extremely worrying. Alan Wilson, who discussed the end of the mediation with Foreign Secretary Rabbo Butler, came to the Ministry of Defense in the name of visiting his father-in-law. Today, he wants to have a good talk with the nominal Speaker of the British Defense. Even if he was not originally, John Profumo will only be the spokesperson of the military in the future. Alan Wilson, who completed his job and captured the Soviet spy, appeared in front of John Profumo with a calm and relaxed demeanor and greeted the Secretary of Defense in a friendly manner. John Profumo is of Italian descent. His father is Albert Profumo, a famous Italian litigation lawyer and the fourth-generation Baron Profumo. When Profumo's father died in 1940, he also inherited the title, but did not use it. He joined the British Army and was sent to serve in North Africa. Later, he landed in Normandy and participated in fierce battles in France. Profumo was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General in the army. At the end of World War II, he served under Marshal Harold Alexander in Italy, assisting him in commanding the 15th British and American Army. As a soldier, he should normally fight for the interests of the military, but he became an accomplice of politicians. Alan Wilson could understand this. After all, the home court had changed. Now the most important thing was to climb up the ladder. So was he. Profumo was a handsome politician with good rhetoric and wide interpersonal relationships. He also made outstanding contributions during the war, so he was highly valued by the Conservative Party. He became one of the 4 ministers of state in his 30s. This is evident. Think about the current British Prime Minister Eden. He was 38 years old when he was Foreign Secretary, the same age as Profumo when he was Defense Secretary. Normally, Profumo might be a candidate for Prime Minister. Dear Secretary of Defense, in fact, the Army, Navy, and Air Force all love you very much. You fought bravely during the war. Alan Wilson expressed his respect, but kept flipping through the photos of Christine Kohler in his hand. Is this your hobby? In early 1961, was she an adult? You are threatening me. Profumo stood up and pointed his finger at Alan Wilson. If the voters knew the story that the Secretary of Defense and the underage girl had to tell. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and commented indifferently, the 37-year-old Secretary of Defense is younger than Prime Minister Eden when he was Foreign Secretary. Profumo remained silent. Alan Wilson held his chin with his hand and looked straight at the other party's expression. The Labour Party is strong in the opposition. If they knew about this, they might do something. Alan, I have a good relationship with Field Marshal Mountbatten, and the Field Marshal is also someone I admire. Everyone knows that in the current British Army, the Field Marshal is the one who makes the decision. Profumo's face relaxed and expressed his friendship. It was already very clear that Alan Wilson had seized enough evidence to make him a cabinet minister, never stand up again. It involved treason, having sex with underage girls, and a series of other possibilities that were enough to make a politician fall into ruin. The Marshal has a good relationship with the top leaders of both parties. Alan Wilson forced a smile. Of course, the military appreciates the ministers who can fight for enough reasonable and legitimate protection of the British security for the military. They hate ministers who are suspected of having improper benefits with foreign countries. Isn't that right, Minister? As the Minister of Defense, I have always been very concerned about the defense of the United Kingdom, and have been fighting for it. Profumo nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The world is so dangerous. How can I put Britain in danger? After that, Profumo looked at Alan Wilson eagerly, the photo in his hand. Is that so? Alan Wilson pretended to return the photo to Profumo to show his sincerity, but immediately took it back under the other party's eager eyes, and put the beautiful photo of Christine Kohler in his shirt pocket. I plan to arrange a job for her. In fact, her image is acceptable. I also know a lot of filmmakers, such as Patricia's husband. It is not difficult to find an easy and worry-free job. In fact, what ambitions can an 18-year-old girl have? It's just to pursue a superior life. It's just that she met an unreliable minister, and Alan Wilson didn't say this. But it was precisely because of Profumo's unreliability that Alan Wilson seized the opportunity. Minister, don't worry, I will handle the rest of the matter myself, and will not cause even the slightest obstacle to the minister's desire to benefit society. As for Christine Kohler, Alan Wilson will also help. He also hopes that this woman will live a good life and can exert a long-term influence on Profumo. What about the investigation documents? Profumo was still a little worried and couldn't help asking Alan Wilson about the follow-up. It will be archived. It is absolutely safe. Alan Wilson made a solemn promise to ensure that Profumo would still be a respected defense minister. Profumo breathed a sigh of relief, but he also knew from this moment that his fate had been controlled by Whitehall, specifically by Mountbatten and Alan Wilson, the father-in-law and son-in-law. It is said that politicians should control their own crotches. Not everyone is Alan Wilson. He is the Secretary General of the Joint Intelligence Committee and can clean up his own ass at any time. The Commonwealth Games will be held in Kuala Lumpur this year. Alan Wilson made an invitation before leaving. If the minister has time, he can go on a trip to relax and show his importance to Malaya. Profumo nodded immediately and said in a tone that he had intended to do so. In fact, I have wanted to go to Malaya for a long time. It can only be said that we think of the same thing. It is not too much to attach importance to the pearl of the British Empire. That's a coincidence. Alan Wilson laughed deeply. There is no doubt that Profumo has been tamed. Chapter 1143 Spy Exchange. I have to say that this communication was really fulfilling. Profumo was a Conservative Party giant in the same echelon as Harold Wilson. This time he covered up the other party's scandal. Maybe in the future, these two people will divide the world of British politics. Profumo, as the Minister of Defense, wanted to send a civil servant out, but was rejected by Alan Wilson. How could he, a humble social tool, dare to bother the cabinet minister to go out and see him off? I like the sunshine and beaches in Malaya. Profumo, who was rejected, didn't care and continued to show his goodwill. I can't wait for the Commonwealth Games to open. I can only guarantee that this is a clean sports meeting. Those two medicine bottles will not come to disturb our event. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and decided to make this Commonwealth Games a business card for the UK. In 1961, the International Olympic Committee Medical Committee was established and issued a list of banned drugs for the first time. It opened the history of doping control in the Olympics. So this Commonwealth Games will naturally follow a trend and show the original intention of fair competition in the British Empire. Let's teach those two idiots a lesson. The United States and the Soviet Union did whatever it took to win. Only Great Britain in the world truly adheres to the original intention of fair competition. Blah blah. Two idiots. The United States and the Soviet Union. Profumo was slightly stunned. He was not an expert in sports, and of course he was not much of an expert in national defense. What else? Alan Wilson twisted his neck and asked back, who else could it be if not them? These two countries, although they look like enemies every day, do things like brothers. As of the 21st century, the United States still maintained a quantitative advantage over the Soviet Union and later Russia in terms of the number of stimulants, but the impact was definitely not at the same level, because the Soviet Union was the loser of the Cold War, and its dark history in sports competitions was dug up. It's like the Third Reich was crushed to ashes, and some so-called black technology weapons were exhibited as trophies. The United States is the winner. Under the blessing of public opinion hegemony, they are naturally asthma patients with a weak body and a strong mind. They take stimulants to treat diseases, but the Soviet Union is not like that. It destroys fair competition. But from Alan Wilson's point of view, the social environment in the United States, where Kensington Street is everywhere and there are more than 20 million drug addicts, is only more serious than the Russia that the United States constantly criticizes. At least the Soviet Union still has a national system to use, while the United States' achievements are purely supported by high technology. At least the United States has several athletes who are like genetic mutations, which left a deep impression on his previous life. He has never seen Serena Williams' muscles that are not like those of women in other countries. The Commonwealth Games in a few months will be a major international event for the first time to conduct doping tests. Alan Wilson can also use this opportunity to get along well with the International Olympic Committee Medical Committee, a newly established department with few conflicts of interest. The intelligence director likes to study these private matters. The respected Secretary of Defense agreed with him. Now that Alan Wilson has caught his sore spot, he naturally says that everything he says is right. This is the right way. Alan Wilson now has to clean up the Secretary of Defense's ass. The underage girl Christine Keeler is naturally a very worthy victim. She was less than 18 years old at the time, and was young and ignorant. Some mistakes can be forgiven. Alan Wilson personally comforted her in a cell full of bad song and flowers, and clarified her identity as a victim. The other party, Yevgeny Ivanov, this despicable Soviet spy, played with the feelings of British young girls, and used them for dirty illegal activities, posing a major threat to Britain's security. Naturally, he must be severely punished, as soon as possible. You must be consistent with what you just said with everyone, understand? Alan Wilson said to the young girl in a gentle and persuasive manner, you are still young, and there is a good life waiting for you in the future. This case is very serious. I will do my best to avoid it, but if the news leaks out, and is known by unscrupulous media, these media people who can say anything for traffic will ruin your life. If this consequence occurs, then although we are protecting Britain, we cannot help but feel morally guilty. The permanent deputy minister spoke with a serious face, adhering to the concept of doing our best, no matter how big or small the matter is. Even if the other party is a little girl who has just entered society, he still acts very seriously. He would never really treat Christine Keeler as a naive person, just because she looked ignorant. Even if she really was, it would be useless to him. He used verbal threats and built an information cocoon. The special environment of the cell made Alan Wilson isolate Christine Keeler's judgment. The process was a bit despicable, but it was not a problem for the moral model. What we least want is that such a young girl is involved. I hope this matter will not cause trouble to you. To be honest, your age saved your life. If it weren't for your young age, it might not be so easy to get through. Thank you. Christine Keeler was fooled and didn't know what was going on. She only knew that this matter was very serious and she might face endless criticism. She was very grateful that someone put himself in her shoes to protect her. The huge pressure made the girl cry, and Alan Wilson remained expressionless. To be fair, the Minister of Defense had a good vision, otherwise he would have been the other party's father, and he would still be able to do it. The permanent undersecretary took out a pack of tissues and handed it to the person involved. That was all. He would have to show his talent as a prime minister at a certain time. He was not in New Delhi at the beginning, and he could not think of anything else when he saw a group of female stars. You are also a victim. If possible, you should get out of it as soon as possible to get rid of the influence. Alan Wilson watched the other party wipe away tears and continued to show the broad mind of the British intelligence chief indifferently. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes, as long as you know your mistakes and can correct them. Guy Little took Christine Keeler out of the cell with a sympathetic face, and he immediately appeared. Permanent Undersecretary. Did the spy confess? Alan Wilson asked in a bad tone, which was also for Christine Keeler to hear. The information cocoon is still being constructed. He admitted that he was a Soviet spy. Guy Little said coldly, he is destined to spend the rest of his life in prison. Alan Wilson nodded expressionlessly, which frightened Christine Keeler. The tears that had just stopped falling could not help but fall again. At this moment, only the two officials in front of her could save her. I have just said that you are just a young and ignorant victim. Just remember this. Alan Wilson took out £10 and handed it to the girl. Maybe we will find you to find out more about the situation at that time. Go back first. Under the special care of the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Defences, but was finally wiped clean. For the British Counterintelligence Department, this is naturally a very significant victory, but one of the victims, the young girl, still has a bright future. The case is not closed in name. Next, it is to exchange the innocent British legal citizen groined in the Pinkovsky case. Alan Wilson drafted a harsh condemnation and handed it to Foreign Secretary Rabbo Butler, who was considering how to mediate the ownership of Goa between India and Portugal. Isn't it too harsh? If Moscow remains unmoved? Rab Butler asked back. Dear Minister, the person who was arrested is a British intelligence officer. Shouldn't we rescue him? Alan Wilson frowned and thought, this may cause an immeasurable blow to the enthusiasm of overseas staff. Groined, a legal British citizen, is of course a spy, but the UK will not admit this. I just said that, if Moscow does not respond, such harsh words will make it difficult to rescue. Facing the question of the Foreign Secretary, Alan Wilson said without thinking, if this is the case, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should announce the expulsion of 76 spies from the Soviet embassy. 76. Rab Butler was shocked. Isn't the permanent undersecretary making a big deal? The important thing is to tell a good story, so that it can be accepted by citizens. Alan Wilson said with a smile. This story says that 76 diplomats are Soviet spies. Rab Butler said with a smile. It's easier than an excuse to start a war. Alan Wilson showed his white teeth, then his expression was startled. Of course, this mainly depends on whether the Soviet Union gives us the response we want. Maybe nothing will happen. I think if everything goes well. Has the minister communicated with the Portuguese side? Lisbon hasn't replied yet. Rabbo Butler pondered, as if he was dissatisfied with Portugal's non-cooperation in showing his sophisticated British diplomatic skills. Alan Wilson was also at a loss. Should he try to use the back door with Princess Margaret? There is still room for cooperation between the two countries in terms of Angolan oil. This proud work of British counterintelligence not only reflects the outstanding professional ability of the British Counterintelligence Department, but also takes into account the feelings of the Soviet Union, and does not make a big deal. This news was immediately fed back to Gromyko, and the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs held an internal discussion. Soon, Semichesny in Lubyanka Square also knew about it. The key is that the person who was arrested is a real diplomat or a real spy. Unfortunately, Yevgeny Ivanov is really a spy. According to KGB tradition, any spy deserves to be rescued with all efforts, and ensuring the safety of Soviet expatriates is the first goal. Chapter 1144, Impolite Soviets. Training an agent requires a lot of resources, and the Soviet Union is at a disadvantage compared to imperialist countries. This led to the great emphasis on agents, and because of the history of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the current Lubyanka pays great attention to the propaganda of agents' contributions to the entire Soviet Union. Therefore, once an agent stationed abroad gets into trouble, Lubyanka's first choice is to confirm the identity, then acknowledge the existence of the agent, save the agent's life, and then try to rescue him. Don't even think about rescue now. Alan Wilson also knows that the Soviet Union attaches great importance to the safety of agents, and will definitely not give the Soviets a chance to rescue them. Otherwise, if Yevgeny Ivanov is rescued, how can Grind, a legal citizen of the United Kingdom, be exchanged? Just because Semechesny wants to establish a persona by rescuing agents? Does the Secretary General of the Joint Intelligence Committee of the United Kingdom not need a persona? It is also necessary. Alan Wilson also wants to create the image of meritorious official who spares no effort to rescue the country. The communication between the two countries was carried out at the Soviet embassy in London. Alan Wilson did not show up, but asked Dixon to go to the Soviet embassy to negotiate with the Soviets instead of himself. Idris I has decided to visit London to shape the economic and trade relations between the two countries. Chief Private Secretary Wick reported to his immediate superior with the Libyan appeal in his hand. Let us take the initiative to invite you? No problem. Prepare according to the highest etiquette of a head of state. Alan Wilson ordered without thinking. Wick was a little surprised and couldn't help but blurt out, a small country with a population of 1.5 million, less than 1/5 of London's population, is not a little too serious. Alan Wilson pointed at the chair in front of him. Wick understood and sat down directly. He heard his boss say, before World War II, there would be no need for such courtesy, but it is different now. Britain's diplomatic work must be more pragmatic. Whether it is dealing with big countries or small countries, as long as there is a possibility of a win-win situation, we must never be stingy with such superficial projects. For 200 years, Britain has exercised offshore balance, and countless countries around the world have hated Britain. At that time, Britain was the empire on which the sun never sets, so it could naturally do so without scruples, without worrying about counterattacks. Even France and Germany, even if they knew Britain's policies, did not have many ways to deal with it. But now it is different. This is a new era. Britain cannot change its position without scruples, adopting the standard that today's enemy is tomorrow's friend, especially for small resource-rich countries. What Britain has to do in the future is to be a big country that keeps its word and is responsible. In fact, this set of words will definitely not sound so difficult to understand to the French. France is a continental country, and it is not as flexible as Britain in dealing with the issue of position. In fact, any continental country is better than Britain in this regard. Take World War I for example. France did its best, and the Russian Empire could be said to have gone through fire and water. The two countries can be said to have shed blood and sweat for the Triple Entente, while Britain only left behind 2 battleships to destroy the Russian Empire. If France had Britain's sphere of influence in the Middle East, France would definitely make supporting Arab countries a national policy. In fact, if Britain had not fought a Suez Canal war with Egypt, and had no choice in the end, it would not have stood on the side of Israel with the United States later. It's not the same as it was back then. We must not continue to jump back and forth and use offshore balance. Offshore balance is fine when the country is strong, but once the country is not strong enough, every time it is to attract hatred, which is definitely not without consequences. There are consequences for the United States to do this, not to mention Britain. After the United States won the Cold War, it fought in the Middle East. Is it really peaceful? Are all Arab countries pro-American? It's just that they can't win, and dare not express their dissatisfaction. The Arab people certainly hate Britain and the United States, and this hatred cannot be washed away even with the hegemony of public opinion. Public opinion hegemony is not a cure-all. Even in Eastern Europe, where NATO has an absolute advantage, not all countries hate Russia. The only countries that really hate Russia are Poland, a Slavic nation, and the 3 Baltic countries, which really have a broad public opinion base. The remaining Hungary and the Czech Republic are also dominated by pro-NATO forces, but there are also many groups in their countries that hope to have good relations with Russia. As for the Arabs in the Middle East, they are eager to see the Cold War come back, and Russia can no longer be counted on. But even the hegemony of public opinion in Britain and the United States cannot suppress the favorability of a certain big country. Isn't this the consequence of Britain and the United States supporting Israel and always provoking war in the Middle East? However, the president's appropriation is not in vain. In the view of Alan Wilson, it is much easier to manipulate the netizens of a certain big country than to manipulate the public opinion in the Arab world, even though there is a wall that is almost non-existent. In the Arab world, excluding the particularly wealthy small countries with resources, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates and other countries, Arab countries with average incomes are generally not high or low, and they regard Chinese people as a nation on the same level as white people in Europe and America. The United States' own big data survey also shows the same result. However, for American Middle Eastern women, East Asian men and white men are equally popular. That is, in front of American Middle Eastern women, East Asian men and white men are tied for first place in popularity. Except for Middle Easterners, East Asian faces are low in surveys of all ethnic groups, including questionnaires of East Asian women. On the contrary, Chinese people regard these Arabs as the remnants of feudalism in modern society, which is similar to the attitude of white people in Europe and America towards Arabs, a condescending attitude. Alan Wilson's meaning is very simple. With the current national strength of the United States and the Soviet Union being superior to that of the United Kingdom, if the United Kingdom still follows the tradition of jumping left and right to perform offshore balance, every time it does so, it will be kicked out of the sphere of influence by the United States and the Soviet Union watching from the side. It won't take a few times for the influence of the United Kingdom to disappear in the Middle East. Wick, you may not know that the Mountbatten Group is preparing to build a large mosque in the capital of Libya for Idris I. Alan Wilson felt that he had hinted clearly enough. Permanent Undersecretary, I think I understand. Wick got the hint accurately and spoke directly to express that he was absolutely reliable. I can consider letting you be an ambassador to gain some experience. Alan Wilson spoke very solemnly, wanting to see if this subordinate, whom he had known since the Boston consulate, could have any development. Having been a permanent undersecretary for a long time, Alan Wilson and his father-in-law Mountbatten did similar things in the Ministry of Defense. Marshal Mountbatten identified and promoted the descendants of aristocrats to promotions, while Alan Wilson excluded the pro-American faction in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and formed a diplomatic team dominated by himself. It can't be said that it was smooth sailing, but so far there have been no major mistakes. After all, as the #1 figure in a department, who keeps shouting about the special relationship between Britain and the United States, it is not difficult to transfer officials suspected of being pro-American one by one from important positions, and replace them with officials who share the same ideas as himself. Dixon returned from the Soviet embassy, not knowing that the permanent undersecretary and his subordinates had just devalued the offshore balance of Britain for hundreds of years, to not worth a penny. The Soviet ambassador conveyed the news from Moscow, and was willing to exchange spies. They are spies, and we are legal citizens who were arrested and wronged. Alan Wilson corrected Dixon's words. This result is the best, and I can also give an explanation to the intelligence department. A few days later, Alan Wilson sought the consent of Foreign Secretary Rabbo Butler, and took the initiative to visit Moscow to discuss the specific exchange plan, and put an end to this spy storm. Alan Wilson, who took the initiative to come to Moscow, was accompanied by several Mi-5 agents, to meet the chairman of the Soviet State Security Committee, General Semechesny. I heard that Lubyanka has countless legends. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to come here. Alan Wilson followed a young officer and looked at the headquarters of the Soviet Security Department. That feeling was like returning home. Alexeyev looked back with a dull look, as if he wanted to memorize Alan Wilson's appearance, opened the door of the conference room, and then returned the same way. Not polite at all. I don't know who taught you that. Alan Wilson commented on the British Mi-5 agent behind him. He had to act fearless in front of his subordinates. "Oh, fortunately you are British." Semechesny, who was wearing a general's uniform, just happened to hear the comment of the uninvited guest who came in, and couldn't help shaking his head. That was the son of the cultural Tsar. If Catherine III knew about it, it would not be solved with a joke. The two sides sat down, and the communication on the secret front began immediately. The exchange of spies had been communicated through diplomatic channels. The key was where to exchange them. They had to find a neutral place. The first place that Alan Wilson thought of was Hong Kong. Semechesny refused directly. "Sir Wilson, why do you have to talk so far? Isn't Berlin the best place for exchange? It is a place with great symbolic significance." Alan Wilson looked around, as if he was asking for the opinions of his fellow agents. Naturally, all of them agreed. So Alan Wilson pushed for more. The CIA spy was also arrested along with the Pingovsky case. If these two people could be brought back, the foundation of the special relationship between Britain and the United States would be more solid. "Sir Wilson, let the Americans talk. Has Britain fallen to the point of working for the Americans?" Semechesny refused flatly. The two sides are only exchanging agents captured in their own countries, and no third country is involved. Alan Wilson kept talking and trying for a while, but finally had to give up. As an ally, he had tried his best. After setting the basic principles, Alan Wilson and his subordinates left Lubyanka and prepared to rest for a night at the Ukrainian hotel, arranged by the Soviet side. Chapter 1145. America's popularity. The comet took off from Moscow the next day, and its destination was West Berlin, which was controlled by Britain, the United States and France. Alan Wilson was still digesting his fatigue. The cultural czar was too enthusiastic. For the sake of the son of an old friend, he would not argue with the young and idealistic young KGB. Ideals would eventually be disillusioned. In Alan Wilson's view, Alexeyev had just entered society and had not seen some of the real sides of society. The more he saw, the better he would know what the real world was like. A few hours later, the group had landed over West Berlin and walked out of the military airport. The West Berlin officials who met the plane expressed their desire to use the special location here to exchange spies. The Undersecretary, "We have informed the US that it is not going smoothly to rescue the captured Allies agents." West Berlin Commissioner Clay and Alan Wilson walked side by side. "The US is also interested in exchanging spies with us. This is very interesting. But does this count as taking advantage of us? I have been busy for so long, and the Americans have joined in directly. Tell Dulles to send me a telegram to express his gratitude. Otherwise, I'm such a selfish person, I may repeat this matter at the next Allied Intelligence Conference." Clay couldn't help but laugh and nodded. "Okay, I will inform the US of the Undersecretary's request." When flying over West Berlin, Alan Wilson looked at the skyline of West Berlin for a long time. After coming down, he became more curious and wanted to know what the current situation of West Berlin was. Clay introduced that the current population of West Berlin, including the garrison, is about 120,000, with less than 10,000 garrisons. This is also very normal. The location of West Berlin is too dangerous. Britain, the United States and France cannot place a large number of troops in a position where the Soviet Red Army can swallow it at any time. If there is an accidental shooting, wouldn't the free world suffer a great loss? In a game of chess, let the chariot, horse and cannon fight first. Listening to the introduction, Alan Wilson was beaming with joy and answered happily, "That's great. The Soviet Union has an unshakable responsibility for the ruin of West Berlin, and the enemy capital of the two world wars has become a deadlock today, which is also enough to make people happy. The permanent deputy minister is right." Clay smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, there were no Germans nearby. The residents of West Berlin live in a very concentrated area and cannot afford huge municipal construction. "What construction?" "This is good." Alan Wilson asked with great interest whether there was a car. He wanted to feel the empty city with a postmodern atmosphere. He had never felt it in his previous life, although his hometown was not far from Hagen. In fact, the situation in Hagen was not serious. The current West Berlin was at least at the level of human. 90% of the buildings were deserted. The British Permanent Secretary was very interested in this, and took out the camera that had served many ladies of the same status as his wife. to take pictures of West Berlin. What a great location. In fact, we can try to develop it as a tourism and adventure resource and do film shooting. I believe many film companies will be interested. As night fell, Alan Wilson faced the quiet night of West Berlin, his heart full of pride. Germany, which had fought 2 world wars with Britain, had its capital city turned into a ghostly state now, which was worthy of celebration. Just after opening a bottle of champagne, there was a knock at the door. Clay came in with a telegram. Permanent Secretary, this is a thank you letter from Mr. Dulles. Let me see if there are any insults to me. Alan Wilson asked Clay to do his job and open the champagne while he took Dulles' telegram. Sir Wilson, your professionalism and moral contribution in saving legitimate citizens have made the CIA great. I will keep Dulles' telegram. It is not easy to get him to thank you. Of course, this cannot make up for the fact that the United States did not contribute much in this spy exchange and relied on the fact that the British worked. After putting the telegram away leisurely, Clay had already opened the champagne, and the two of them talked about many things from this spy exchange to the vast night of West Berlin. Clay, who was in West Berlin, made no secret of the fact that the war was so close that the decision to start the war in the morning could be made, and the military parade could be held in the afternoon. In fact, there are voices in Bonn that want to give up West Berlin. That's definitely not possible. The Americans will not agree. Alan Wilson, holding a wine glass, shook his head and said, the value of Berlin has nothing to do with the citizens of Berlin. It is the free world that needs such a stronghold. The root cause of West Berlin's bad life lies in the Soviet Union. The free world has provided everything it can. This is not shirking responsibility. He just thinks so, and he also comforted Clay. There will be no fighting. If the Soviet Union really wants you to attack, we will detonate the nuclear mines in the Federal Republic of Germany and send the Germans and Soviets to the sky together. Is there anything in the world that is more worthy of joy than the death of Germans and Soviets together? Anyway, I can't think of it. If the Germans knew what the permanent undersecretary was thinking, they would definitely be disappointed. After a few drinks, Clay gradually relaxed a lot, and the initial embarrassment was easing. The Germans are also human beings. You can really joke. They were enemies in 2 world wars. Without the Germans, would the Russian Empire and the United States dare to challenge us? Britain's huge colonies were enough for Britain to support 2 world wars, but the Germans served as scapegoats twice. They asked for their own fate today. Germany will be divided forever, and there will no longer be a so-called unified Germany. Alan Wilson held his neck high and continued shamelessly, we should have agreed to France's suggestion as early as World War I and directly dismantled Germany, leaving the remaining national strength. Neither the United States nor the Soviet Union would pay the price of blood to fight us. You have to know that Germany dared to come a second time and directly shook the global rule of the British Empire. Every British person would agree with the French. France tried to support Rhineland separatism. During the Allied occupation, the Rhineland did not continue to be blockaded by the Allies like other parts of Germany. Instead, it received economic assistance from France. The French also tried to use the media to spread their Inlander French theory. For example, the Rhineland was occupied by Prussia for only half a century. The Rhineland belongs to the civilized world. The Rhinelanders are all Catholics, and they like red wine instead of beer. The French even got the assistance of Conrad Adenauer, the mayor of Cologne. However, separatist propaganda was useless and there were almost no responses. France proposed many creative plans after World War I, including the merger of South Germany and Austria, the independence of Saxony, the independence of the Rhineland, and if necessary, an independent Prussia. Directly dismembering Germany after World War I and entering Berlin now seems to be the best option. The Bolsheviks in 1919 were not such a big threat at all. Clay couldn't help but follow the deputy minister's instructions and reviewed the situation that he should have been more ruthless in the past to avoid the Second World War. If a country had 3,000 tanks, it would have been able to do all of the above in 1919. Of course, there are such countries. Britain in 1919 was not only the world's #1 navy, but also the world's #1 army. But we can't go back to the past. The Soviet Union is now more difficult to deal with than Germany was back then. Clayside with a wine glass. We didn't expect to face such a monster. What's so difficult about it? It's not like we'll really fight. Alan Wilson didn't care. No country in the Soviet camp can develop on its own. How many countries can the Soviet Union support? A day later, Alan Wilson forgot his drunken joke. It was reported that a French film company was coming to West Berlin to shoot, and he had to receive it and let Ms. Hedy Lamarr appreciate the beautiful scenery of West Berlin. You only think about this every day. Hedy Lamarr, who was injected with soul, accused in shame and anger. This is just waiting, an inefficient American. I'm defending the free world, replied Alan Wilson, who had eaten the logistics support with satisfaction. Shut up. Hedy Lamarr spat softly. The phrase defending the free world had a different meaning to her. If she were younger, she could welcome new family members every year. The German car was a little emotional, but this was not a problem for Alan Wilson. An excellent test driver could not only test drive, but also had sufficient maintenance experience. Soon, Alan Wilson knew the reason why Semachesny broke his promise not to involve a third country. The spy used by the United States for exchange was Rudolf Ivanovich Abel, a Soviet KGB spy with the rank of colonel. From joining the Soviet Intelligence Department in 1927 to being arrested by the US Central Intelligence Agency in 1957, Abel worked for the Soviet KGB for a full 30 years. In addition, Abel had a nickname in the spy world, the man with 1,000 faces. To this day, Abel has been imprisoned for many years. The reason why the United States agreed to the exchange was because the Soviet Union shot down a U-2 reconnaissance plane and captured the pilot powers. Why didn't Dulles come in person? Alan Wilson was very enthusiastic in inquiring about the movements of his American counterparts. Now Dulles must be very angry that such a big spy had to be returned to the Soviet Union. If the pilot of the U-2 reconnaissance plane had not been captured, how could Dulles let go of such a famous spy and fulfill the Soviet Intelligence Department's heart of sparing no effort to rescue comrades? Before coming, Garryman heard Dulles say that the British would definitely take the opportunity to say that the United States was riding on the popularity. Faced with Alan Wilson's questioning, he naturally chose not to answer. Alan Wilson was looking for trouble, so he told the Soviet side through the communication channel that the exchange person had arrived. The person the British side asked the other party to exchange was Groenland, a legal citizen implicated in the Pinkovsky case, and the exchange object was the captured Soviet Yevgeny Ivanov. The United States used Abel to exchange the Soviet pilot powers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1146. I was present when the spy was exchanged. The exchange time was set for 2 days later. After communicating with the US side, Alan Wilson replied that he had no objection and just waited for the exchange time. In fact, he was very surprised. He wanted to ask Garryman, there were 2 Americans arrested in the Pinkovsky case. Why didn't he communicate with the Soviet side? Maybe the Americans thought that the 2 arrested Americans had no exchange value, or there would be opportunities in the future. But if he remembered correctly, the 2 Americans in the Pinkovsky case seemed to be shot in the end. If these 2 Americans were eventually shot, and the British Groenland was exchanged back this time, then the impact of this exchange of spies might not end so easily. Dulles, is it so easy to take advantage of the popularity of the UK? Because this is an internal affair of the United States. After Alan Wilson figured out the key, he absolutely shut up and treated it as nothing today. After all, his relationship with the Americans is not as deep as Fert Seaver's. The 2-day waiting time must be passed in a way. Hedy Lamarr's filming work received special care from the Deputy Minister of State. Many landmarks in West Berlin left traces of the 2. This exchange of spies can be used as material for the 007 movie. Sometimes it can fit in with reality, and there may be unexpected effects. Of course, the quality of the movie must be checked. After hearing the man's words, Hedy Lamarr rolled her eyes. It's like you know a lot about movies. Don't I understand? Is the night the comet comes a model of making a small fortune? It also won an award in France. Alan Wilson asked back in the tone of an absolute original author. This. Hedy Lamarr opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Just take what you said as reasonable. The deputy minister once again got lucky and passed the test. In her heart, she self-evaluated that her acting skills should not be as good as these female stars next time. If Woodpecker Pictures had not been the top brand of French and even European film companies, The Night the Comet Comes would definitely cost $50,000 and the box office would be $60,000 like in later generations, and it would definitely be buried at the box office. The reason why it has such a great achievement this time is not only because Hedy Lamarr plays a young role again, but also because of the current status of the film company in Europe. Otherwise it would definitely not be so easy. In order to accumulate materials for Ms. Hedy Lamarr, Alan Wilson decided to personally meet Abel, the spiking used by the United States to stir up trouble. This kind of person with the title of spiking really aroused his curiosity. It is normal to say that Abel was born in the UK. Considering that Philby has now become the head of MI5 in the country, this result cannot be said to be unexpected. After World War I, the threat brought by the Bolsheviks was serious and not serious. The reason why it was not serious was that the Soviet Union at that time was not the Soviet Union of today. The military power of imperialism could still make the Soviet Union fearful. Unlike now, it cannot do without the United States. The serious side is largely reflected in the fact that many countries have really appeared a large number of spies who are loyal to the Soviet Union, and Abel is one of them. Accompanied by Jellyman, Alan Wilson expressed his desire to explore Abel's mental journey, facing a British man of the same level as his boss. Although he didn't understand what the purpose was, Jellyman nodded in agreement. Sir Wilson, this man is very cunning. I also know that it is impossible to turn him over. If it were possible, you would have done it long ago. Alan Wilson was straightforward and said that he was not slandering the United States, but that it was the fact. There is always something to gain from chatting. Otherwise it is inevitable that someone will learn from him, and we can also be prepared. He couldn't say that the capture of Abel, the thousand-faced spiking in the movie, must have been a contribution of our Great Britain. As for why Abel, who was born in the UK, became a Soviet spy, isn't it very simple? His family is an immigrant from the Russian Empire, and there is nothing wrong with being loyal to the motherland. I heard that the Americans offered you an annual salary of $110,000. Why don't you cooperate with the free world? What do you want? We can't provide. The conversation between Alan Wilson and Abel made Jellyman next to him very embarrassed. He understood the reason, but the British intelligence chief's words were too unpleasant to hear. There is something called ideal in this world. Abel sneered and said, of course you don't have it. What's the use of having such an illusory thing? Alan Wilson curled his lips with disdain. You are talking as if you are so righteous. Isn't expanding your influence for profit? Is it really for the liberation of the world? The technological level of this world is far from the time to establish your so-called ideal. Don't think that it is so great just because the Soviet Union steel production, coal, oil, cotton, apples and so on have all been caught up. The world's lowest cost oil, iron ore, coal, and even low-cost raw materials in all aspects are in the hands of the free world. You succeeded in Congo once. Do you really think you can replicate it a second time? So what if the Soviet Union is the world's #1 textile power? It's just an industry that Britain is unwilling to continue to invest in. The fundamental reason is that it doesn't make money. Can you sell a shirt at the price of gold? You can't. When Alan Wilson spoke, his tone was very condescending. He knew that in another 10 years, the Soviet Union would reach its peak and various industrial indicators would climb to the top of the world. So what? There is something even more powerful in the 21st century. Can you make money? The Soviet Union has a larger population than any other country in the free world, but does the Soviet Union still have human resources that it can rely on? Even if it does, the population of the free world is larger than that of the Soviet Union. Unless both China and India are determined to follow the Soviet Union, it must be both countries together, not just one. Whether it is resources, population, or productivity, the Soviet Union can catch up with the United States, but it is absolutely a dream to catch up with the free world. Is steel making very powerful? As long as you find the tools and pile up the high quality iron ore, even Malaya can reach an annual output of 30 million tons. Is the Soviet Union's oil production large, but larger than Saudi Arabia? Britain has already completed its construction. If London is demolished and rebuilt, the demand for steel and cement will not be worse than that of the Soviet Union. It's not like Alan Wilson has never been in real estate before. He did quite well in the colonies. Who knows what will happen in the future? I have been in the United States for several years and I know very well the strengths and weaknesses of the United States. Abel replied unmoved. Britain, the United States and the free world you talk about are by no means invincible. You are really confident. Alan Wilson commented in the tone of an old-fashioned imperialist. You don't think that the Soviet Union can ignore intellectual property rights and continue to copy and paste like Japan forever? Reverse engineering cannot solve all problems. It's an interesting statement. Abel replied absent-mindedly. If you are planning to turn me over, you'd better save your saliva. If I want to surrender, I won't wait until now. Abel didn't reply at this point. He could endure several years of imprisonment and refuse the generous treatment of the United States. When he was about to return home, how could he have the heart to waver? Then we'll see. Alan Wilson took out the camera and asked Jellyman to take a picture of him. Sir Wilson, is this? Jellyman was at a loss for words with the camera. It's part of the professional image. Alan Wilson looked like an official fan, urging Dulce's subordinates. Before leaving, he naturally asked for a copy of the conversation record and gave it to Hedy Lamarr as material for the new movie. I was present at the Berlin Bridge spy exchange, which will surely become a legend. Should I teach you, Mr. M? Hedy Lamarr said angrily and amusedly. You don't understand the British system, so don't talk nonsense. Alan Wilson straightened his back and corrected. Isn't Mr. M the boss of the protagonist? Richard's character is my subordinate. On this day, the weather was cold and gloomy without wind. On a heavily guarded iron bridge in Potsdam, the released spies from both sides faced each other. They were strangers to each other, but they became the intersection. At both ends of the iron bridge, many military police stood silently, on high alert, as if facing a great enemy. A team of armed soldiers ran out of the two sections of the white line that symbolized the intersection and stood face to face with guns. Both sides read the amnesty order, nodded to each other, and shouted, "Exchange." Groind, a legal citizen of the United Kingdom, was exchanged for Yevgeny Ivanov of the Soviet Union. Abel exchanged for the Soviet pilot powers, and the four men advanced, face to face, until they crossed the white line. At this moment, Alan Wilson, dressed in a well-dressed suit, stepped forward, facing the armed personnel with live ammunition, hugged Groind, and kept saying, "You are finally back." The team brought by Hedy Lamarr immediately set up long guns and short guns, and the shutters of the cameras kept flashing, recording the scene of the legal citizens rescued by the British with great effort. After Alan Wilson hugged the British citizen, he reached out to shake hands with the pilot powers, and said in a tone full of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, "Welcome back to the free world. I believe your family in the United States is also very worried about your safety. Serve the country, and the country will not forget you." People who don't know him would think he is the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, not the Secretary General of the British Joint Intelligence Committee. "Thank you." Powers was a little overwhelmed when he heard the authentic London accent. He didn't know who the person in front of him was. Was he an American official? The accent didn't look like it. Before coming, Alan Wilson had to work hard to get Jellyman to stay away, saying that this occasion would be very tense. Now all the spotlights are reserved for him, and no one else will share them. I'm on the scene of the exchange of spies. The armed personnel on both sides were really scared by Alan Wilson's trick, but fortunately they reacted immediately and did not make any extreme actions. After confirming the identity of the exchange of spies, the contact persons on both sides of the white line breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god. Jellyman saw this scene from a distance and felt like he was fooled. Chapter 1147 Forward Policy. The permanent undersecretary who was taking a makeup class with Hedy Lamarr was sincere at this time, expressing that one should treat the enemy as ruthlessly as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, treat comrades as warmly as spring, and treat work as hot as summer. Every move was in line with the best position for the film camera, so that Hedy Lamarr, who was out of sight in the car with a telescope, could not help nodding and muttering the man's occasional ridicule. Those with poor acting skills have gone to Hollywood. There was no American figure at all during this classic reenactment, which made Jallyman beat his chest and stamp his feet. A higher official can crush a person to death. If Dulles came, the other party would definitely not dare. He must have misunderstood. Even if Dulles came in person, Alan Wilson would dare to do it. Alan Wilson not only brought back Groland, a legal British citizen, but also fished out American pilot powers by the way, demonstrating the British Empire's efforts in diplomacy and its care for its allies. Without further ado, Alan Wilson decided to leave West Berlin immediately and asked Bond to prepare a press conference immediately. He didn't want to stay in West Berlin for a moment. In West Berlin, surrounded by enemies, Alan Wilson was timid and dared not express his opinion. In Bonn, the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany, the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office of the British Empire struck hard and was full of vigor. If Wilson had not been born, the world would have been dark forever. Great Britain, based on its position of strength, has finally rescued Mr. Groland, a legal British citizen, after arduous diplomatic mediation. Every glorious British, a loyal subject of Her Majesty, deserves such treatment from the Foreign Office. My respected Prime Minister Eden, as well as the Deputy Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary, and true gentleman Mr. Lab Butler, have also worked hard for a long time for this, and finally got the best result today. This time we also helped the American allies to exchange back the reconnaissance pilot powers, which shows that the special relationship between Britain and the United States is indestructible. The relationship between Britain and the United States is one of the most important bilateral relations for the prosperity of the free world. In front of reporters from various countries present in Bonn, Alan Wilson was not polite at all, and all the glory was on himself, emphasizing the role of the British Empire as the mainstay in this incident. He spoke in a rhythmic manner, expressing his contempt for the Soviet bloc and his admiration for the hard-won life in the free world. He was still reluctant to leave even after the press conference ended. As a senior Whitehall bureaucrat, he could have added a few more sentences. In the bedroom of Herman Manor, voices were coming from the TV. Anna crossed her legs and bounced them, tilting her head to look at the permanent Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs who was speaking nonsense on TV. You speak as if it were true. What have you done for your free world? All my publishing fees are donated without reservation to welfare homes in the UK to protect the elderly, widows and the disabled. Alan Wilson glanced at the little dragoon and said indifferently, "Don't think I have no sympathy. I'm not as inhumane as you think. It's just that from a national perspective, I can only strive for all the interests of my country. Even the worst person rarely has a guilty conscience." This time, Alan Wilson responded to the little dragoon's sarcasm. He was not as hard-hearted as Anna imagined. He would also hate Jiang Zhendeliyuzin's case. He learned that Uphost Mocha had only 200 fans after his struggle until his death, and eating dumplings and strawberries was a luxury. He would also shed tears secretly and lament the injustice of the world. "What's wrong with you?" Anna reached out and stroked the man's cheek. As a top student of psychology, she could feel that this was absolutely a true expression of her feelings, and she panicked for no reason. After grabbing the attacking hand, Alan Wilson had regained his indifferent expression and said calmly, "It's okay now. I'm still me, an old imperialist bureaucrat, an enemy of the entire Soviet system." The rare conscience awakening only lasted for a moment. A moment of conscience awakening would not change his determination to maintain this system that benefits the first world. If one day, the Soviet Union can prove that it is capable of defeating the entire free world, then it is not unacceptable for this world to become a communist world. Everything will ultimately be based on strength. Apart from that, nothing else is useful. Alan Wilson still has a lot of things to do. Of course, before that, he is also willing to personally promote the friendship between Britain and Germany. He will not attend the press conference in London, and will first look at some issues about the British troops stationed in Germany. A few days later, he returned to London exhausted physically and mentally. When he woke up from Vivian Leigh's bedroom, the great British treasure asked in confusion, "How could a business trip end like this? Running for the country, that's what it's like." Alan Wilson answered with a classic quote, "There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just people like me who are carrying the burden on behalf of British citizens. I'm going to visit Lisbon soon." Portugal? What are you going there for? Vivian Leigh was a little puzzled. She rarely heard men mention this country. Of course, it's to install a delayed explosion fuse, Alan Wilson said without hiding anything, to mediate the colonial dispute between Portugal and India. Britain doesn't want two countries that have good relations with Britain to fight. There is actually no problem with the fight. Don't fight now. Goa can make a few years of money. It's best to maintain it until Salazar dies. Don't think about it later. It's a miracle that Portugal can meet a leader like Salazar. Don't expect too much later. But Portugal's autocratic system is more annoying to other countries. Britain likes the parliamentary system just like the United States. The main reason is that this system is easily interfered by foreign countries, and the initiative is in the hands of powerful countries. Small countries with authoritarian systems do not have this entry point, and sometimes they are forced to cooperate with powerful countries. But the initiative is still in the hands of these countries, unlike the parliamentary system, where powerful countries can interfere whenever they want, as long as they have the idea. Facing the current Salazar government in Portugal, Alan Wilson can only smile and persuade them kindly, pretending that we are all Portuguese today, hoping that Salazar can relax. The golden age of Portugal has long passed, and Portugal under Salazar's rule is just grabbing the tail of the last glorious era. After enjoying breakfast at Vivian Leigh's place, Alan Wilson had to continue to work with a heavy burden. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs building was as usual, with everyone doing their job, and there was nothing unusual. Permanent Undersecretary. Seeing his boss coming to work, Dixon greeted him respectfully. "How is our minister feeling?" Alan Wilson asked with a smile. "Very good," Dixon answered knowingly. Britain did not think so at first, but there is no doubt that doing so would benefit the British Foreign Office greatly. The biggest beneficiary is the Foreign Secretary, Rab Butler. This incident shows Britain's determination not to give up a citizen. Of course, it is limited to such propaganda. In Congo, the center of Africa, the battle that has been going on for quite some time is still going on. At dawn, the Congolese government army attacked. The Katanga Freedom Army protested that they were woken up so early while being driven to the position. Various sandbags and long guns between the sandbags were responsible for defending them. The white man said that the position was relatively safe and assured that everyone was ready to fight. However, when the attack came, wild calls came from all directions, and the whole situation was like a large number of wild beasts rushing towards them. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then someone shouted, "Shoot, idiots, it's time to start." The soldiers saw a group of black government soldiers rushing towards them from the gaps between their positions, and they were almost as fast as they were running, and then they opened fire with a devilish shout. The sound of gunfire was deafening, and some people pushed each other to get out of the way, and then they started shooting at each other. In the intervals, they were busy reloading the hot and smoking guns, and there was no time to be afraid. Neither of them could care about the burning metal, nor did they have time to guess whether the bullet would be fired. The movements of their hands had become fully automatic. The Katanga Freedom Army also fired with guns. After the white people in northern Rhodesia told them to aim and shoot, although the soldiers' shoulders must have been bruised by the recoil of the guns, they still fired steadily and calmly. Occasionally, the bullets would hit the sandbags that ensured their safety, and the sound of gunfire did not decrease amid the various shouts from both sides. After 2 or 3 consecutive attacks, the government retreated, leaving behind a few bodies. In the next stage, both sides counted their casualties and waited for the next round of repetition. My friend, the telegram cannot be described in detail, but I think the timing is not right now. Grace read the telegram sent by Alan Wilson before he set off. In the telegram, Alan Wilson once again confirmed his credit. Once the trip to Lisbon was over, the ticket of a deep talk. Some things must be timed, and international influence must be taken into account. Grace didn't know what international influence was. He came here to grab land, not to be an internationalist fighter. Grace couldn't stand the fighting going on like this. They only had so many people. They couldn't keep fighting here, and they were still helping the blacks fight. If Alan Wilson had time, he would come directly. Isn't he trying the Portuguese government now to give Britain a face? For this reason, persuasion work was carried out to relieve the pressure on the Goa issue. Even during World War II, Portugal maintained good diplomatic relations with Britain under the leadership of Salazar. Alan Wilson naturally can't use force, but fortunately there is a way out, and he is ready to discuss the forward policy with the Portuguese. As an individual who likes figure skating, it is normal for me to watch figure skating. Alas, KBO was still affected. I don't know if it was because of the control of the points. It looks very similar. Chapter 1148 Convincing Portugal. Arriving in Lisbon, the person who came forward to communicate with Alan Wilson was Caetano Salazar's assistant. Alan Wilson remembered this person, who seemed to be the Portuguese Prime Minister after Salazar, and greeted him in a friendly manner. Mr. Caetano, as people say, full of scholarly demeanor. I'm also the president of the University of Lisbon. Caetano replied happily, Sir Wilson, welcome to Lisbon. We attach great importance to Britain, and have always been so. Britain can also feel this kind of attention. I have been in contact with Portugal for nearly 10 years. Mr. Caetano should know that I really helped Portugal a lot. Alan Wilson did not mean to show off, but the fact is that he really helped Portugal a lot. From Goa, Macau to Timor Island, and even Portuguese Africa. Speaking of the relationship between Portugal and Britain, it is a long story. Since Portugal followed Britain to join the Habsburg camp in the War of Spanish Succession in the early 18th century, Portugal has become a vassal of Britain. Portugal was controlled by Britain economically, and many national industries could not compete with Britain. They relied on cheap British industrial products, and the economy relied heavily on the export of primary products such as wine, barrel cork, and sardines. Salazar himself was also a person of the old times, and had a certain understanding of the economy. He served as Minister of Finance during the Great Depression. He strengthened the state's guidance and intervention in the economy, strengthened the state's control and management of key industries, banks, and railways, protected national industries and agriculture, raised tariffs, strengthened the regulation of agricultural product prices, and ensured food supply. Foreign relations strengthened relations with Germany and Italy. However, Alan Wilson did not think that Salazar was not a person like Mussolini. This kind of ruler of the old times was labeled conservative, similar to the monarchs of my Qing dynasty. In fact, there are many leaders like the Qing dynasty in Europe. There is a group of people in Eastern Europe who are obsessed with small peasant economy. The original pro-German forces in Croatia are a representative, which is not so strange. Salazar protected Portugal's feudal manners and emphasized cooperation. Before the independence of British India, wasn't Gandhi like this? He wanted to make India a big rural area after independence. It is hard to imagine that Lisbon is the capital of a European country. Whether it is a NATO country in Western Europe or a Warsaw Pact country in Eastern Europe, there are few places as dilapidated as the capital of Portugal in 1962. It has simply lowered Europe's status in the world by itself. 70% of the houses in Lisbon have no electricity, 80% of the people cannot drink tap water, and 50% of the people meet the definition of illiteracy. At present, Portugal's per capita living standard is comparable to that of a certain big country in East Asia. If Alan Wilson remembered correctly, the situation in Goa seemed better. At least Portugal really invested money and sold a lot of iron ore to Pakistan. We are also improving. The oil revenue from the Gulf of Guinea has been invested in construction. Facing the revolutionary issue that Alan Wilson was worried about, Caetano also explained, I hope so. If it was not Germany, but Portugal that confronted the Soviet Union, we would really be very worried. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Portugal traditionally did not restrict foreign investment. He wanted to discuss with his wife about using the privileges of foreign investment to carry out some external reforms in Portugal. Salazar knew the purpose of the British, so he was not prepared to come in person, and asked Caetano to receive Alan Wilson and clarify what the British were going to do. From this point, we can see how conservative this ruler of the old era was. Fortunately, Alan Wilson had done his homework and was not unfamiliar with Portugal's overseas interests, so he was able to establish a certain sense of trust. I believe Mr. Salazar should know Britain's purpose. Alan Wilson did not waste any words and said directly, avoiding the problem is not the best way. We want to know what Portugal thinks. Goa has been in Portugal's hands for 400 years. At that time, there was no place called India. Kitano pondered for a moment and said frankly, this made Salazar unacceptable. In fact, Portugal still doesn't trust Britain very much, right? Alan Wilson tried sincerely, and saw Kitano nodded, indicating that there was a reason in this regard, and then continued, it's no wonder. Britain's previous offshore balance does leave people with this impression. Sir Wilson, we Portugal and Britain have a long-term alliance. Kitano was halfway through his words, and Alan Wilson stretched out his hand to dissuade him. Britain's intention is just to make a gesture of negotiation. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. The reason we do this is because we know Indians very well. You should believe this. Well, Kitano opened his mouth and nodded solemnly. Did you discover something? The NATO framework does not include colonies. You should be able to see this from France's appeals to the United States in the past 2 years. The NATO framework is limited to the homeland of European countries. Now let's talk about the problem of Goa. Goa is isolated overseas, thousands of miles away from the Portuguese mainland. It is also different from the environment in Africa and Timor Island. In the above places, Britain and France can help. As for the Indian subcontinent, we are already too late to react. The initiative is in Nehru's hands. In the past 2 years, we have observed that extreme emotions in India are rising. Compared with the value of Goa, the local garrison force is a little smaller. We can increase our troops. Kitano blurted out, expressing his confidence in defending Goa. It's useless to increase our troops, but we have found a very favorable trend. Of course, everything can be regarded as an illusion before it happens. Portugal must also keep it strictly confidential. No one can predict the future, right? I'm willing to listen. Kitano finally relaxed and acted as if he was sitting upright. Then I hope that the scope of the news can be blocked within a small range. From the end of last year to now, the Indian military has been implementing an adventurous policy called the forward policy, wishful thinking to drive the military forces of neighboring countries out of the disputed area by military advancement. Nehru issued an order to the garrison in Ladakh and the Northeast Frontier Special Zone. The garrison troops should do everything possible to advance forward and actively occupy the entire border. On the borderline, patrol wherever there is a gap, or set up outposts, and use force to clear the neighboring troops on the border. In the international community, there is also an unwritten rule, the actual occupation recognition rule. Any place or territory that has been actually occupied by another country or ethnic group for a certain period of time can be recognized through a referendum. Then, it will successfully establish its own sovereignty in this special region, because the actual sovereignty, 9 out of 10 will be recognized by international law. The whole of India is convinced, indignant, obsessed, and chattering, urging the Nehru government to adopt a tough policy. Does Sir Wilson mean that a border war might be triggered? Kitano asked half doubtfully and half expectantly. I didn't say it would definitely happen, but I was an assistant commissioner in British India, and I think I know Indians well. I was also a high commissioner in Malaya, and I know the Chinese to some extent. In fact, you don't need to know them too well, because the Korean War was seen by the whole world. Alan Wilson's tone couldn't be said to be 100%, but it was almost certain. Through 2 different service experiences, he hinted to Kitano that his judgment was absolutely correct. The most important thing is that the country that Nehru wants to touch dares to confront even the United States, so there is no reason to be afraid of India, isn't it? This was the first reason that impressed Kitano, but Alan Wilson didn't know this now. Scholar-type officials, the glasses alone can hide a lot of emotions. I'm willing to convey Britain's views to Salazar truthfully. If Sir Wilson is not in a hurry, you can stay in Lisbon for 2 days. Kitano didn't say yes or no, but his attitude was not as stiff as at the beginning. No problem, I'm happy to do it. Alan Wilson agreed happily, because Ingrid Bergman of Woodpecker Pictures had arrived in Portugal, and was going to shoot here, to see the authentic European feudal manor scenery, which is rare in Europe now. In order to prove that his statement was reasonable, Alan Wilson handed over the blueprint of Nehru's order to Kitano through some of the background left by the British, before leaving British India. Then he waited for news in the manner arranged for him in Portugal. Waiting is always tormenting. If it weren't for Ms. Ingrid Bergman to accompany him during this torment, he might not be so calm. The manor here is very nice. How about I buy one and leave it for our daughter to rely on? Ingrid Bergman asked the man's opinion. As long as you think it's okay. Alan Wilson said in his heart, didn't you buy a palace in France? But when the word came to his lips, he instinctively became Ingrid Bergman, the only son in my heart. At the same time, the quiet Salazar sat in silence in his simple office, holding the ordinary issued to the army brought by Kitano, and asked Kitano, how do you think it is credible? British policy is questionable, but Sir Wilson's treatment of Portugal over the past decade is a model. At the critical moment, Alan Wilson's reliable history of serving as Prime Minister of 6 countries helped him a lot, and was brought up by Kitano. Well, Salazar hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and said, arrange a time to meet. It was rare for the conservative Salazar to be willing to meet, and Kitano was a little surprised, and then replied, I'll arrange it right away. The office fell silent again, but Kitano did not make a fuss. Salazar was just like that. It is really heartbreaking that Sasha didn't win the championship with her high difficulty. Alas. Chapter 1149 External Minister Wilson. However, this close comrade of Salazar did not contact Alan Wilson. The British gentleman left the manor and prepared to walk around Lisbon to judge the current social status of Portugal, a small country with a population of less than 9 million and a colonial power. There are such places in Europe. Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh. Statistics are only one aspect. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you have a clear understanding of the real situation in Portugal. Although he thinks he has traveled all over the country, Alan Wilson has never been to the capital of Brazil. However, Lisbon is not much stronger than the capitals of the British African colonies that have already prospered. What is certain is that, although Salazar solved the problems of frequent deficits and social instability, but the time of Portugal as a whole seems to have stayed before World War II, and there has been no change in so many years. When you have not changed at all, your neighbors are making rapid progress. The colonial history has made the consequences clear. In this peaceful era, Portugal naturally does not have to worry about being annexed. But if it continues like this, Ingrid Bergman wore a headscarf and sunglasses. Although this kind of dress is not uncommon in Portugal, her outstanding height also made the disguise only have the effect of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. This was the result of her wearing flat shoes to take care of the feelings of the permanent deputy minister. The two of them were like tourists, walking around with the attitude of bystanders. As for the bodyguards, they followed not far away, not disturbing the good mood of the female president. Professional bodyguards must have the excellent qualities of San Mayo. In simple terms, they should not look at what they should not look at. Knowing that 50% of the population of Portugal meets the definition of illiteracy, Alan Wilson stood in front of a school for a moment, and then decided to walk around here. Primary school teacher Dominguez sat in his simple house, which was connected to the school building. Both were modern buildings. He looked at the house across the road, where his colleague Susan lived. Susan's work arrangement was quickly decided. The teacher who was originally going to be transferred to Mr. Fell's primary school refused to come, so Sue temporarily filled this vacancy. Susan's transfer to a permanent teaching position must be approved by the principal Fell. She had taught for about 2 years in London. Although she resigned not long ago, it is hard to say that she is a complete novice in teaching. Mr. Feller thought it would be easy to keep her as a teacher for a long time. Susan had only worked with Dominguez for 3 or 4 weeks, and he already wanted her to stay. In Dominguez's eyes, Susan was so smart. Which old master in the industry would not want to keep a colleague who could save him half of his energy? They had been taking classes like this for several weeks. Although it was very monotonous, he found it very interesting. It happened that one day the school received a notice to take students to Christchurch to visit a traveling exhibition, which was a model of Jerusalem. Considering the educational effect, each student only needed to pay 1 penny to enter the exhibition. So the students went in a line of 2. Susan walked beside her class, holding a simple parasol with her little thumb hooked on the umbrella handle. Dominguez, wearing a wrinkled suit, followed behind, swinging his cane politely. Since she came, he has been uneasy and thinking about it. It was a sunny afternoon with a dusty sky. When they entered the exhibition hall, they found that there were few people except them. With great enthusiasm, he saw Susan talking and laughing to a couple, introducing the school. Miss Susan has worked in the UK and returned to Lisbon to teach today. She is very admirable. Alan Wilson was also lucky. He even found a female teacher who had worked in the UK. Mr. Allen, you and this lady are obviously from the upper class. The conditions here are limited. Please don't mind. Susan was a little embarrassed and tried her best to maintain her dignity. Upper class? That's not the case. Alan Wilson shook his head. Neither he nor Ingrid Bergman could be considered a member of the upper class. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, that was not wrong. Reaching out and taking out some pounds and handing them to Susan, Alan Wilson stopped the other party from refusing with his eyes. Miss Susan, thank you for your reception, which gave me a certain understanding of Portugal. The most profound understanding is that, based on Portugal's current basic conditions, with a population of less than 10 million and a large rural area, there are 300,000 troops struggling to support the operation of overseas colonies. Allies like Salazar deserve help from the British side, and from the perspective of human cost, this European human resource depression is not without value. Alan Wilson donated £500 and took away a world map from the school, by the way, clearing the suspicion of charity. At this time, Alan Wilson saw Dominguez, who was not far away. There were many ladies of the same status as his wife. He could see the admiring look and smiled and teased Susan, who went back and forth to get the world map. Miss Susan, this should be your admirer. He's just my colleague. Susan blushed and explained embarrassedly. I won't be wrong, especially with this kind of look. Alan Wilson said, glancing at Ingrid Bergman, who had been silent all the time, and rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses, but this did not delay his nodding. Look. Alan Wilson, who was recognized, laughed, and congratulated in a mature manner. Then he waved goodbye to the new friend he met today. Ingrid Bergman followed the man and whispered, you are quite generous to spend £500 at a time. Part of professional image management shows my love for the citizen class. Alan Wilson's mouth curled up slightly, and he opened the car door first to let Ingrid Bergman get in the car first, and then he got in. On the way back, Alan Wilson opened the world map. Sure enough, one of the great artifacts of the politicians is the world map. Some vague ideas immediately became clear. It is known that the automobile industry is a large employment industry. Because of the exchange rate of the pound, the UK cannot beat Germany and Japan in terms of volume. When the exchange rates of these two countries are normal, the automobile industry has already been established, and the process of invading from the bottom up has begun. There seems to be a term called developed country crusher in later generations. This is not the first time that Britain has encountered this. Alan Wilson moved a Land Rover production line to Malaya and placed it at the first stop for Japanese companies to go overseas to intercept. But this is still not enough. He has a way to deal with Japan's mass-produced models, but in later generations, another important factor for the volume advantage of Japanese cars over German cars is pickup trucks. The demand brought by pickup trucks is one of the reasons why Japanese car production is higher than that of German cars. Of course, pickup trucks in the US market are still dominated by domestic car companies. American pickup trucks are equivalent to Wuling in a certain country. Excluding the US market, pickup trucks are also widely used in Africa, especially North Africa and the Middle East. Land Rover currently does not have such a model, but it doesn't matter. The permanent deputy minister said that it will be available soon, and he will naturally have it. Compared with Portugal's position, it is also unsatisfactory. There are better positions, but they are not as convenient as Portugal. It is impossible for Britain to control France at will, and the same cannot be done for Italy, which is close to North Africa. But it is possible for Portugal. The Portuguese have long been accustomed to the existence of British capital. If you start from Portugal, it is also easier to go to the North American market. Portugal's location can take into account both North America and North Africa, and there is no problem in terms of sales path. Coupled with the fact that Portugal is currently the low point of labor costs in Europe, a feeling of great potential appeared in Alan Wilson's mind. Moreover, Portugal has such a small population, even less than the Malayan colony. Concentrating on one car model can bring great changes to Portugal. Germany and Japan, two countries that were established on the basis of the automobile industry in later generations. The automobile industry accounted for 1/5 of the German economy. Japan's proportion is even greater, reaching 1/3 of the scale. Once the fuel vehicle field is squeezed out, both countries will have big problems, and Japan will definitely be the more miserable one. Germany has a population of 80 million, Japan has a population of over 100 million, and the annual output of German cars is less than 20 million, while the Japanese cars are more than 20 million. Portugal has less than 9 million people. Being able to understand one car model is enough to get Portugal out of the current situation of India and his dream. To the west, you can go to North America, and across the Mediterranean Sea is North Africa. Alan Wilson took the conversion of Portugal's per capita salary and suddenly realized that Portugal's per capita cost is cheaper than the current Malaya. When Caetano came to the manor, Alan Wilson had already determined the strategy of building a country with pickup trucks. In the context of globalization, any resources can be bought, and Portugal's own lack of resources is no longer a big problem. Sir Wilson, the Prime Minister wants to have a meeting with you. Caetano said directly when he saw Alan Wilson. I really have a good thing to discuss with the Prime Minister. Alan Wilson also responded happily. To show sincerity, I will keep it secret for the time being. Caetano was stunned, and after a long time, he smiled bitterly. Then I hope that the friendship between Britain and Portugal will last forever. It should be so. Alan Wilson put away the world map bought for £500. Europe's human resources depression will now be included in the British planning system. Investing in Portugal's automotive industry is a bridge to open up the African automotive market. Salazar had not anticipated this unexpected scene. He had originally intended to discuss Britain's views on the international situation with Alan Wilson, but he had not expected to start with industrial development. He even had the illusion that he was facing a minister of the Portuguese government, the extra staff minister Sir Wilson. Chapter 1150, Pick a State. Salazar couldn't understand why Alan Wilson wanted to transfer such an important industry as automobiles to Portugal. If it were him, he would definitely not do it, but as the recipient, the Prime Minister of Portugal, Salazar was of course happy to accept it, and asked Alan Wilson what conditions he wanted. Of course I hope the Portuguese government will not set up obstacles, Alan Wilson said after a pause. No other conditions? Salazar was very surprised. He thought the British in front of him would ask for a lot of policies. No, I believe the Prime Minister can create a good environment for automobile companies. Alan Wilson smiled. Land use rights, tax exemptions, and infrastructure construction are all specific issues. Leaders like Salazar can say it in a word, and there is no need to talk about it in detail. Not only that, in order to bind the local capital of Portugal, Alan Wilson also proposed the concept of joint venture cars. Joint venture brand cars are made in China, but they are licensed by foreign car companies, such as SAIC Volkswagen, Ford Toyota, etc. The main technology of these cars comes from foreign capital, and China is just a foundry. Alan Wilson could hardly think of any particularly powerful models of joint ventures. Basically, they can be regarded as a model of making bad money. I can't say all of them, but 90% of them are useless. The market of a certain big country is so huge that there are always some domestic cars that slip through the net. But Portugal should not have this problem. Once the UK chooses to form a joint venture with Portugal, it will never have to worry about the development of Portugal's automobile industry and the backlash against the UK. The Portuguese market is too small, and there is no market that can allow domestic car companies and joint venture car companies to coexist. Once British car companies take root, there will be no chance for local car companies to rise. Moreover, Alan Wilson feels that Portugal will not have the idea of independence. The dependence on Britain has lasted for hundreds of years, and the Portuguese are used to it. Borrowing Portugal's geographical location, you can go to North America to the west and North Africa to the south. It's enough to achieve this goal. You can also use Portugal's labor force. The United States is deliberately supporting Germany and Japan to balance the influence of Britain and France. The United States can do this, and so can the United Kingdom. Now that Britain's shipbuilding and automobiles are facing fierce competition, it needs smaller countries to bite Germany and Japan from behind. A Malayan colony is not enough to compete with Japan in automobiles. Malaya has a population of only more than 16 million, and these people are already distributed in steel, oil refining and Malaya's own tin mining, rubber, sugar and other industries. In Japan, which has a population of more than 100 million, the automobile industry occupies 1/3 of its economic activities. Malaya does not have this population base, not to mention that he is preparing to let Malaya take on part of the shipbuilding industry when the shipbuilding in the UK can no longer be sustained. Malaya's labor force is not abundant. In the foreseeable future, when the United States is defeated in Vietnam and causes the South Vietnamese to flee, some surplus labor may spread to the surrounding areas. Indonesia does have sufficient labor and is close, but does Malaya dare to accept these labors that are ready to annex itself at any time? You must know that Sukarno kept shouting the slogan of Greater Indonesia. In a short period of time, the labor force in Malaya has been exhausted. Britain must find another country to balance the industry offshore with Japan and Germany. This time, seeing that Portugal's income level is not as good as that of the Malayan colony, and considering Portugal's geographical location facing Africa and North America, the permanent secretary has decided to use Portugal as the base for industrial offshore balancing. I rarely admire a person so much, Sir Wilson. Salazar doesn't seem to laugh often, and his smile is a bit weird. The Portuguese government will definitely fully support the landing of the automobile production line. I think 1 year is enough. Portugal will prepare the factory and planning, and I will discuss the landing of the automobile industry with Pamela. Alan Wilson said this, and changed the subject. Salazar has agreed to the pickup country, and now it's time to talk about business. Alan Wilson explained Britain's understanding of Goa's status, and there is a British military base in Goa. Britain will naturally not easily return Goa, but under the premise of the rise of Indian nationalism, Britain and Portugal should respond smoothly. Britain understands France's determination to protect its own interests. More than 1 million soldiers fighting across the sea are worthy of respect. But unlike France, Portugal and Britain's colonies are more dispersed, which involves a lot of energy. Although Africa is large in area, the most valuable colonies are in Asia, which is the same for Portugal and Britain. Alan Wilson explained the forward policy. After he finished speaking, we will wait and see and avoid conflicts with India. Once a border war breaks out, it will not be too late to suspend negotiations at that time. The so-called negotiations are just a move to appease India, and Portugal can regret it at any time. It may be the strategy of establishing a country with pica that made Salazar's favor increase greatly. The ruler of Portugal did not refuse. I'm just worried that this will stimulate India's ambitions. This time Britain is conducting armed mediation. First, a naval exercise will be conducted, and then it will appear that Portugal and India will sit down and talk. We will discuss it with India first, and Portugal will agree to it at that time. Negotiations do not need to start immediately. Starting from the middle of the year, there will be a round of consultations every month. In fact, it is not difficult to delay it. It was only half a year before the Cuban Missile Crisis. Alan Wilson felt that the difficulty was about equal to 1 + 1 greater than 2. Then Nehru would know what it meant, that the world was ultimately based on strength. Also in the middle of the year, Kuala Lumpur will host the Commonwealth Games. After the military exercise, it will be the opening time of the Commonwealth Games. We can use this opportunity to bring Portugal and India together and contribute to world peace. It seems that Britain has thought of everything. Salazar smiled and finally sighed. Okay, we will wait for news and will cooperate with Britain at that time. Thank you, Prime Minister. I guarantee in my personal name that I will never sell out the interests of Portugal. Britain cannot force Portugal to do anything that goes against its own interests. The permanent undersecretary originally wanted to make a guarantee in the name of Britain, but when he thought of Britain's offshore balance in the past, he estimated that Britain's reputation in diplomacy was not as useful as his own reputation, which was embarrassing. The two then discussed several ways to maintain colonies. Alan Wilson also introduced Britain's experience. There was nothing to hide. Britain was just stalling for time, while France was directly fighting. Each country has its own national conditions. Salazar did not speak, but was comparing the methods of Britain and France in his mind, wondering which one was more suitable for Portugal. In fact, it is not a failure to carry out some necessary construction in the colonies. Can the construction of some houses really make the colonies develop? Of course not, but these things can confuse the resistance of the colonies. We give people in the capital of the colonies a place to live, and the funds we need are used for local construction. It is better than France making the colonies like primitive society, and it can't get any benefits. It turns out that the permanent undersecretary is also an expert in this area. If you are Portuguese, you can even try to be the Minister of Colonies. Salazar said half truthfully, "This conversation is pleasant." "I think so too, Mr. Prime Minister," Alan Wilson replied with a smile. "In fact, I'm more used to people calling me Mr. Minister." Salazar got up and walked to the window, looking at Lisbon outside. At this time, he was inspired. Those were Salazar's glorious years. The revolution in 1910 established a republic in Portugal. However, due to the long-standing problems, the new democratic system was not running smoothly. In 16 years, there were 45 cabinets in power. Because the parliamentary system failed to solve domestic problems, a military coup broke out in Portugal in 1926. The military government that came to power in the coup was mostly military men. Although it won the support of most social classes, it was incapable of governing the country. The fiscal deficit was 450% of Portugal's income. Under this circumstance, Salazar became the Minister of Finance and began to tighten his belt to control inflation. He succeeded. Such fruitful political achievements made Salazar the savior of Portugal. It must be said that centralized countries are often able to make unexpected achievements in terms of efficiency. This is the case with Portugal ruled by Salazar. Alan Wilson just returned to the manor and was thinking about when to return home. Salazar had held a meeting to discuss the issue of the establishment of the country of Picardy, the allocation of land, and the construction of roads. At the end of the meeting, all the principles had been resolved. It was even faster than the speed at which Alan Wilson invited Ms. Ingrid Bergman to take a rocket. Kitano informed Alan Wilson of the good news. "I believe the permanent undersecretary is also looking forward to this result." "Yes, Mr. Kitano, I have achieved my goal." Alan Wilson replied with the tone of a good fighter has no glorious achievements, but this is not good for Britain itself. It is good for both of us. Alan Wilson can't just open his mouth and say that Portugal can really establish a pickup truck country. Land Rover currently has no pickup trucks, only two models, the Land Rover Defender and the Land Rover Discovery. The Land Rover Discovery is still the shell he made with the Sharingan. Now the production line in Malaya has started, and it is conquering Southeast Asia. The Land Rover Discovery must not be changed into a pickup truck. The Land Rover Defender is positioned higher than the Land Rover Discovery. Changing it to a pickup truck? It's not impossible, but if the Land Rover Defender is sacrificed, a high-end model will have to be added, and the Land Rover Range Rover is already on the verge of being released. He still has to take care of these things himself, and then he can give Salazar an answer. But one thing is that armed mediation can now begin. The first thing is to show our military strength in front of the Indians. Even if Britain cuts itself with a sword, it is still not something that India, Tangsan, can ignore. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.